Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and Dota players around the world. We are here at the Mega 8 Studios, bringing you live on the B Stream the two games, the two series that are happening this evening. I am Jabba, joined by Scarpy. Tell me, how do you feel about these games?
Oh man, first of all, I'm so happy to be here. I mean, it's a beautiful studio. It's been put together really well by Mega 8. And of course, we're going to have the #1 stream, so make sure everyone's tuned in. This game, this first up game, very interesting. I think one of the better matchups.
I'm
BVD.
super excited about what's about to happen. BVD versus Sin 5. Wow.
Yeah, a bit of a grudge match actually. Sinister 5 managed 2-0 BVD, and BVD coming into qualifications for this tournament 1-0 Sinister 5. So there's a little bit of a tussle here as to who can take who. So Sinister 5 definitely the least favorites to win, but they definitely got the potential. They got all the talent. It's just a question of whether they can pull it off again.
100%. Well, I'm super scared to see BVD because we have not seen them of late, because the team of BVD has changed up. They haven't actually been having a lot of community matches and being able to actually see what they've got in the pool, what they draft, what they play. So I'm really interested to see how they're actually going to draft and how they're going to actually play.
Absolutely, I can't agree with you anymore. I mean, these guys have been together for a long time. They've been under several different brands, but the players themselves are quite close-knit. I don't think they've had a change for quite a while, almost a year now, so maybe even more than that. So they definitely know each other very well. On the same page shows Sinister 5. They're a franchise that's come together. They really putting a lot of effort into their Dota. They even have a coach, I do believe. And I'm really keen to see how they proceed through this tournament.
That is going to be really interesting. I wish we both wish the best for both of the teams. It is going to be one of the first games of the event, and it is going to be BVD versus Sin 5. We are controlling the B stream. We've got the cool stream, guys. We've got where all the games are going to be happening, all the fun games that are going to be happening. If you do want to catch, the main stream is actually live at the moment. And for those of you that don't know, the mainstream will actually be aired on Supersport DSTV this evening. So if you have a DSTV, sit in front of the TV, catch the mainstream, but the action's going to happen here. It's going to be happening on the B stream. We have got Sin 5 versus Bravado Gaming, and the draft has begun, and Legion Commander back at it.
Yeah, of course. I think it's a staple ban for most teams, still trying to find their footing in this patch, and Legion Commander seem to be very successful. We've seen quite good results coming out from them. So we'll see how that manages to pan out.
Well, we do have the Night Stalker being banned out now. Previously, because of the new update, the way things have changed, and a lot of the meta's changed quite a bit. We've now got the Legion Commander being banned out. We've got the Warlock, which has now also just been banned out. Night Stalker, not one of the favorite ban-outs, but obviously Bravado not wanting to go up against the gankable Roma Night Stalker.
Yeah, I think the Night Stalker is pretty. It's pretty cute. I like it a lot. The ability to fly at night is really useful. The vision game has definitely been something that a lot of teams have considered. I mean, the Keeper of the Light constantly being banned out as well. Warlock, another staple ban. Darkseer, I mean, the previous tournament it was picked up a lot, but it had really poor results. But again, each tournament sort of creates its own meta, and the Mega 8, I'm sure a lot of these people have had a lot of extra time to really look at the patch, how they really want to play around it. So interesting to see him get banned on that, but not really a surprise seeing how he has been a highly contested hero.
Well, the first pick is out for Sin 5. They pick up the Shadow Shaman. Now, obviously, there's a lot of first picks that could be really big potentials. I mean, the Treant's still in the pool, opting to not go for that. Not revealing any of their core heroes. Decided to pick up the Shadow Shaman. He has received a little bit of a buff, necessary to be first pick.
Yeah, another thing I would like to add on to that, Sinister 5, it really suits their playstyle. They've been playing very sort of hyper-aggressive lanes and into a strong push. So it really suits their playstyle currently in this patch, or from the previous patch, and they're probably looking to carry that over. So I like the Shadow Shaman a lot. One of the heroes that hit really hard in lane as a support hero. He has a very big presence between early game and even into the late game, because of course those wards are extremely difficult to deal with if placed well.
Do you think picking up the Shadow Shaman kind of reveals that you want to do a little bit of a push strat? And Bravado needs to cancel that somehow. Maybe the Kotl comes into play. Oh, well, there we go. The Kotl does get picked up. So maybe trying to avoid that. They do pick up the Sand King. Not one of those big heroes that we've seen of late. Obviously trying to prioritize their offlane a little bit here.
Yeah. This is a very good identification coming out from Bravado. We must keep in mind that these two teams have played up against each other quite a lot, so they know what Sinister 5 might be thinking, what their process is here. So the Sand King, pretty strong. Could be played in the position 4, but seeing that there's a Keeper of the Light, that's highly unlikely. More than likely going to be 225's hero. But it's also very strong in lane. Of course, Caustic Finale is going to help clear out these waves, make sure that the Shadow Shaman is not going to get close to the tower, as well as the long-range initiation that the Sand King does bring to the table. So I like it. We haven't seen much of it, so I'm very intrigued to see how it is going to transition in this game.
Well, could we assume that Sand King is going to build into Arcane, Blink, and then Ags, or do you think he's going to maybe go for more support items first, or do you think he's going to go that greedy Ags build to increase that Burrow strike range?
I think Ags is still good, but I think a lot of players are looking to go Eels or something of that sort. Again, I'm not too certain how he fits in this patch or how he fits into Bravado's draft. They could even be running him as a support with a very greedy position 5, Keeper of the Light. So it could be an extremely greedy draft coming at you from Bravado, or it could just be like I anticipate. But the Ag's still pretty good. It helps with that long-range initiation, as I spoke about. And synergizes pretty well with Keeper of the Light, setting up those illuminates pretty well.
Well, I mean, it was kind of expected that Bravado would have actually picked up the Kotl. Night Stalker banned out. Now, Keeper of the Light during the daytime has amazing range when in ulti form. Once it picks up the Ags, it just becomes an absolute. You can't gank this dude, and it just becomes absolutely terrifying for any team trying to get a gank onto the Keeper of the Light. Banning out the Night Stalker, do you think Sinister should have actually picked it up, or do you think they were willing to actually allow the Kotl into the draft?
I think Sinister 5, they know they're going up into an unfavorable matchup in a sense. Going into Bravado, I mean, it's a big name. It's a new roster, but this is a very strong roster. We've seen them be very successful. So I think Sinister 5 have already written down on paper, this is how we want to play against Bravado. They're not going to sort of like, oh, they banned out Night Stalker, we better pick up the Keeper of the Light. I think they're just going to stick to their game plan. And just try and execute. That is how they beat Bravado before, so it's hopefully going to be the way that they beat them here again.
All right, well, Clockwork was the next pickup for Sin 5. I mean, we've seen some success, some failure with the Clockwork, and I mean, trying to make it work into their draft so far. They've now also picked up the Bristleback. A team ran the Bristleback IO combination. Could we maybe see the IO pop up here for Sin 5 before we discuss how the rest of the draft is panning out here for Sinister 5?
It's one of those things in the South African meta that there's not too many IO players, in a sense. Rock Lee is an IO player. I think there's one or two others. I'm not too certain about Sinister 5. I know Repo and Traxian. Traxian, sorry, is playing offlane now. So Gerald, I think if anyone's going to play IO, more than likely is going to be Gerald. As Repo, he usually plays very hyper-aggressive supports. So I'm interested to see whether or not they do go for that, but it might be unlikely unless they have practiced it. That would be pretty nice. Very interesting pickup there from Bravado going for the Razor. Razor is really, really strong. We've seen Evil Geniuses make massive use of that.
Well, I know you were talking about it in the international scene. Razor is an absolutely devastating hero to actually deal with. He just starts leeching your damage away, and then you can't actually deal with him. But Bravado picking up the Rubik into the Razor for the side of Sin 5, going into the Death Prophet. Now, I mean, this is quite a bit of team fight that Sin 5's now actually brought to the table. Death Prophet, Exorcism, it is a huge amount of team fight for the side of BVD. You've got the Razor field, as well as maybe the Keepers Illuminate. Epicenter, if it comes off, going to be difficult with the clock on the field as well as the Shaman.
Yeah, I can agree. Nice ban coming out from Bravado, just in case Sinister 5 have been practicing that IO. Another thing from Sinister 5, they got very strong team fight. Their laning is going to be quite interesting. They got potentially a Bristleback mid, potentially a Death Prophet mid. Position 1 Bristleback is still very, very strong. A lot of people underestimate what he can really bring to the table. Of course, as a hero in the offlane, the more heroes that he deals with, the more strength he has. So really by putting him in the safe lane and saying, okay, Bravado can't dual lane us. in a sense, because the dual lane will just be too strong. That allows a lot of space for the supports to roam. And, I mean, we could even be seeing a support clock. I do doubt it. Okay, there we go. Omni Knight does come through. So it's a really strong lineup from Sinister 5.
How scary would it be if BVD actually pick up a Magnus here? Or do you think that put Razor in the safe lane? I'm theory crafting here, of course. Razor in the safe lane, Magnus in the mid, Keeper of Light in the bottom, just feeding Razor, and then Rubik and Sand King in the off lane could really hurt the side of Sin 5.
Potentially, but one of the things, again, running the dual lane into Bristleback is very scary, especially if he's going to have an Omni Knight on his back. Then the Shadow Shaman's free to roam, and you're still going to win that dual lane. So I think one of the things is they might just want to sack the Sand King, let him try get whatever XP he can, potentially find some jungle in the farm here and there. Of course, it stacks every 1 minute in the camps. So if he can just stack for himself, he can just easily get a decent amount of farm a little bit later on into the game, as long as he doesn't die too much. And 225 is definitely one of the best offlaners in South Africa. And so he should have a very good idea of how to play around this.
Well, it looks like they're trying to pick up the RDK hero. What can we expect? Oh, hang on.
It's RDK Razor.
RDK Razor, so it's going to be the Razor safe lane.
Yep.
Quap in the mid. How do you feel about that going up against the Omni Knight? Now, the Scream is pure damage, so going to be able to deal with that repel from the side of Sin 5 on the Omni Knight. How do you feel about the draft so far as we go into the game?
It's going to heavily depend on if the Queen of Pain does go for Ags. I think the matchup's not too bad. Queen of Pain does well against Death Prophet. The last hitting battle is sort of favorable towards Queen of Pain. However, Death Prophet is still a difficult character to deal with. So the Queen of Pain is going to have that extra mobility, make sure that he's able to stay alive. And it's a pretty... I think it's going to be a farm fest really in mid. And I don't think, unless some solid rotations come out, which I think Sinister 5 will have that option available to them due to the fact that their dual lane is so strong already. The Shadow Shaman can just appear in lane, and Clockwork is more than willing to be left to his own devices in his off lane.
Who do you feel has actually won the draft here?
I think it's difficult to say. I do like Sinister 5. They clearly have come in here with an idea. Bravado, I like the Razor. I think the Razor is very strong in this meta, but I'll take Sinister 5 on this one, at least in the drafting stages.
Look, the Clockwork just does so much for the team. It's got such good engage. Got a way for the team to actually engage into the side of BVD. And as soon as that happens, then the rest of BVD actually then decides to actually get back into it. And they force the rest of the team to fight under Exorcism, which will then become the problem. So I can agree, but you can never underestimate the strength of the teams that we're going up against here. So it's going to be really interesting. It's first game of the evening. I am super excited. Predictions?
I still think BVD will take this 2-0, even though I said Sinister 5 have the stronger draft. They're just a favorite hero, so I mean a favorite team. So by all means, I have to sort of back them in that sense. But Sinister 5 have the ability to take a game off here. I know it sounds a bit of a wishy-washy answer, but 2-0 to Bravado.
2-0 to Bravado. Well, there you have it. Ladies and gents, boys and girls, and Dota players around the world, get ready for the first game of the first series of the Mega 8. It is going to be BVD versus Sin 5. Playing on the side of the Radiant will be the side of BVD. We got RDK going to be playing our Razor in the mid lane. We have got Impact playing the Rubik. Unbelievable Rubik in the past that I've seen. Soda on our Queen of Pain. And last but not least, going to be Mikasa on the Flirty Kotl, as well as 2-5 on the SK. For the side of the Dire, going to be played Sin 5. Please do the introductions.
Sure. Clockwork is going to be played up here by Gerald. Reaper going to be playing over on the Shadow Shaman. Fearbender going to be playing on that Death Prophet. Traxian over on the Omni Knights. And last but not least, Nubby going to be playing on that Bristleback. So here's an interesting thing. I think this might actually be a core Omni Knight and a support Clockwork. As Traxian, he has been their staple offlaner, and it seems like they're looking to go aggressive and leave Nubby to his own devices in a 1v1 lane. So very interesting from Sinister 5 how they're looking to deal with this laning stages.
Well, the game is about to get underway. 2 seconds past the Horn of Gondor. Let's go, and Dota.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be interesting. This is one of the laning stages I'm very intrigued about seeing that they did go for the support clockwork. Seems like they're actually going to try lane top. So you were right. They did go for a dual lane. So this could easily be punished potentially by Sinister 5, just with a good sort of movements. Shadow Shaman and Clockwork are looking to head in that direction. So Cogs up. So all they need to do is shackle, place Cogs, and Bristleback deal as much damage as possible.
All right. Well, I'm going to keep our camera on the mid lane for the moment. Let's see how the mid fares. How should the matchup in the mid actually pan out? Quap versus the Death Prophet.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of a farm fest. I think Death Prophet will have a tougher time, but I think the skill level between these two players is pretty equal. Queen of Pain does have a better animation for the early stages, but once the Crypt Storm does come out online, that's going to help Fearbender catch up a little bit in that sense.
All right. Well, it is going to be one of those interesting games. Now, I mean, Nabi, I think having the core Bristleback, how do you feel about it? I mean, we've got a hard-hitting Razor going to be farming in the bot lane. That can the Bristleback actually get things done? Can the Bristleback pull it for his team?
Yeah, that's one of the things. I mean, Bristleback, a lot of people consider as an off-laner, but not necessarily. He's going to be in that position 1. I think it's going to be essential for him to get a good laning stage, a good start, because if the rotations come out very quickly, a Razor can be online very, very quick, just with the static link, as that's just huge amounts of physical damage that does come out in the early stages. And Keeper of the Light, one of those heroes that can do with extra space, as we can see him trying to steal this pull here. So actually interesting, BVD did pull their camp. This is going to create a little bit of trouble for Nabi in a sense. Actually, top lane looks like there might be some trouble. Reaper taking a lot of damage. Whoa.
Yeah, he got caught right between the creeps. He couldn't actually get out of there very easily. And 2-5, just right-clicking him down a little bit. Not enough to bring him down, but just enough to actually put a little bit of pressure on there. In the mid lane, though, it looks like Soda taking a little bit of harassment to actually solve up against the onslaught here of Fearbender. And so far, no first bloods just yet in the mid lane. We do actually have Fearbender leading the last hits at the moment.
Yeah, he's managed to get 2 levels up in his Crypt Storm. You'll see him start to catch up a lot quicker here. The Queen of Pain had a decent start up against him, but all of a sudden you'll see that he'll slowly find a decent lead. Soda already went pretty low down. I think he actually had to use a solve to bring himself back. But yeah, it seems like the mid lane should be favoring the DP now, especially if a couple of good stacks come out. The Queen of Pain could fall behind, but it's one of those heroes who too can manage to find farm very quickly into the laning stages.
Well, I mean, you've got that terrifying team fight potential coming out from the side of BVD. You've got the Scream, you've got the Epi, you've got the Illuminate. It's going to be really hard for the side of Sin 5 to actually control that. What happens to the point when you start picking up Blade Mails on your clock, Blade Mails on your Bristleback? I mean, that could really devastate the side of BVD.
Yeah, I can agree with you there. I think a Blade Mail on the Clockwork is more than likely going to be what he is looking for, but then again, he is playing on that position 4, semi-5, so his farm is going to be very slow, so that Blade Mail timing is not really going to be a spike point for him anymore. It's just going to be sort of useful. So we might even see him opt to go for a Force Staff after he gets the Tranquils, as Force Staff on Clockwork's always very useful. The most important thing, I think, for Sinister 5 is getting level 6 on Clockwork. It's going to be essential for them. They need successful pulls, they need the laning stage, and maybe a couple of potential kills. So I think they're going to wait until the Bristleback manages. He's still got a Mango, so once he gets level 2 in Quill Sprays, they're going to look to try and get some stacks up on either the Sand King or the Keeper of the Light and see if they can potentially find a kill there. But we must keep in mind, both of them do have actually only one wand, so no wand on 225. That is something that they could potentially punish.
Well, I mean, going up against a Bristleback, it's almost an essential core item you need. I mean, you go up against a Bristleback, any spellcaster, you're like, okay, insta-buy, wand, and it helps you. It keeps you out of it. It's got good stats. And when those last right clicks do come in to take you down, pop your wand and you actually survive. So, I mean, can Sin 5 actually look around and actually punish it? I mean, he hasn't opted to go for a point in level Sandstorm, so he doesn't even have an escape at this point in time. It's going to really rely on Mikasa to kind of generate that space for him.
Yeah, one of the things, it's always scary to dive into a lane where there is a Keeper of the Light, because if he works out his Illuminate, it's a decent amount of damage. It's 200 damage, which is quite severe, especially for a level 1 spell. So they always have that fear. The fact that Sand King could make a trade. He's got Caustic Finale, he's got his stun. That's going to help him with mobility and potentially damage output. So it's always one of those. It's going to have to be very calculated by them, but they need successful movements now. They need to either shut down 225 or sort of say, okay, Bristleback, you're going to have to survive a little bit now, and we secure a kill in mid, or potentially even in the safe lane.
Well, I mean, we've got. I've got a little bit of a more interesting strategy that's happening here now. Traxian is going to go up against solo against RDK. It's going to pretty much allow RDK to get the farm that he has, and we know what kind of monster RDK gets when he's got a little bit of space created. I don't see Traxian being able to contest at all, and RDK is pretty much going to have a free lane pretty much.
Yeah, I can agree with you. I think this is not easy for an Omni Knight. He's going to walk forward and potentially just get static linked, and then he can't really last it. We can already see 45 stacked up for the Razor, which is going to mean he's just really can't run at him. Physical damage is just a major problem, and static link it does go through spell immunity, so even if he does have a pointer repel, it's not going to make much of a difference there. We can already see the Omni Knights actually saved a point just for in case he does need repel when a gank comes around, but he more than likely wants a bit of points into Dejin Aura just to help him sort of either run at RDK or a support in that lane, or help him escape.
Well, I mean, even with the 1v1 matchup bot, you know what that does now for Impact? He's just picked up a Haste Druid. He's going to be able to try and assist out mid, potentially try and get a pick. And beautifully stacking camps. Something that we haven't seen often with our teams is to actually stack camps, which is actually getting done now. So it's something that we like to see.
Yep.
Efficiency in the jungle, efficiency from the supports, and already RDK just draining out as much damage as he can out of the Omni Knight. So, I mean, we're at the situation here now. We've just come out of the pause. So for those of you that are joining us on the stream, welcome. I hope you guys do enjoy your stay with us. We do have the main stream taking place at the moment, WRG versus Mythic Gaming. But this is where the action is, guys. This is where it is going to be the exciting game, PVD versus Sin 5.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is probably the better matchup. The stacking of camps is going to be absolutely essential. A little bit of an error coming out from Impact. The creep do de-aggro if you come out of vision, so you didn't actually get that stack because of the haste. But it's not the end of the world. The intent was there. So it's all right. I mean, the Queen of Pain would have liked that. It's an easy catch-up for him, seeing that he's not exactly ahead in the mid lane, but he's not severely far behind that it's unfixable. So he should be fine. He's also got good wave clear when necessary.
Well, in the top lane, Reaper, it looks like he's trying to get aggressive. He does have 1 point into Shackles, 2 points into Ether Shock. So that kind of shows me that they want to play aggressive. They want to get those kills. They want to get that top lane dead and buried pretty much.
Absolutely, and that should be their plan here. They should definitely be looking to play aggressively. A pool coming through here for them again, so this is potentially an opportunity if Mikasa or 225 do overextend. But both of them are very experienced players. They don't often make too many mistakes, so it's not going to be an easy sort of attempt for them.
No, by no means it's going to be very easy for them to take it down. The game has pretty much started out. We're almost 5 minutes into the first game.
Top lane, sorry.
And it looks like we don't have a first blood just yet. It was very close. 225 actually juking through the trees there, having a little bit of a burrow strike out of there. Instantly gets manned up and back to the lane it's going to go. We haven't seen first blood just yet. Teams maybe sussing each other out. It is a best of 3, so they don't have to really put a lot of things on the line just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just it seems that both teams are okay with playing it safe. They both just want to sort of secure that early stage farm and then potentially look to play aggressively. This dual lane is getting what they want done, so 225 and Mikasa, they'll be happy with what the outcome so far. Even though the Omni Knight's sort of keeping up with CS, he's not doing too bad of a job, his tracks in. But I think both teams are happy with this. I'm not too sure what kind of execution Sinister 5 are looking for now, if they, as their supports have had unsuccessful rotations, so their Clockwork's still level 3. He wants to try and get those levels up as fast as possible, because his level 6 could make a very big influential change to this game.
No, I mean, absolutely. I mean, looking at the top of the screen here, you can already see the net worth advantage. BVD just ahead by, it's hovering around the 100 and 200 mark. Very close in it. Illuminate comes in, just trying to keep the creeps under the tower. Now, does it work out better for BVD to keep those creeps under the tier 1 tower?
Yeah, it's very very hard last hitting for a bristleback. It also means he's going to consume a lot of mana under the tower because he's going to need that to secure a couple of last hits. So as long as they know his mana is low, it's very good for them. They know he's not going to be able to run at them and make too much of a difference there.
Well, in the bot lane, we do have Gerald. He has actually smoked up RDK, going to try and steal out as much damage as he can from Traxian. He's going to get Battery Assaulted up. Can RDK get away? He can't. The cogs are there. Mikasa, Impact trying to come help RDK. Can he make it out? One more right click coming out from Sin5. Can he bring it down? The field comes out, slowing them down. And Gerald, Traxian, can they find the last hit? Juking through the trees. And Soda, he rocks up to the party. The heal is not there. The ulti from RDK has actually popped out, trying to get it to work. The flares come out, not bringing down RDK. Traxian salves up, running back to the safety of his tier 1 tower, and he's going to get out. So getting the rotation from Soda, not picking up that kill, but still not bringing down RDK. Even with the smoke used in the mid lane, Fearbender using out the exorcism, going to try and push down this tier 1 as quick as he can. But Quap and Impact, they are going to be looking to stop that pretty soon.
Yeah, that was a very good movement from Sinister 5. They managed to put a lot of pressure onto RDK. He's forced out of lane. He's got to walk, do the walk of shame. And at the same time, the Death Prophets managed to find a lot. Now they're looking to make a rotation on him, but it's not going to be an easy kill by any means. He's got 4 points up in Siphon. If they overextend here, they could potentially fall very quickly.
Well, I mean, that 4 points in Siphon is absolutely devastating to work with. So much lifesteal that you can just actually survive and tank quite a bit. They did get another rotation in Yamikasa, popping up into the mid lane. They did manage to take down the tier 1. So far, a win for Sin 5.
Yeah, definitely. Sinister 5 will be more than happy with that rotation. The fact that the Queen of Pain had to go there and it wasn't successful, he didn't manage to find a kill. The fact that the Razor's not farming for this extended period of time and the Bristleback is still in lane and 225 is left alone, he's also not going to be able to find farm under the situation. That was probably the best sort of outcome considering that they didn't find a kill for Sinister 5.
Yeah, and I mean, they forced out the body rotation with Soda. They brought Mikasa into the mid, losing tier 1. So far, things looking pretty good for Sin 5. Small plays, but definitely making a little bit of an impact here.
Yeah. Also, the fact that the Death Prophet managed to get the last hit on that tower is pretty big. Means he's going to have a significant gold lead early on. So that's pretty good for him. He's actually significantly far ahead. Almost a K ahead of the Queen of Pain. And this early on, that's really, really good for him.
Well, taking a look at the net worths at the moment, Death Prophet sitting at 3.9k, our Bristleback sitting at 3.2, as well as Soda on the mid sitting at around about 3.1 as well, and RDK sitting at 2.8. Now, this is generally we see a more farmed RDK, generally.
Yeah, so it's usually the role that he plays, but he seemed to have sort of switched up from that. Ooh, bot lane. Gerald, he's in trouble here.
He's just going to TP himself out, and no pressure just yet. Can they actually get the telekinesis up? Impact can't find him, was cogged out, and they couldn't cancel the TP. He gets himself out of there. And still, the side of this game, 9 minutes in, 0-0, pretty much going toe-to-toe. I know in the beginning you said that both these teams show quite a bit of respect for one another. The one team beat the other and has now drawn it up. This is kind of like going back to a little bit of a grudge match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's definitely a grudge match at that. I think Gerald, he could have definitely died there, but he placed a good cog block there in the tree line to make sure no one was able to catch him out. So that's pretty good for him. At the same time, I mean, RDK, he's a little bit far behind. We can see he's going for a Hand of Midas, which is received a lot of criticism. It's very expensive now. We'll see if it pays off. It's still not too bad. I think it's received more criticism than it deserves. But bot lane, very aggressive.
Impact tries to get the telekinesis over to Gerald. Not going to be good enough. Drops the cog. Fearbender signs out the deal. Crip swarms him to death. And now Exorcism going to be used out, trying to take down this tier 2. Tier 1 here in the bot lane, and just a little bit of these players trying to get a little bit frisky. Fearbender diving quite far under the tier 1. Mikasa taking a little bit of damage there. Does this call for the side of Sin 5 to actually back out with Exorcism available?
Yeah, a lot of rotations came in, and that was definitely scattered out. Realizing the lanes are empty, they'll be more than happy with that trade. They forced out a lot of rotations once again, freed up the lane for Nubby, And I think success. Ooh.
Gerald, he actually sticks around. 2 to 5, spots him out, gets the stuns off. The cogs are down. The telekinesis is used out. Static link for RDK. Gets healed up here from Drexen. He stays alive. He stays alive. They use the Guardian as well, and they don't bring down Gerald.
Man, Sinister 5, they're looking really, really good here. Tier 1 tower in the top under threat now. The Serpent Wards have been dropped. They just really finding the really good timings here. As soon as the Death Prophet was online, he made a great rotation, successful one at that, but a decent amount of chip damage onto the Tier 1 tower. And by forcing out all those rotations, they lost another one to the Serpent Ward. So definitely the execution is paying off very well here for Sinister 5, even considering that there's only been one kill at about the 11-minute mark, which is, well, unlikely or not the usual for this patch, I feel.
No, I mean, generally we see BVD in a lot of a more stronger position. 11 minutes in, sitting in favor of Sin 5 in terms of net worth, sitting with 2.9k advantage across the team. Team's doing really well, although Soda coming back online slowly, trying to chase down Fearbender on that DP.
Yeah, so if they can shut down Fearbender, it'll be great, but he's got an Invis... ooh, Smoke's going to be popped. This is big trouble here for RDK, gets caught out. And the silence going to be there, and that will be a quick kill for them. Reaper managed to find that kill for himself. So really, really good work, and this is major punishment towards the Razor, as he is going for that Hand of Midas still, which is might just cost them quite heavily. Oh,
Mikasa going to be able to get out by the skin of his teeth. And like we said, I mean, picking up the Shadow Shaman, this is the kind of play that you need to happen. You need to be aggressive. You need to get those rotations, get those early kills, and that's exactly what Sinister 5 is doing. They put in the kills on the board, and they're taking objectives.
This is a far more structured team than I'm used to seeing from them. They have clearly very good shot calling here. They know exactly, all right, this is the timings. We've hit level 6 on this hero, let's go. We've hit level 6 on this hero, let's force rotation so we can take a tier 1 tower. And this is a great time for us to group up as 5. And it's just been success coming at you from Sinister 5. So looking to be in a good position. It's really Bravado who've got a lot of work set out for them. I mean, still looking for a Hand of Midas as RDK. That is, I think, very detrimental. I mean, it might help him catch up a little bit later on, but will there be a late game if they continue like this?
I mean, that begs the question. I mean, he's still going for it. He's about 50 gold short. I mean, do you think at this point in time you say, right, call it quits? I mean, it is 13 minutes into the game. Maybe go for a little bit of a different build. And if it was a different build, what would he build into?
Well, I think you just want to go stats. Well, he's completed the Hand of Midas now, so there's no going back. But I think like he's going for phase boots now, and then he's probably going to go into Dragon Lance, and then some sort of stats items, either Sanjin Yasha or potentially just Mansa style, something of that sort. So I don't know. It's odd that he opted to go so deep for this Hand of Midas, but let's see if it pays off.
Well, that's one thing we can do. They've dropped this Serpent Wards in the mid lane, trying to chip away at the tier 2. Mikasa is going to be able to throw back the Illuminate. 2 to 5, tries to get in there, doesn't complete his epicenter though, gets Cogdale stunned out from Gerald. Another Illuminate comes through. Nabi takes a huge amount of damage, but can they right click him down? RDK's in the backlines, trying to sidestep them, but he's now been focused on we do have the Soda jumping in, does eventually bring down Traxian. RDK does go down, the exorcism is popped out. Soda trying to juke in the trees, they can't close the gap. And does Mikasa have anything to actually slow them down? Beautiful blinding light coming out from Mikasa, throwing Gerald down, and Impact with that Fade Bolt, taking him down to Chinatown, as Soda actually jumped on the high ground just to make sure that he got the kill.
Yeah, I think that was really good defense coming out from BVD, but still, since the 5, they got the front foot, maybe just making a couple of mistakes there, not having a ward to scat at that's Sanking, maybe a bit of an overextension by them. I'm sure there's a lot more that we can really criticize from that, but I mean, still, they have a very good forward-moving charge now. I don't think they should give up on that, and it's been a common mistake I've seen in a lot of teams. As soon as they take a tumble in a team fight like this, they say, oh, okay, well, we lost the fight, let's go back to farming and allow the opponents to catch up. And considering that RDK went for a Hand of Midas, might not be the right thing to do, yeah.
Well, I mean, after that fight, the networks kind of went back in favor of BVD just a tad. They now, Sin 5 is only sitting with a 1.5k advantage. Not as much as what they were sitting a little bit earlier. So a little bit of a swings and roundabouts pretty much. I mean, this is what the graph looks at the moment. Things went quite well for Sin 5 in the early parts of the game. and still kind of teetering towards their counterpart.
Oh.
But we do have a hook shot here in the mid. Is it going to take place? They're trying to get the Siphon off onto Mikasa. Not going to happen. Telekinesis trying to control our Gerald. They drop the snakes again. This is almost a guaranteed tier 2. They're going to actually force out glyphs here. They know that Sin 5's not going to be trying to push high ground if they do use the snakes. And can they actually get the deny? No, they can't. RDK is just going to farm up the snakes for the moment. And Midas is out of the wagon as well.
Yeah, surprised that he wasn't using his Serpent Wards to deny his own Serpent Wards while the glyph was up there. Maybe something that he can review. But it was pretty good. They found another objective, so more success for them. So that's going to help them in that net worth difference between themselves and Bravado, and still sticking to their plan. At the same time, I mean, the side of BVD are farming. They realize, okay, listen, we're going to lose a couple of objectives here. We are behind. Let's maybe try and create a little bit of space. The Queen of Pain is farming deep in the enemy's jungle. Now he's maybe looking for a rotation towards mid. Oh, actually, Traxian, he walks underneath the sentry. He actually gets right click, so they're going to know. He knows that they can see him.
Traxian still not wanting to pop out of Invis. Just want to probably maybe check where the boundary is. It is here, my friend Traxian. He's going to be Invis. He's going to be able to pop out a little bit of damage here onto Soda. He's going to try and take down the tower. Not going to happen. They're going to probably be able to deny it. And BVD denied a tier 1 tower. That is definitely going to hurt them in terms of the gold.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting that deny out's really good. They were bound to lose a tower eventually. They've lost a tier 1 top as well, but they knew that if they can get that deny off, that's just going to give them more motivation to go and push down another lane, just to make sure that the net worth lead stays where it is. So Nabi, he's doing pretty well. He's got his Vanguard. He's also looking to get up some magic resistance. Once that's online, he is going to be a very, very difficult hero to deal with. And Exorcism used now for a tier 2 tower.
I mean, absolutely beautiful play. I mean, you've got the push potential from the Exorcism. You've got the push potential from the wards. I mean, constantly, the side of BVD are always on the back foot, always trying to defend. All they've got is the Illuminate, as well as the coil from RDK. Is it enough to actually slow them down? And apparently it's not. They've put on quite a bit of chip damage here onto this tier 2, sitting with just under 700k HP. Nabi trying to tank out the tower, take the aggro away. But it looks like the side of BVD are able to actually hold it back. 2-5 jumps in, gets silenced out immediately. Hook shot on the backlines. Managed to find impact. They're going to telekinesis him out, and they're going to try and turn their attentions to the clock. And Gerald, he's going to actually pay with his life. Just kind of making sure that Sin 5 gets out and not follow up that devastating stun in there from the SK.
Yeah, now that the SK has Blink Dagger up, he's a far more scary hero to deal with. His ability, like I said in the draft, to have those long-range initiations out of your sight is a big concern, because they do lack sort of the vision game. Once the Keeper of the Light gets Ags online, it's going to be a very big uphill climb for Sinister 5 at that stage, as they're more than likely going to follow that up with the gem. But a smoke play coming out here from Sinister 5. They're going to see if they can catch any sort of stragglers. They do have a very deep ward, so they have a decent idea of what's going on.
They may find 2-5. They may want to try and find something else. And he makes his way to the top lane. So now Sin 5 trying to rotate to the top. Going to try and chase him down. He is hiding over here. They do try and make the rotations. Going to show himself in lane. Is the smoke still available for the side? How much longer do they have? A couple of seconds, and then they've got to make a decision. 2-5. He's sitting as a straggler. Gets spotted out. He immediately blinks. Tries to TP out. Can he get out? Oh, the user's there. 2-5 is in a big, serious amount of trouble. Yeah, does have Burrow Strike. Can he get out? He's going to try and juke through the trees. But Reaper's there to save the day. Chickened out. Ether shocked out. And 2-5 can't escape from the onslaught of Sin 5.
Yeah, Reaper definitely saving the day there. Unfortunately, just missing the silence timing there from the Death Prophet. Well, he would have secured that kill for himself, but Reaper making sure that there was no way that the Sand King could get out. So saving the day, absolutely. So they're actually going to set up a bit of defense here in the bot lane while they look for maybe a bit of a trade. I think Bravado might need to go back, but
they do have a jump here on Traxian. Pops out the Repel. Using Guardian as well. They do get the cogs out onto Mikasa. Is going to push him back. He's going to take an Illuminate here to the face. They try and stun out Traxian. They get the kill on him. The Illuminate coming through, giving vision to where Gerald is. And they may actually bring him down in the meantime. In the backlines, they do have a little fight here under the shrine. Nabi trying to get some work done. 2-5 gets the stun off. There's the epicenter. Running straight into the center of it with a blinding light. RDK taking a little bit of damage there from those Quill Spray stacks. And triple kill going in favor of Soda and the boys at BVD.
Yeah, one of the biggest things there is that Impact managed to steal himself Guardian Angel. That meant there was no damage output coming out from the Bristleback. They did lose a Tier 2 tower. Wards were dropped. I think Exorcism was also dropped there. So they made a trade in a sense, but a poor trade, Sinister 5. They are now going to potentially lose an objective themselves. They have a significant disadvantage after that team fight.
No, absolutely. BVD, they're holding their ground. They're holding what they need to do. But, I mean, doesn't this make it a little bit scary now for Sin 5? I mean, if their strat is to push, use the Shadow Shaman to get those objectives, BVD is knocking on their front door now at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. BVD, they have... I mean, it's a Hand of Midas Razor. He's going to catch up with Farm no matter what. He's already got the Dragon Lance up. He's looking for the Sanjin Yasha now. And this is where the Hand of Midas can potentially pay off. I mean, we saw just sort of a snowball attempt from Sinister 5, and now they've lost a couple of team fights. They split up. They did some odd things maybe we didn't expect, and now they're paying the price, unfortunately. So Sinister 5, they set themselves back a little bit here, but they still have a shot in this game, of course, but they can't afford to make mistakes like that anymore.
No, absolutely not. I mean, it cost them dearly getting caught off guard there. It seemed that Sin 5, they got the jump onto the Omni Knight, and then they had rotations coming over here, but in that meantime, RDK was over here, had a couple of players over here, and they just couldn't get anything done. And then eventually ended up suffering and losing a couple of players here from Sin 5. 22 minutes into the game, sitting 7-5. Quite a big change in terms of how the game actually began.
Yeah, absolutely. The tempo's changed up quite a lot, and we can see that from Soda. I mean, Soda wasn't exactly ahead in the laning stages, and he's managed to pull that back. After that triple kill for himself, he's smiling a little bit, topping out their network charts, in fact. So, Smoke again from Sinister 5. They're going to see if they can catch anything out here. RDK, he is in a precarious spot if they do manage to catch him out.
He has actually picked up the illusion, so going to be able to pop out the smoke. They do see them, but they find Mikasa silenced immediately. Fear Banda gets raw, he gets hooked, and then a simple heal bomb coming out from Traxian.
Yeah.
I mean, that was really easy.
Pretty basic stuff. Nothing really huge there. And they only lost the support to a smoke rotation, which is a lot of time wasted for Sinister 5. And right now, that seems to be a little bit of a problem. They need to make sure they don't lose too much time. But they go for Roche. So this is definitely a good idea. Find a pick, go for Roche. And Keeper of the Light was one of the better heroes to find for that situation. Sanking, however, is a bit of a threat in the pit. He does have long-range initiation. And he is prepared.
He is trying to lock and load that big ulti, trying to find that perfect timing. The Aegis is on the deck. Nabi picks it up. They decide not to actually engage. Exorcism is still flying about, and the side of BVD decide, listen, we can't take it, back off. But now the cogs come in easily onto RDK, stacking him simply into the cogs and trying to help out his partner there. Telekinesis was going to be used onto Gerald just to get him out of the cogs. And I mean, BVD now all of a sudden back on the back foot. It feels like they're back on the back foot.
Absolutely. I mean, Sinister 5, they're in a good spot here. They did exactly what they needed to do. If you had to ask me before that, what do they need to do, I would say get a pick in Roshan. And it's exactly what they managed to succeed here. And it seems like, again, the shot calling seems to be on point today. They definitely were prepared for this game, and I like to see this, but Smoke on the backlines, they're looking for a fight here.
Well, they dropped the Serpent Ward, going to be doing some damage to the tower here. Soda jumping forward, silenced out onto Traxian. The cogs come through, they find RDK. Telekinesis is there, can RDK make it out of there? Static Link breaks instantly, 2-5, getting the Blink Strike. Epi, baby, gets the Yules up, and now Fearbender going to be keeping himself alive. Doesn't have Exorcism available just yet. Fighting under the Tier 1, Impact may go down here. The Rod of Aethys doing its work. Traxian, big Illuminate to the face, but Nabi sitting in the front lines, tanking it down, got the repel on. Mikasa, he's not going anywhere, but 2-5 comes into the party, but the calls from Nabi just doing too much work. Another rod coming out from Fearbender, stopping him in his tracks. They're trying to chase down RDK, and now the side of Sin 5 backing off, limping away from that fight will be Nabi and Traxian. They're trying to, will they take down the Tier 2? Is there enough here from the side of BVD? Can RDK stop it? And I don't think he can, and that is going to result in a Tier 2 tower loss, as well as 4 for the side of BVD going down.
That was just great execution. All they lost was the support there. There was a big jump in from the Sanking. Traxian, I think, gave away the Guardian Angel once again, but it's difficult to hold on to that. Usually you throw out your repel and you heal, and they're on cooldown, and then the Guardian Angel comes out. So he did give that over to the opposing team, but that Rod of Atos paying off massive dividends.
That was a big pickup for Fearbender and absolutely changed the pace of the game, I feel.
Absolutely. I think Fearbender has just been playing really, really good Dota. He's going for a BKB now, so that's really good for him. He's going to be hard to stop, and on top of that, they got a Bristleback who's doing really well for himself. He's got Blade Mail up now as well, so something you don't really want to target, especially with these big damage outputs that do come out from Bravado. And Nabi, he's going to be standing on the front line. He's still got that Aegis of Immortality. He's got a lot of space. Whoops.
The hook comes through, trying to find Mikasa. Instant telekinesis out from Impact, and he's not going to find the cogs, and they're going to be able to just walk it off. But they do know now that BVD is in the vicinity, and that Sin 5 is looking to knock down the Tier 3.
Yeah, Tier 3 towers should be their goal now. They still got the Aegis, like I spoke about. Nabi is on his way there. He's got a DD as well. So he's more than likely going to just stand on the front lines, do as much damage as he can, as quick as he can. And once he does, potentially just trade out, get that Tier 3 tower, maybe even lose the Aegis. It's all worthwhile. But the big story here is that there is Ags and a gem up on the Keeper of the Light, so they do have that vision advantage.
I mean, where did he find this farm from, the Keeper of the Light? But the snakes are down. Exorcism is out. They're going to try and work through the glyph. It is up here for the side of the Radiant. Does BVD have enough to do what it takes? In the meantime, Soda is in the top lane, trying to split push out here. Sin 5. The TP's back in. We got Nabi, going to be silenced out. There's the BKB, 2-5. Got to be jumping in there. Epis, but goes down instantly. And the side of Sin 5 pushing through. Barback coming out from Mr. 2-5. And the first lane of Rax is down. Repo getting the shackles off onto RDK. 2-5 stunning out. Poor Repo. He's going to cancel out the shackles. And the root coming down onto Soda. Is it enough to actually bring him down? They lose the clock. Grip Swarm coming out from Fearbender, taking him down. And now Mikasa, can they actually do enough? They're throwing out another Illuminate. Can they do enough to bring down the tower? They do. A couple of right clicks coming out here from Nabi and Fearbender. They're trying to escape. Can they help out Nabi? Can they keep him alive? Do they have enough to take him down? Aegis is off the deck. It is down. And Nabi gets repelled up. Going to maybe try and throw himself back in there. Or maybe just create a little bit of space for the side of Sin 5 to get on out.
Yeah, that's really bad for BVD right now. It looks like they might just have a lot of work set out for them. But, again, on the plus side, they do have that Ags up on the Coddle, who is going to be able to sort of deal with these pushes coming in from now on. But, I mean, if they get Aegis once again, Nabi is just going to stand on the front lines and not care. He's just going to beat away at the racks like he did there. And at the same time, Fearbender has just been positioning himself exquisitely in these team fights. He's placed himself almost perfectly each time, making sure that he doesn't get caught out too much. He eels himself when necessary just to reduce the amount of damage output. And now with BKB on hand, he's got a 10-second BKB. The next high ground push is going to be a very scary thing for Bravado to deal with.
What do they do? What do you do as Bravado? How do you stop the squad of Sinister? It feels like Sinister still does have a kind of a timing window where they need to actually make something happen, because then they're going to start falling off, and then the side of BVD is going to get a little bit stronger. You start getting that Queen of Fate, level 25, huge spell, steal damage. Do they just try and postpone as much as they can, and now Sinister is on like the clock?
I don't think Sinister 5 have a clock right now. The Bristleback is online. He's got a pipe now. His team is pretty tanky. The Omni Knights has got Guardian Greaves. They got a lot of sustain. They're not too concerned about pushing down lanes, as we can see already. They're pushing down top. I don't think they're going to give up on this one. This is going to be a high ground attempt. It's going to be heavily reliant on the Keeper of the Light, just trying to keep these waves pushed out, as we can see. And he's going to do a good job at that. But here come the wards as well as the Exorcism.
Well, the Exorcism is down. The snakes are out. The blinding light just too good. The hook shot not coming through. And the side of BVD fighting, trying to fight down those snakes. They're going to get the tier 3. This is it. This could be Sinister 5 knocking down the racks. 2-5 jumps in, but a massive scream comes in, landing on 3, reducing the HP. Not enough here for Sin 5 to stay alive. And now SK trying to get out of there. RDK limping away. They still pick up the kill onto the SK buyback from the Rubik. But 2-5 is down, and we'll have to watch the rest of his team defend the high ground. They do. They take down the wards, and they don't get enough damage done.
Yeah. Sinister 5, they'll be happy with that. Yes, they lost the Omni Knight in that, but we could see the amounts of sustain they managed to retain in that fight. The fight just was extended. It's not a problem for them. They have GG boots, they have pipe, and it's just a very, very difficult task for a Keeper of the Light to deal with this right now. I know it's a heavy burden on his shoulders, but it's a difficult one. Of that he has to position himself, make sure he doesn't get hook shot by the Clockwork. He's just got so much on his mind to think about. The rest of the defense is going to come down to sort of RDK trying to make sure he saps a lot of damage, but the damage output from both the Bristleback as well as the Death Prophet are making his life an absolute misery. So he's got a lot of work set out for him.
Well, it almost feels like RDK is going to be stealing damage, but there's no one. The only person that really makes the impact will be Nabi. They do find out Mikasa, though. This could be a big pickup. I mean, a lot of their vision is going to be lost now, and he goes down. He'll be back in 30 seconds. Don't think it's enough time for Sin 5 to actually make a player. Impact's just going to TP out. But this may be enough to put a little bit of chip damage here onto the tier 3 at least.
Well, they're actually going to go for the racks here. They push a creep into the base, and they're going to head straight towards the racks. The Queen of Pain was pushing out that lane, but they need to control all the lanes now currently, as mid lane is by the base.
Well, they do push in mid. In the meantime, in the top lane, they are trying to break through the side of Sin 5's racks. They're not going to happen because Sin 5's almost lost the range racks. And 225 epping, blinking in. Nabi popping down the blade mail. They lose the range racks. They're trying to get involved here. They get the force sword here onto Nabi, trying to tank it for the side of his team, but BVD trying to maintain their positioning. And RDK going to try and right-click down Nabi. Ooh. Tank of note, RDK just tickles that bad boy, and not enough done. In the meantime, bot lane got clean sweeped. When did that even happen?
Yeah, well, the bot lane was taken a little bit earlier, but the 161 damage was stolen by the Razor, and he still just couldn't deal enough damage to bring down anyone. They managed to trade out one Rax. Now they're going to get a Shrine. This net worth margin is just growing and growing and growing. This is a massive burden here for Bravado. Now we see them actually going for a play here. They've smoked up as 4. Korea's following them. They must be a little bit careful about that. But they're going to see if they can catch someone off guard, and this could be potentially something good for them.
They're going to try. They're going to find out Fearbender as well as Traxin. The scream comes out. The telekinesis is there. Going to try and call out the Omni. The Gerald gets Hookshot onto his teammates. The Cogs come down, trying to split the team fight. But now we got the Spirit Siphon happening. The Rotovators is down onto Mikasa. And now the Shackles. Is it going to be enough to keep RDK there? It's not. The Exorcism doing its work. Silenced will be the Rubik. Will they chase down BVD? Or are they going to try and get out? 2-5, blinking out, stunning in, blinking out. Fearbender does pick up the kill and impact eventually. RDK going to get shackled out. RDK, does he hit the deck? Their high ground defense is looking very weak. They've got Mikasa still alive. Can he do enough to hold this onslaught here? They've only got 1 Rax to go down before they breach and get a double lane of Rax here for the side of Sin 5.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to back out. In fact, they may be a little bit afraid. The respawn times are pretty low. The creep waves aren't pushed in. They don't have backdoor cry right now, so I'm not too sure why they backed out, but still a great fight by them. They made all the right decisions, and they managed to turn that fight around. Considering how it started, it looked like Bravado were just going to shut that one down. Really good initiation from 225. But it just shows they don't have enough damage output to deal with the sustain on the side of Sinister 5. So, I mean, Bravado, they're in a tight spot here. I mean, they've lost a Rax in the bot lane earlier on. They lost half a Rax in the top lane. So these lanes are constantly going to be pushed out. And they can't afford to lose this Roshan, who has spawned and has been scattered out by Sinister 5.
Now, I mean, one thing that I want to maybe crit on, perhaps, maybe if it's a crit, maybe it's something that I'm not spotting out, but it seems that the side of BVD is really focusing down Nabi, the Bristleback. I mean, he's the last person you want to be targeting on.
Oh.
Hold that thought, though. Hookshot comes through, him instantly telekinesis out. That's what you can call a debate.
Oh, wow.
But now we got the stun forward from 2-5 coming in. The Atos is down. Repo gets the net off. The Illuminate comes out. You see those flying horses. And now Fearbender getting repelled out. RDK sitting in the front lines trying to work on Reaper. That is a better target. That is someone you need to go on. Soda coming into the front lines now. Jumps in. Blows up Repo. And he goes down. Soda BKB's up. Trying to work onto Gerald now as well. Nabi, can he get anything done? Bar back coming out from Repo. And now Crypt Swarm thrown out from Fearbender. Yours onto Soda. Nabi trying to get stuff done, has actually been blinded out. Rotovatus is there. He can't go anywhere. Soda can't run. They've dropped the shackles. Do they have enough to bring him down in time? They do. They lose Soda. Nabi picking up a kill. RDK showing himself. Mikasa in a little bit of trouble here, taking a huge amount of damage from Exorcism. And could this be the opportunity for Sin 5 to knock up 3 versus 4? It looks like they may back out. Do they tempt the Rosh Pit at this point?
Yeah, this is definitely the goal here. They've won a pretty decent team fight. Yes, they had a buyback on the Shadow Shaman, but now they can use his wards to make sure that this happens very quickly. And Fearbender, he'll heal up very quickly once his Exorcism does come down. It's going to be a hard defend coming at you from Bravado. They're looking to potentially move towards the Roche Pit here. This could be pretty detrimental to them. They have smoked up. Buybacks coming out from all sides. There we go. The initiation's in, but they're out.
Oh, the Bloody Light pushes them out. They get the kill onto Repo. The Aegis is going to be up for grabs. BVD. They push out the side of Sin 5. They clear it up. RDK picks up the Aegis. Soda gets a buyback. Big hook shot coming in from General, and the Cogs absolutely disrupting the fight here for the side of BVD. They're going to lose the poor man Impact. Soda very low HP. That could have been a dieback for him. But RDK trying to be controlled out here from the side of Sin 5. Soda, now their attention's turned to him. RDK a little bit too quick for the side of Sin 5. Can't make anything happen. Repo is down. They've lost the Rubik. And it looks like the team has lost. Sin 5 has lost the Aegis. They've lost that opportunity. And the Mana Leak out onto Nabi. Can they turn it around? Maybe they may look to make a play here. They got the jump in here from 2 to 5. Instantly get silenced out. We've got RDK trying to steal the damage. 2 to 5. Bites the dust. Gerald, he goes down as well. RDK gets siphoned out. Can they make anything happen? The Q comes out. And Soda, he's probably just walking it out. In the meantime, Mikasa being a pain in the royal bumsies as that Mana Leak is causing an absolute nightmare for Nabi.
Yeah, something that we obviously didn't talk about in the draft, but Mana Leak up against Bristleback is always a concern. He's one of the heroes that want to be running, and he wants to have a mana pool. So it's been really well used now by Mikasa, and stealing that Aegis is really big for Bravado. For one reason in particular, this buys him a lot of time. Again, they still have a Hand of Midas Razor. He's going to try and find farm as fast as possible. He's going for a Mjolnir now, pretty interesting. So he wants to have at least some extra damage output and some extra attack speed. The magical damage as well is pretty decent, so we'll see how that's going to pay off for him.
Talk about the god of lightning, pretty much on the field. He's going to be spewing lightning from every single crevice that he can actually generate.
Oh, but Sinister 5, they have something else in mind. They've gone for a 5-man smoke here. And they're going to look for some successful movement here. If they do find something, this could potentially be a lane of racks, or at least the time space shortened for energy. But Bravado, sorry. They also going to smoke up 4-man, and they're just going to sort of cross each other's paths as smoke does break. Oh!
2 to 5, spotting out Fearbender, gets the stun off. Sandstorm's up immediately. They're trying to work onto Reaper. They get him, even though he glimmer claped out. Now we do lose Impact as well. Support for support. RDK standing in the middle, trying to chunk it down. Nabi's got the Blade Mail going. RDK taking a huge amount of damage. The Exorcism is doing its work. Gerald taking a huge amount of damage. The Aegis is down on the deck. RDK is down for the moment. Soda trying to get out of there. And RDK, can he make it out? They do lose Gerald eventually. But can they make something happen? 2 to 5. Charges up the Epi. Gets the blink in. Gets the stun off. But Fearbender makes easy work of him. Yours being used up onto Fearbender. Can he stay alive long enough? RDK, this could be it for him. Do they have enough to actually catch him? And forces staffs himself through the cliffs back to his teammates. And nice little play there from BVD, keeping RDK alive. And this may just be the lifeline that BVD need to keep themselves in the game for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, Bravado, they doing what? Oh, actually, fight carries on. And RDK, he's so tanky. They're struggling to bring him down currently. They managed to bring the Aegis down, but having to kill him twice is a almost impossible task. So, a bit of a shady fight there for Sinister 5. They still have a decent position. I mean, the lanes are pushing in. If you look at bot, that's already been forced out. Soda's forced to go and deal with that. And it's every time they have a successful fight, they know that they've got to go and do some sort of tidying up of their lanes. Unfortunately, for Sinister 5, they went for their smoke, but they were on the low ground, and the high ground scattered them out first. So they had the advantage of the initiation in the team fight from the beginning. So Sinister 5 started that fight on the back foot, and they still didn't do bad. They still managed to bring down the Aegis, and it wasn't the worst possible outcome.
Well, I mean, a couple of big items up here. Soda got the Veil, got the Orchid, BKB Jules. RDK, like you said, building into the Maelstrom. Maybe that might have starting to pay off a little bit. They do have the Lotus Orb up on to Nabi. And Hookshot did go out, seemed to have missed RDK. So they may just reset and wait for that Hookshot to come back online.
Oh,
But they actually do spot out Mikasa as well as 225. A little bit of a problem here where Gerald is. May get caught out here. Fearbender comes to his rescue. Spirit Siphon is out. Nabi is trying to close the gap. Soda blinks out. Jules is going to be used. And Mikasa throwing down that ever-irritating Manalik. But 225 charging up the Epi. Blinks in, finds 2. Nabi does pick up the kill on 225. Blade Mail just getting so much done for the side of Sin 5. Throwing out the Crypt Swarm. Could this be the opportunity for them to push in? The Rod of Atos is down onto Impact. He pays with his life. Nabi picking himself up a double kill here. 2 of the supports down for the side of BVD. 2-5. Impact. Big problems here for the side of BVD if they decide to push up here.
yeah. The one thing that they have in their favor here is the Keeper of the Light is still alive. He's pretty decent at holding his defense. The sustain is a little bit weak right now. Guardian Greaves will come off cooldown shortly, so they can get a little bit of mana back. But the constant harass. Oh, we can actually see the whole wave managed to get protected there, and looks like high ground's going to be the goal. But again, the Keeper of the Light just destroys the waves.
Destroyed it. You've got the Keeper of the Light. You've got the Quap there as well. They do have a huge amount of creep clear. You almost necessarily have to take out Mikasa, find that pick off, and then push high ground.
Yeah, it's a difficult task, but they're going to trade a shrine. They'll be happy with this. A decent chunk of gold going into everyone's pockets. But they still have a lead, but they need to be very, very careful now. If Bravado can successfully defend for a lot longer, things could be a little bit more concerning for them. As I think Mjolnir is complete for... Okay, maybe he's just going for an AC now on RDK. But that's actually going to be big if he does get that AC up. Oh, he's actually going for Shivas. Interesting.
Interesting choice. We do have Fearbender also had that in his quick buy as well. Seems that he also wants to get that up, locked and loaded as well.
Oh, going for the Lotus Orb. Yes. Lotus Orbs. They got 2. They're going for...
So it was previously actually...
Yeah. They're looking to have 3 Lotus Orbs on the table here, the side of Sinister 5, which is really good. It means Keeper of the Light's going to have to be more careful about the mana leak. When he does throw the mana leak, they can debuff the mana leak, so that's always a positive. I think you can also debuff the amount of damage taken from Static Link. So, top lane.
They do find the jump onto Soda. Is it going to be enough to actually deal with him? Silence comes out. The Rod of Atos is there, forcing out a BKB. That is going to be massive for him as well. That was a decent play to get out of there and survive. But, I mean, bursting out that BKB, it is now on 5 seconds as well. So Soda's starting to lose that escapability, the option that he does have.
Yeah, he's got a BKB now. They managed to get out yet another charge, so he's down all the way to 5 seconds. So, I mean... He's now maybe going to be a little bit more afraid. He's still got the ability to TP out. He's been pretty much the individual doing the task of split pushing out the lanes and keeping that untidiness at bay. So it's going to be a little bit more scary now that it's on 5 seconds, but it's still should be able to get out. They don't really have any lockdown through the BKB.
So it's going to give him a little bit of an opportunity, a little bit of a chance. It seems that Sin 5 is now starting to hit the BVD brick wall.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing that Soda needs to be careful of is Hookshot. Hookshot can obviously shut down his BKB. So it's tough, but I think Sinister 5 are doing the right thing here. I know it seems like, they're not getting any objectives anymore, but there aren't really many objectives left. But they're going to wait for this Roshan. Once Roshan's up in 33 seconds... That's going to be huge for them. And then their high ground sort of push is going to be a problem. One thing they need to do is make sure all these lanes are pushing back. And as long as they have a lane close to the opponent's base, they will make sure that there's no backdoor regeneration up.
So at the moment, BVD just doing a little bit of housekeeping, making sure those lanes are taken control of. Soda, he's doing a really good job pushing out the lanes. The side of Sin 5, they're looking to try and make a move here onto Rosh. Rosh respawn timer will be displayed very shortly on...
no, your spawn.
Oh, okay, so that was the shortest spawn available.
It was 1 minute, I believe, but it came up pretty quickly. Pretty nice one for them. And they're going to be able to secure this pretty easily. I don't think they want to make much of a trade, but Soda's done a good job of keeping these lanes sort of pushed in. It's not really doing significant damage to the high ground. But, I think they're aware now that this is happening. We can already see the movements coming up from Bravado to set up a defense.
Soda was going to TP back. The call was for him to stay and pressure the high ground. We do now have the side of BVD trying to get aggressive. Aegis is almost on the deck. It is. Fearbender picks it up. Hook shot coming out, trying to find RDK. Exum is down. Shackles is out on 2-5. Is it enough? The dust comes through. Now he picks up the kill on 2-5. And Fearbender has the Aegis. Yules up. RDK. Is it going to be enough? He gets four-staffed out there by his teammate on Mikasa. But now Repo trying to make the next target go down. It's going to be Soda. Do they have enough? Rod of Atos is there. Is he going to go down? He does. Yeah, they do have buyback, or he's going to be down for about 105 seconds. And the side of Sin 5 may look at least trying to force a buyback here.
No buyback on 225 though, so that's something that they can consider. That's got about 50 seconds as well as 200 gold gap to wait. The Keeper of the Light, he does have a buyback, and so does the Queen of Pain, so that's all right. But I think they're going to go for the Siege here. They got the Aegis, they got Cheese on Bristleback. This is not an easy task by any means, and we can really see the Lotus Orbs coming to great effect. As Nabi gets a mana drained up, he can just Lotus Orb himself and not be concerned about it. So Tier 3 Tower, the last one to stand for Bravado, now under siege.
Well, they do use out the glyphs. The Mass Serpent's wards are down. They get the buyback from Soda. This is exactly what Sin 5 wanted, and this may be the opportunity for them to actually just back off and take their winnings and take it from their low mana for the side of Sin 5. But they are hanging around this vicinity. I don't think this is the absolute call to actually push up high ground here just yet. They don't have the wards available. They do have Exorcism and not a lot of mana for the side of Sin 5. Atos is down on RDK. They do pop the Shrine. They're going to try and put a bit of pressure onto these Rexes. Soda, BKB's up, throws out the Scream, blinks forward. Gerald finds the hook shot onto Impact. Is it going to be enough? Sandstorm down, Rod of Atos down onto the Rubik. Onto Soda, he gets Yulesed up. And Gerald trying to survive through the attack of RDK, but Repo finds and holds him in position. They're trying to work down on that last Rex. They get it. They get the melee. Can they get enough on the range? And 2-5 limping away here. They throw down the flare. It gets him. The Exorcism doing work. Soda in trouble. Can he get away? Traxian almost going down to RDK with that field. They get the telekinesis up onto Fearbender. It's not going to be enough. Can he walk away? RDK throws out the static link. Throws out the shivers. The screen comes through. And the Aegis is on the deck. They take down the clock. The Shadow Shaman is down. Clock is dead for the count. Fearbender going to try and TP out. And he gets out by the skin of his teeth. They take it down the one Rex. The range in the mid lane is standing. In the top lane, the melee is standing. Typically summed up, they have got one lane of Rax left to go.
Absolutely. This range Rax is not going to heal up, so it's pretty much dead. As soon as they opt to go for another push. Yes, they lost Aegis again. Did they consume Cheese? Yes, they also consumed Cheese there. So, I mean, they used a lot, but it was all successful. Since the 5 looking to be on top of things here. This is the, I mean, a lot of people have been talking about them as the dark horse, and by all means, they're taking out one of the top teams here currently. I mean, it's not over yet, but currently they have such a significant lead. It's hard to say that Bravado can easily come back from here.
I mean, talking about the advantage and the leads, let's look at the graphs at the moment. At the moment, the net worth is sitting in favor of Sin 5. Started teetering back to BVD. Look, for a 50-minute game, it is not a huge amount. We're sitting at around about 6,000 gold deficit. Not a big deal, but still sitting in favor of Sin. Looking in terms of net of XP, I mean, drastically in favor of Sin 5 with almost a 8K advantage at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, we must keep in mind that there is a Hand of Midas on the table that's helping RDK sort of keep up in farm. But again, Bravado aren't exactly very far behind. They're not. They can definitely come back from this. So it's still going to be a difficult one for them, however. As I mean, they still got to take down a tier 2 in mid, which they are busy working on now. But at the same time, I mean, look at top lane. It's just pushing in. Fearbender, he's got no fear.
No TP on RDK. No TP on the Queen of Pain. Do they have TPs on anyone else? They've got a TP just coming off cooldown on Mikasa. And Impact, he does have a TP as well. And 2-5, he's actually there protecting out the base. So a little bit of a TP issue problem coming in from BVD. If they actually decided to push in, could have been a little bit of an issue for them.
Yeah, it would have been always their concern about that wraparound in the back. They knew exactly where BVD were, so if they actually lost people unnecessarily there, that could have been quite a big problem. But, I mean, yeah, if they opted to go for that range racks, that could have been pretty much game. That means all lanes have super creep in range. Apologies, in melee, and that's it's just almost impossible to deal with, especially if you've got a range racks below half HP left. That's fortunately for Bravado though that it didn't come to fruition, but Since Survive will still be happy with this.
Well, we do now have the Bloodthorn up onto Soda. Is this the item that could actually change the pace of the game? It is a big item. It has that evasiveness. You give True Strike to any hero that it's been applied to. Is this the item that the BVD needed?
Yeah, one of the things we must keep in mind, I think it disables Bristleback, his ability Bristleback. And that's pretty significant, as Nubby's been one of the biggest concerns for them. That means they'll have a better chance of sort of molting him down. But he does have a Lotus Orb, so he can instantly take it off. Oops.
Fearbender spotting out the SK. Immediately BKB's up. They're not going to actually find the pick-off.
Oh, wow.
And now a big fight happening here. They do get the cogs out onto Soda. He's popped BKB. Yule's up onto RDK. 2-5. Trying to get the epi off. He does. Huge blowout coming out from the Queen of Pain. The scream comes out. Draxian trying to get out of the Exorcism now being used out. They're going to pick up the kill onto RDK. Bars back immediately. And the Shackle's going to be able to be avoided there from Soda. Oh. And he gets forced off the way. He goes down. Fearbender clearing up the field. Is it going to be enough? They get the bar back on RDK. No bar back available on Soda. And Repo trying to find Mikasa. In the meantime, the pings do come out. Can they find Impact? Fearbender trying to close the gap. Impact does have haste. And he's going to be able to make himself a hastily retreat out of there. But Soda being offline, not having bar back, this could be a big problem here. In the meantime, mid lane has actually been cleared out. They did manage to clear out that Rax. There's one Rax standing in the way of Sin 5. Could this be our first game winners for this Mega 8 tournament of the first game of the event? And they're trying to defend. Gerald finds the backlines, gets the cogs off RDK. Mikasa in a serious amount of trouble. Blinding Light trying to control him out. They do have the Lotus Orb up onto RDK. They clear out the racks. Megas are on the field. They delete Repo. Fearbender gets telekinesed up, instantly gets repelled out. And now the side of BVD are trying to fight for the scraps off the table. Do they have enough to survive and push Sin 5 back? Gerald taking a bit of damage. They're going to have to walk himself out of there. But now Mikasa gets forced off the way from the Rod of Atos from Fearbender. Crypt Swarm not going to connect. RDK, can he bring down Gerald? He doesn't. Forced off is going to be good. But now Traxian taking a huge amount of love here from RDK. He goes down. No! Gerald comes in with a hook shot to save him. And he's trying to get out of there. RDK couldn't pick up the kill. And the side of Sin 5 clearing out the Ancient. This is going to be it. Sinister 5 takes down game number 1. Take down BVD.
Oh man, what a game. What a beautiful game. I mean, the underdogs come through and once again snag a game off of Bravado. And all the Bravado fans out there, they might be a bit concerned by this. But I mean, Sinister 5, they've been putting a lot of effort in recent times. And they're looking to be an extremely strong team. And with this success, they're looking to be in a very hot position in the tournament as the dark horse that many have been talking about.
That was an unbelievable performance. I promised you guys this was the stream to watch. And that game that we just witnessed, it went on for 53 minutes, 41 seconds of pure excellence from the side of Sin 5. BVD seems like they're a little bit on the back foot. What do they need to do to get themselves back in this game and make themselves a true contender?
I think it's a very important thing to shut down Fearbender. I mean, look at him. He's sitting 10-0 and 18. Definitely one of the more scary players on the side of Sinister 5. He's been very successful. He positioned himself very well. His item progression was really, really good. That Rod of Atos was tremendous in the mid-game. And then going into the BKB and so on, he really had a massive impact. At the same time, I think the supports did a great job. I mean, Reaper managed to find a tremendous amount of farm on a Shadow Shaman, which is quite significant.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, looking at the damages that came out, he didn't really get a lot of damage done, the repo. But I mean, he was always there. Looking at his assists, 15 assists, pretty much trying to get those kills for his team. Still ended up with 5 kills at the end of it, but definitely Nabi and Fearbender, real MVPs for their team.
Yeah, I feel like I can agree with you there completely. I think Fearbender, more than likely the MVP just by doing so well in laning stages and transferring that into the late game. Nabi, he just did his job. There's nothing more you can add on that. He did a great job at that. And I think their draft was great, and I'm very glad to see my prediction being wrong here. Since taking one game, so there's no way I'm going to be correct. But, man, it's game 2,
What an
Sinister 5.
exciting game.
Ugh.
And Fearbender not going down to anyone from the side of the tire. Undied, not dead. I mean, maybe you said undying, perhaps.
We'll see.
But I mean, Shane, look at Impact spent a huge amount of gold on support items. Mikasa playing the position 4, getting the stuff that they needed to do. So, I mean, looking at the level progressions and therefore, I mean, graphs, let's take a quick look at player graphs. I mean, Bravado had a decent chance to take the lead, but then Sin 5 just started snowballing. Again, they try to come back here. At this point, nothing drastic happened, and then all of a sudden, absolute landslide going in favor of Sin 5.
I think these graphs show something very important here. Sinister 5 always had a lead, but Bravado never let it get too far away from them. They always managed to sort of keep it close enough for themselves so that if Sinister 5 made a mistake, all of a sudden Bravado are going to take charge. So I think they did a great job at that. Unfortunately, the team fights didn't go the way, and again, I say the draft was just so solid from Sinister 5.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at this high point over here. It's around about the 28-minute mark. Let's take a look at player items and see what actually was picked up at that point in time. Nabi picked up the Pipe of Insight. Big pickup for him. BKB up onto Fearbender and Guardian Greaves at that point in time. The side of BVD only managed to pick up the Hurricane Park, not giving them that big item progressions was what they needed.
I think the biggest thing they had there was the Ags on the Keeper of the Light. But, I mean, you pointed out quite perfectly. They spiked quite precisely the side of Sinister 5. They all managed to get these items that made a tremendous difference to the game, the BKB, the Guardian Greaves, as well as the Pipe. And that just made it sort of impossible for the Keeper of the Light to sort of control them. And it also made it gave them extra sustain.
All right, well, guys, we need to get out of here so we can set up the lobby in the meantime. And we will be back with you with game number 2 super shortly, because that was an amazing turn of events for the side of Sinister 5, taking BVD to town 0-1.
Absolutely. All right, cheers.
And welcome back to Stream B. I am Jabba, joined by Scarpy. What did we just witness?
Well, it was something I really hope to see. Everyone enjoys a good underdog story, and that's what we got today. I mean, Sinister 5, again, taking a game off of Bravado. I know before the tournament they took 2 games off of them, but I thought, okay, Bravado would come in prepared. But it seems like Sinister 5 were the ones who came in more prepared. They seem to just understand how to beat Bravado.
They came out with a beautiful pushing strat. They picked up the Shadow Shaman. They picked up the DP, and it made it really hard for BVD to actually stop it. They did pick up the Coddle, but just didn't have enough to actually stop the onslaught of Sin 5.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Sinister 5 just got so much sustain. It seemed like, and their timings were so good. They got the Guardian Greaves, the Pipe of Insight, and the BKB on the Death Prophet all up at around about the same time, and that's when we really saw their big impact, where they said, okay, we're going to take your high ground. And it seemed almost impossible. One of the other important things Sinister 5 had was great control over the Roche Pit. Every time Roche was up, they controlled that Roche Pit.
They did lose it once to BVD.
Yeah.
RDK did manage to pick it up, so a little bit of a tussle there. I mean, Mikasa played an amazing Coddle, getting the side of Sin 5 out of the pit, actually, for them to actually come in and take that team fight.
Yeah, that was just a good play. By all means, that was just a great play by Bravado, and it was one of the rare occasions where Sinister 5 was sort of caught off guard. It wasn't maybe poor play by them, but it was just Bravado taking advantage of that sort of situation. But after that, Sinister 5 didn't really make the same mistake. They made sure all the lanes were pushed out. They knew exactly where they were, and the fact that Bravado lost racks just meant someone needed to be pushing out these side lanes. So the movement, as soon as they knew Roche was being taken, was a little bit slow and was almost impossible for them to sort of deal with. And on top of that, the Rod of Ados pick up by Fearbender absolutely just crushed their souls.
Well, I mean, also the Queen of Pain being picked up. I think it was picked up the very last. Am I right? So they picked up the Queen of Pain still into the Omni Knight, and the Repel was a little bit of a problem for them and couldn't actually get anything done. So it gets to the point where, like, what does Sin 5 at this point in time? How do they continue their streak? Do they go back again to actually push?
Yeah.
That pushing strat.
Yeah, that's the question, right? It seems like Sinister 5 has beat Bravado consistently with these sort of pushing strats, these ones where we want to force you to try and stop us. And it failed once. I think I cast that game with you for the qualifiers for this tournament. And it failed once for them. But other than that, it looks pretty good. It looks very promising from them. And this time, instead of going for the Lycan, they went for the Bristleback, and that looked a lot better for the likes of Nubby.
Well, I mean, now what do we see? Do we see the same bands? Do we see the same picks? Do you think BVD is going to go to the point where they're going to try and change out a couple of things to try and give themselves the advantage? I mean, Soda played the Queen of Pain. I don't feel he had a really good showing on it. Same as RDK on the Razor. You expect those kind of players to actually have big impact in the game, and it felt like they didn't.
I think one of the things that Sinister 5 did well was create chaos. They created chaos in these team fights. The Queen of Pain wasn't sure what was left and what was right, and he often sort of had to, okay, I got to focus on this guy, but meanwhile they were doing something to RDK, and it was absolute chaos, but it seemed like structured chaos coming out from Sinister 5. They knew exactly what their goals were, shut down this, shut down that, and you pointed it out. Oh, seems like we have a reconnect.
All right, well, we'll just jump back to our camera view so we can get the lobby up once again. But, I mean, it was a really exciting game, and it was to the point where we didn't even know what the outcome was going to be. BVD's been a really strong Dota house. Yeah. I mean, Sinister 5's new upcoming and making some big plays. And they get to the point where Sin 5 takes the first game of BVD off the Mega 8.
Yeah.
Should I create...
Yeah, I believe so. If we just had the wrong... It is our own fault. If we just... we unfortunately didn't put the first pick to the right people, so...
Oh.
We can just switch that one up.
Unfortunately.
But,
right, well, you carry on and let me...
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. I think... another thing, Bravado, they're a team that will want to prove themselves now. They've taken over, or they've become part of a franchise that is very, very, very renowned in South Africa, in esports in general. And it's a difficult sort of it's a difficult place to be, but they need to prove themselves now. They need to make some sort of a statement because they have now stumbled to a team that was weaker than them, even though they actually had the highest seeds in the Star 5 coming into this tournament. Bravado is renowned to be the stronger team on paper.
Well, I mean, we've been discussing it, and Sin 5, I mean, they this new team, BVD, they went under different franchise houses, and eventually aligned themselves with BVD. And the BVD has been a powerhouse in the past, undefeated powerhouse in the past, and now to the point where, I mean, starting to slack a little bit behind. Generally, we see the BVD house being this massive, crazy team that absolutely does wonders.
Yeah, absolutely. I think BVD are in again a tight spot now. I feel like the players themselves have got a bit of pressure on them, but they are a very experienced lineup. All the players are very experienced, so I don't think they're going to take this too hard. I think they're going to maybe transition. They're going to keep calm, but the pressure's certainly on. And they've got a lot of work to do for themselves to pull themselves back into the series itself.
Well, let's hold thumbs for BVD if they can do it, if they can take us to the caster's dream of going to a best of 3. First game was amazing. And Sin 5 taking game 1. Can BVD stop the Sin 5 train from taking a game from them?
Yeah, I mean, BVD, they have to win here, right? Well, they're in a tight spot. Sinister 5, they're happy. I'm sure they're all sitting at home absolutely ecstatic. I think they're actually at boot camp, if I'm not mistaken. And they're definitely going to feel very hyped about this, what happened in the previous game, and they're going to try and transfer that into something going into game number 2. They're going to keep that hype going. One of the things now I see very early on, they do ban out the Keeper of the Light, which gives you an idea that they might be going again for that pushing strat, which Bravado, we'll see if they actually have an answer for that this time around.
Well, I think besides the point of the high ground defense that Mikasa did on the Kotal, just that mana leak is an absolute nightmare to deal with. And we saw Nabi constantly being controlled out from the Kotal. Mikasa constantly mana leaked him, consistently drained him. And Bravado, the respect picks have been real so far. Wow. I mean, Nabi's Bristleback banned out. We've got the ban out from Kotal being banned out.
Yeah.
Common bans, the Legion's been taken out, Darkseer's been taken
Warlock.
out. That opens up Warlock as well as the Treant that have always been popular bans. Well, at least the Warlock. Tree has kind of fallen off a little bit.
Yeah, Tree's he's been nerfed, but still has tools that are very effective, so can still be considered. And I'm pretty sure Bravado said, "Oh, they're probably going to ban out Warlock. What are we going to do?" But they still go for. There's no way you don't pick up Warlock. Warlock is.
He's just too strong.
He's way too strong. I think he's actually overpowered a little bit in this particular patch. So to survive, their rebuttal is going to be Nightstalker and Jakiro. Still pretty strong support heroes. Very difficult to deal with. But this Warlock is a tremendous concern. And I believe this will be Mikasa's Warlock. And that just adds on to the fear of how they're going to deal with this.
Well, I mean, you've got the Nightstalker being banned out in the previous game, and now Kotal's been banned out, and Nightstalker's been picked up. I've seen our SA teams play and pick up Nightstalker. When it doesn't work so well in the off lane, they ended up jungling him. How do you think Sinister 5 is going to actually run the Nightstalker? Are they going to run him as a roamer, or are they going to rather put him in a constant offlane position or retreat him to the jungle? What kind of position do you think Sin 5 is going to try and actually run the Nightstalker?
Yeah, this is actually quite a common opening. It leaves a lot open, I suppose. But Nightstalker could be run on the offlane. It is pretty useful. At the same time, the fact that they have the Jakiro just shows that, okay, we're going to sort of try and dominate our lanes as much as possible and see if we can come out ahead. So I feel like the Nightstalker might just be on that roaming position, look to put a lot of pressure on the mid lane. But you make a great point. It's very versatile at this stage. Maybe Sinister 5 do this intentionally, just to make sure that, okay, if we have successful rotation, or if our draft goes our way, we're going to do it Nightstalker pos 4. If the draft is not exactly what we hope for, we bid pos 3 Nightstalker. It all depends. So I like it. I like their opening here, but I mean Bravado's opening is just far more superior, far more.
Well, look, I really like the Warlock. At the moment, I'm a little bit scared about X because obviously he wants to jump in call. If the X doesn't actually catch out the Jakiru, the Jakiru is going to throw down an Ice Path right on top of him.
Yeah.
Throw down his Double Breath, throw down his Macropire, and then X doesn't really do too well up against magic damage. It's going to force him into picking up a pipe and a lot of magic resist. How do you feel that Bravado wants to actually run the X against the Jakiru? Because it's such good positioning. The Jakiru doesn't really need a Yules that will actually position the heroes. X jumps in, finds your core. Jakiru says, thanks very much, thanks for coming. Let me throw down an Ice Path. And if he positions himself pretty well, he can actually maybe catch 2 or 3 of the enemy players or the BVD players inside that Ice Path.
Well, of course, that is a dream if you're on that on that Jakiro. But like you say, Jakiro is going to jump forward. I mean, Axe is going to jump forward, and his team's more than likely going to look to follow up. So they're usually going to sort of line themselves up. If Jakiro is positioned well, which is going to be of utmost importance, he can really just have a nice disengage for his team. Nightstalker on top of that is going to sort of restrict damage, can silence heroes, can slow people down, and he's a pretty tanky fella on top of that. So it's still okay for Bravado. I think like the Axe still, if he catches anything, is still going to be good. Yes, there's a concern of the Ice Path, but the follow-up is just too damn strong with the Warlock already. And Upheaval is just going to mean, okay, you put Ice Path, but you still can't run away from us. We'll just you're just going to have these hands coming at the ground, grabbing at your ankles, and you can't leave the vicinity.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they pick up the Ursa. Ursa can get kited really easily around for the side of BVD. So the Upheaval could actually become a little bit of a hindrance for him. He's going to probably have to look at getting a BKB. Before we continue with the draft, something very particular is look at the side of the bans. They've banned out Fearbender's DP. They don't want to deal with it no more. They've banned out the Lycan. For the side of Sinister 5, they've banned out the Lich and the Sven. So now Sven is starting to be recognized as one of those god tier picks again.
Yeah, for sure. I think Sven is still looking damn strong. There's no reason why teams shouldn't fear that hero at all. He is a very, very big concern. But again, being banned in the 4th phase here, I don't think either team are really looking for that right now. I suppose Axe can be good with the call as well as the Warlock, but they wouldn't allow Bravado to get that by any means. If they let the Sven through, they would have surely picked it up. But the Ursa is just this is going to make laning impossible for the Axe. The Axe might even have to just fall back into the jungle here because he's going to be dealing with the Jakiro, slowing him down, and Axe is just, Ursa is just going to be stacking up the Fury swipes, and Axe just melts to that. So he's going to be in a tight spot. If the Nightstalker makes a rotation, and he's definitely going to be in trouble. Again, the question is, do Bravado play a dual lane again?
Well, that is the question. I mean, they've got Axe as a jungler. Do they actually decide to put him in the jungle position? There is that option. Do they run him in the off lane? Could be. Kunkka's now being picked up. Now, Kunkka, we've seen in the previous meta, Kunkka's been played mid, he's been played off lane, he's been played safe lane. Bravado keeping their cards open a little bit here and trying to trick out the side of Sin 5. But it seems that Sin 5 kind of know what they want to do. They're pretty happy. They're going to pick up the IO to secure that. And now Sin 5, all they need to do is now pick up their mid. BVD seems like they maybe have put themselves in a corner here, perhaps with the Axe Kunkka pick. Look, if they land the X, going to set up great calls for the X. They're going to be able to set up great torrents. And then as soon as they're all running, they're going to throw down the boat on top of that.
Yeah.
And the boat ulti has actually received a buff.
Yeah.
Not in terms of the actual ability, but just the cast point or the cast ability itself.
Yeah, so he doesn't really need to position himself out of the team fight to get the ship down, so that's always a very good strength. But Sinister 5, answering one of the questions I had in the previous game, do they run Io? And it seems like they do. They managed to pick him up this time around. We're going to see how impactful that's going to be. But we are going to see a Soda Invoker, which is pretty scary. I would have liked to have seen a Fearbender Invoker. I know that's extremely strong. So both sides having very strong Invoker players, but Bravado this time actually going to be playing on that one. So it's interesting. I would like to see Sinister 5's sort of answer to this, and I think that's a very good ban. I was just about to suggest that the Terrorblade would be just ridiculously stupid for Bravado, almost unstoppable. So I think the draft still favors Bravado 100%, just because they go Warlock Axe. It's just that strong. Whatever else follows up is scary. And now they got massive wombo combo, like you pointed out. Kunkka is a major wombo combo. He's going to be doing a lot of damage, and an Invoker who just does well. If heroes are locked down by an Axe or by a Warlock, it's just easy feeding grounds for an Invoker.
Does the Kunkka here currently in this draft pick up at the position 4, Warlock position 5, Axe in the off lane, and then pretty much move on from there?
Yeah, that just makes that would just be the strongest way. Ooh,
And that's that's going to be an RDK Vengeful Spirits.
Yeah.
I mean, so far in this new meta, he's received a really good amount of stats. On the Vengeance is really good as a core hero now. Let alone the amount of auras and degen auras that he actually provides to the rest of the team. Decent pickup. Haven't seen many other teams succeed with the Vengeful Spirit except for XTC.
Energy.
Ecstasy.
Yeah. And Energy. They also had a pretty successful one. No other teams are really running it, so I'm intrigued to see Bravado, how they're going to transition this. But RDK is one of those players who has just a massive hero pool, so I think he's comfortable in anything they throw at him. Yes, he had a bit of a tough time in the previous game, but that by no means says that RDK doesn't have or has a very small pool. He's sort of playing the enabling role for that Invoker, and then just the rest of his team are looking to just sort of have massive team fight ability. Whereas Sinister 5, their draft this time seems a bit shaky to me. It doesn't seem like, okay, wow.
Well, okay, that is a
mid lane.
That is going to be a Fearbender Leshrac, something we haven't seen very often. I haven't seen very often.
Yeah.
I haven't seen how it's actually going to fare up against the side of BVD. But so far from what I could expect is going to happen, Axe is going to jump in, get the call off. Jaku's going to throw down the Ice Path. Leshrac's going to throw down an amazing Earth Split. Throw out the Diabolic Edict. Let his Nova go ham. And if he picks up the Ags on the Leshrac, going to start doing a huge amount of damage. How does the matchup go, though, in the mid?
Well, it depends. If Io is going to be sitting in the Leshrac, it's going to go insanely well for the Lesh. If the Io is with the Ursa, that's going to be another question. Very interesting that they've actually switched up roles here. Gerald looks like he's taking the offlane Nightstalker here, and Traxian going on to the Io. So, it's highly dependent. I feel like Invoker still does well. Even if there is an Io in lane, he just has huge amount of physical damage output, so he can harass that Io out. But at the same time, Leshrac still needs levels before he comes online. So I think it favors Invoker no matter what. But it depends. I haven't really seen Traxian play Io for quite some time. So we'll see what kind of impact he really does bring to the lane.
Well, I'm super scared to see the Warlock lane. Specifically, we're seeing him have huge impact in the early parts of the game. That Fatal Bonds, as well as the Shadow Word, just does so much work.
Yeah.
So the game is about to begin. The Tower Showdown has begun, and the side of BVD have a little bit of a better tower.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah.
Right, well, for the side of the Radiant this time will be the Sinister 5 crew. On the side of the Radiant will be BVD. For those of you that are just joining us, this is game number 2 of the Mega 8 Esports Tournament. It is our first series of the evening. We started at 6. We're now sitting on at 7:45. Only one game down the hatch. Can BVD take a game off Sin 5? Amazing first game we saw.
Yeah. That's exactly the question that is going to be asked by everyone. Very aggressive smoke coming at you from Sinister 5 to sort of secure their opponent bounty run, and it seems like either they know this or Soda's going to walk into a big trap, and this trap could really suck.
Oh, maybe Ice Path on the Jakiro, maybe Repo, or does he want to go for the slow?
It's like they knew that this was happening, because Invoker's not even worried about getting a bounty run. He's just going to block his lane.
Well, he does actually have the split earth up on Fearbender, so that's going to give an opportunity. Slow down from the Jakiru, then the stun coming out from Fearbender. They could actually catch him. Is it going to happen? We do actually have 2 to 5 here on the Axe. Are they going to find this? It's like reading each other's minds. You know when you say you've played teams and you kind of see the similar heroes, they know they're going to kind of invade your jungle. And unfortunately, Sin 5 not walking away with anything. And Mikasa picking up their bounty rune, Sin 5 picking up 1 bounty rune. So it still goes a bounty rune apiece for both teams. They only split the map in the other direction.
Yeah, neither mid lane are actually getting a bouncer in there, which is fine. I mean, look at Traxin. Is he going to try and snipe a Korea? I believe he is, and Korea is running. Okay, no, it hasn't done anything yet. So I think that's his goal, but he's backed out now. He realized, okay, he didn't get a clarity. He didn't get the other bouncy run, so it's not a problem.
So he probably checked out the inventory. He's sitting with pretty much a full stack inventory. Doesn't expect the bottle to be coming out so soon. So they're probably looking at around about the 5-minute mark to get the IO back in lane and try and pick up that little courier snipe. But
as expected, 225 gonna have to jungle. He just knows that the matchup against the Ursa is just not favorable, and doing the right thing, 100% there.
So now we've seen strong cores that are in this position that you kind of give space, you kind of surrender the lane, and giving a core like Nabi the opportunity to just free farm, especially not just Nabi, but an Ursa. Ursa playing from the front is an absolute devastation. He's very bad from playing from behind, but given the opportunity that Nabi's going to get on the Ursa, I mean, we're going to expect a little bit of maybe a landslide from Nabi.
Yeah, I think Nabi is going to be very happy with this outcome, as long as rotations don't come to him, but that's exactly what Sinister 5 have realized. Okay, we put an aggro tri-lane against you, and then I dare you to rotate. If you rotate, we're going to kill RDK for sure, and then you might not even have a successful rotation onto the Ursa. So he's forcing these supports to hang around and sort of potentially sap some XP from RDK. They position themselves pretty well to make sure they don't take too much, but this also means they're going to pull, and it's going to be successful pulls. It's going to be hard to contest, and a Night Stalker is finding farm at the same time. And we all know that a farmed Night Stalker is a very, very scary beast to deal with.
No, and now with that, I think it's called Flight. I mean, what is it called at the moment? Hunter in the Night. So Hunter in the Night is going to give him the opportunity to jump over trees, jump over ledges, and puts a big threat on the Soda mid, on the Invoker.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Soda is not doing particularly well up against Fearbender here in the mid. Fearbender is doing an extremely great job, in fact, at keeping up pretty well. He does a hell of a lot of physical damage, so must be very, very careful there. Obviously, double damage now on Fearbender, which is going to help him win this lane even more. But top lane.
Oh, they do try and get the torrent off. They do find it onto Gerald. Io in the vicinity, going to try and keep him alive. The Shadow Word going to try and tick down his damage. He gets brought back by the X, and First Blood going in favor of BVD. Impact actually picking up the kill there. So First Blood going in favor of BVD. Sinister 5 caught a little bit of guard there, but X marks the spot. Just too good.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a big problem for them. They actually needed this aggro tri-lane to pay off. Yes, the Ursa's free farming pretty much, but the amount of pressure that they want to be bidding on the safe laner, if it's not there, then all of a sudden they're bidding themselves at a little bit of a disadvantage. However, I mean, it's not going well for the Venge. He's under constant pressure, but if they're going to find kills again at a constant rate, it's going to be a bit of a problem. The IO, his bottle's empty. He needs to make sure he has a full bottle, but
RDK, that was a little bit of a misclick there, running back to the side of the Radiant, but the Torrent is just a little bit better, actually, and it actually stops Gerald as well as the Jakuru in their tracks, and couldn't get anything out of that. But I mean, that was a little bit of a big misplay there coming out from RDK, running back into the enemy team.
Yeah, and I mean, it's okay. He knows he's got pretty strong defensive supports in the sense. They got Torrent as well as the heal. In fact, they're going to look for a kill here onto Gerald again, and he's dead.
Well, Fatal Bond's doing quite a bit of work, does wind up. X marks the spot as there. Shadow Word doing its stuff, and now the TP comes out here from Reaper. Nothing to actually hold him back, and he's going to actually get out there. Did have a Torrent available in 1 second available now, not doing enough. And RDK did have the magic missile, can't find the Reaper, and he gets out. They use the scan, and now he's got an out, and Bob is your uncle, and he's out of there.
Yeah, so this is not good for Sinister 5 at all. They've now died twice in that lane that they wanted to be putting pressure on. Yes, they had sort of favorable situation where the Ursa's getting free farm, but if you are going to be feeding over kills, it's not worth it because the supports are getting a lot out of it. Even though they don't get the kills themselves, I mean, Impact in fact got a kill for himself. He's got boots now, so he's pretty mobile. He's also managed to find level 3, And this is really a tough situation. Now rotation coming in from Gerald and
Well-
looking in mid.
Well, just having a look in mid here, I mean, you can see how Soda is playing. He's under a lot of threat. He's not even standing close to the tower at all. They do pop the Elect. Gerald is there. Traxian trying to get that link. The Shadow Work coming, trying to keep him alive. That Sunstrike does come down. Not enough to take down Fearbender. Mikasa, is he going to go down? Fatal Bond's doing its work. He goes down. Fearbender down for the count. But the Fatal Bond is not going to be enough to bring down Traxian. And some decent rotations, beautiful rotations, coming in from the side of BVD.
There we go. Well, I thought that tower was going to be denied, but the catapult just got the one right click off, and we'll secure that one for them. So a little bit of an up there. A 1-for-1 exchange, really, but a lot of rotations forced out again from Sinister 5. Yes, they forced the axe out of the jungle, but not a big rotation for him. And I think he's actually got his tranquils up now. So he's actually doing pretty well on this axe. Having a successful rotation as well is going to help him out. He actually found that kill. This is, I think it's looking very positive here for Bravado in these early stages.
Well, Traxian gets taken down from a Sunstrike. I think he was just showing himself in lane, and Soda says, well, you're going to show me on super low HP, and he bites the dust. He was probably sticking around unnecessarily.
Yeah, okay. I missed that one, but that's
I never
big
saw the
problem.
kill. I never saw the kill. I know he was very low HP. It
Okay.
was a Sunstrike that took him down. It was Soda. So Soda was sitting up in the top lane, and then easy Sunstrike mechanics for him, and he bites the dust.
Yeah, that's really good for Soda. Of course, he gets the XP from that. But the surprising thing is Fearbender is still an entire level ahead of this Invoker. So he's had a lot more success in the laning stages, and it's probably one of the bigger problems. However, the other lanes, I mean, Ursa's just farming up no matter what. Like, no one's stopping him by any means. And at the same time, the top lane is probably favorable towards BVD. So it's quite even, as we can see in the net worth. It's almost at 0. Oh, Reaper. Oh, he will TP out. Okay, it doesn't get caught out. But this is, I suppose, stagnant, even though there's a lot of kills in the favor of BVD. The Ursa's been free farming, which is a very, very scary thing. He's already got a lifesteal online with phase boots. If he gets a blink dagger, he's going to look to make some movements around the map. And that could be a bit daunting for Bravado.
Well, we do have some four of their players actually here in the top lane. Going to leave Navi in the bot lane. Trying to create a bit more space for him. It's not even needed, but they may look at trying to take down this top tier 1. We do have Soda in the mid lane. He's not very focused at the moment. He does have a TP. He can get the rotation in. Bot lane 225 also does have a TP. So Sin 5, if they decide to jump in, have to be ready for the TPs. The torrent comes out. I'm going to do a little bit of damage there to Fearbender. They're going to pop out the Edict. And those balls just hitting RDK and keeping them quite a distance here from the tower. They feel strong enough, confident enough that BVD can actually defend this tier 1. And no, they actually get the rotation in there from 2 to 5. Sunstrike comes down. They do take down the IO. He pays with his life. Traxian completely out of position there, trying to probably take down that bounty rune or actually trying to create a bit of space for his team. Don't know the reason for him being caught out there. But he goes down. And now RDK pops into the bot lane, reckons, well, okay, I'm going to go toe-to-toe against Navi. Maybe I'll have a little bit of a better round. Maybe I'll get a little bit more farm. I mean, he's sitting at 38 versus Navi's 65.
Yeah, and it's a significant margin for it to be considered. And
They do turn it around, throw down the magic missile. Navi gets the fatal bonds on. Sunstrike's going to be actually consumed by both. Traxian going to try and find it as he goes down. RDK gets that last right click. Nubi, he's going to try and TP out there. They don't actually, it actually gets cancelled out. And Navi is going to go down as well. They get 3 rotations from the side of BVD. But a successful maneuver from the side of BVD. And all of a sudden, 9 minutes in, 7-1. Things have gone terribly awry here for the side of Sin 5.
Absolutely. Bravado looking to be in pretty good shape here. 1-7 in their favor. But, yeah, I think Sinister 5, they grouped up a little bit earlier, I feel. They wanted to find more objectives with the Leshrac, and it didn't really pay off. Oh, split of Earth just off the mark, unfortunately. But he's actually chasing Soda down. Okay, never mind, he backs out. But, yeah, it's looking a bit sort of precarious for them right now. They're going to be fighting into a Warlock, and when you fight into a Warlock from behind, it's almost an impossible task. So positioning is going to be vital. I feel like I say this every game, but this one in particular is going to be a difficult task for them to sort of deal with what Bravado is going to bring to the mid game.
Well, I mean, we're going to get to the point where things are going to start getting heated up. I mean, Sinister 5 hasn't had the best start at the moment, sitting one. We haven't really, I haven't really seen those big rotations
Oh.
that you'd expect to see out from the Night Stalker. Nice little debate there coming out from the Illusion Lesh. Lesh, Fearbender does eventually get spotted out here from RDK, going to pick himself up the Invisrun and make it easy for himself. But, I mean, we're sitting now one kill for Sinister 5. Ursus just jumps into the pit. Mikasa spotting him out. X is there. We now get the Io coming in.
Wow.
He does actually pick up the Aegis. This could actually turn into a big team fight here. RDK comes out with a magic missile. Gerald slowing down Mikasa. He goes down. Nabi getting the kill there. The call comes off, trying to drag down Nabi into the far ends of the earth. Sunstrike not going to be on the mark. It actually does. Finds Nabi. The Aegis is off the deck. They lose the IO, and now Nabi surrounded by 4. The call comes in here from 2 to 5. Do they have enough to deal with it? The dunk comes in. The Kobe Bryant of the Dota comes in, takes him down, and they lose Nabi. They lose Traxian, and all of a sudden, BVD looking in a completely different team that we saw previously.
Yeah, I mean, the only pro that is that they actually got Roche. I was very close to them actually losing Roche there for Sinister 5. But the fact that they sort of managed to deal with that was okay. They managed to collect that one for themselves. But like you say, Bravado, they definitely on in a very comfortable position. Oh, Split Earth, just off the mark. They're looking to play aggressively here into Soda, who's actually quite low on mana. And yeah, seems like that's going to be it. The one problem that Bravado has is that they're unable to really take objectives very quickly, whereas it's opposite for the side of Sinister 5.
You got a valid point there. We are lacking in kills for Sin 5, but they've already taken the Tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
Tier 1 tower is down. Objective 1 out of 4 billion completed.
Yeah, and the bot tower as well. So it's two tier 1s, and the top ones are still taking decent chip. So, I mean, Bravado, they're still losing map control slowly but surely. But big fight.
They do find out. They. What happened there?
He relocated out of the call before the call happened. That was a really sick play from the IO.
Sin
Wow.
5 doesn't want to give him up, and Fearbender Traxian getting out. I mean, I saw IO for a glimpse, and then he was gone.
Yeah.
I thought he was actually dunked. I didn't hear the animation go through. But surviving through it, they're going to actually be able to translate this into a Tier 1, and PVD not going to be able to defend it. So, I mean, almost being a whiff to actually taking down the Tier 1 tower for free, pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, managing to find all 3 Tier 1 towers in a position that they're in, they're behind comfortably, is really, really good here for the side of Sinister 5. They're going to control the map a little bit more. This will allow them a chance to sort of catch up. And the more space they can create, Gerald can get his Aghanims online. He can get a gem from there. That's all pretty scary stuff. Ooh, Nabi. He's going to be swapped. He's in trouble.
Oh, the missile comes out. Sunstrike is there. Shadow Word going to be chipping away. He's going to ulti up. The Ice Path off the mark. Tornado. X marks the spot. Nabi actually not getting torrented out there. A little bit of a misplay from Mikasa. But 2 to 5 is there to clear out. He gets the call off on RT Tracks and not going to be enough. Dunk goes the second. And now Sinister 5 being punished and being caught completely out of position there.
Like, I mean, it's all fine and well that they manage to find objectives, but if they're losing fights this far, they're going to be very underfarmed in comparison to that of Bravado, who are going to slowly start gaining a significant lead at the stage, and that's they're making their lives a lot more difficult. I feel like this is a very different Sinister 5 than what we saw in Game 1. They sort of doing... It's like their draft. It seems not too certain. They're not too certain about anything. Relocate coming onto RDK here in the bot lane.
Well, the TP comes in from Mikasa. Can they actually find down RDK? The X is there. The rock comes down, baby. The boat is out. All aboard, baby. Newbie, he's going to get stunned up. Relocate is there. Call not going to be good enough. And now only Mr. Gerald is going to be the one surrounded by the squad of BVD. And the relocate saving out Mr. Nabi. Unbelievable play. I mean, I thought for certain he was down. And that relocate came in from absolutely nowhere to save the day.
That was just lucky. I mean, he relocated in, so it relocated him out at the moment that the call happened. It was so close to being a disaster.
Well, when I say unbelievable play, I'm saying unbelievably lucky.
Yeah.
Lucky play.
Like Gary Player said, the more you practice, the luckier you get. So keep that in mind.
keep playing some golf. So, right, so the boys from BVD, they decide, right, well, let's get some objectives under their belt, take down the Tier 1, instantly smoke up, and RDK TP's out. They TP to the top shrine, maybe trying to see if they can actually find a pick-off here. They do have Fearbender and 2-5 in the vicinity. Blink is up on 2-5 now, so they got a bit of an opportunity to get a jump here as the Night Stalker is in the bot lane, the Jakiru is in the top lane, so they could... Well, they've got quite a bit of chip damage done here to this mid-tier 1 as well. They're going to pop out Glyph, force the side of BVD to stay in the vicinity a little bit longer. 2-5 gets spotted out. And, yeah, I mean, things... Oh, that Fatal Bond's just missing Reaper in the top lane. Impact's actually coming out just to defend this. And it seems like things have gotten a little bit slow for the moment. 16 minutes in, 2-12. And the game is shaking and baking. For those of you that have just joined us, welcome. We do have the side of Sin 5 up one game against BVD. The powerhouse BVD and Sin 5 are really taking names and chewing bubblegum.
Yeah, of course. For those of you who have just joined us, it's one game in favor of Sinister 5.
I mean, that is massive.
I can't say it enough right now.
Say it again.
One game to Sinister 5 over Bravado.
Say it one more time.
One game to
one game to Sinister 5 versus BVD. So, I mean, things have slowed down a little bit. It doesn't look like Nubby's feeling too confident to jump into the Rosh Pit. A little bit quicker Midas timing on the Invoker than what RDK had in the first game. He's got his Midas at a really good timing. I mean, I checked at 30 minutes in and he already had it. RDK had, I think, was about to just pick it up. So a lot better of a tempo game for the side of BVD. Looking really strong. 10 kills ahead. And looking at already putting some more tier 1 damage being brought down. So Sinister 5 allowing them the space now, allowing BVD to take their objectives.
Yeah, they're looking to trade some chip damage, but I mean, they're not really in a good position to fight here. I like the intent that they're not giving up on sort of their goals. Oh, call.
Oh, the call does come in. Finds out Nami. Sunstrike is there. Blade Mail being popped out. 2-5. Can he find more? Another beautiful other relocate coming out from the IO. That one wasn't like that was well played.
Yeah, but IO should die. Is he trying the TP technique? Oh, his TP's on cooldown. There's no way. Oh, is it? Is it? No, he does.
No, he goes down.
Yeah. So it's a sad day for him, but a good save. I mean, Nubby can't afford to really die again. He's 1-3, which you don't really want. He managed to also, if he died there, he would have lost his Blink Dagger. So the fact that he got time to buy the Blink Dagger is a small saving grace. So now he's going to have a little bit of an engagement ability, or ability to engage in these team fights, which is going to significantly help with the situation that Sinister 5 have found themselves in. But Bravado have just got such a nice lead, almost comfortable lead. Once this Ags is up on Soda, things are going to start to look more and more dreary for them.
Well, I mean, Soda's trying to build towards that Ags. He hasn't got it up yet. He's got it queued up. Impact trying to, is he going to start building into Ags, our Warlock, or do you think he's going to maybe go for a 4-star, something just to try and kite around the Ursa? Because, I mean, you get the Ursa jumping in, he's going to want to try and find the softer, squishier, big impact support players. Or do you think it's going to be the Ags Warlock?
I think he might want to go for Refresher. He's actually going for, 4-star. Okay, 4-star is pretty useful. I think one of the things you must consider here is position 5. He's not looking to get significant farm, and it's not really all that necessary. A lot of people say, oh, but Warlock needs farm. He can't win without farm. That's untrue, but
Oh, beautiful swap coming in from RDK as he gets TP'd in there. Fearbender couldn't do anything, and now X is out onto the Ursa. The Golem is trying to hit way, and Gerald pops out the shrine. The Golem does go down. RDK throws out the stun. 2-5 there with the 2-man call, baby. Deafening Blast comes out. X marks the spot. They may lose RDK. Is it going to be enough? Fatal Bonds is doing its work. Can they keep him alive? Shadow Work doing enough work. The work happening here is ridiculous. I know I said work a lot, but I mean, stuff was happening there.
Yeah, the boats, man. That was really nice. It was well set up. They used Golem. They lost Golem there pretty quickly, but at the end of the day, they find a kill. They back themselves out. And if they get the kill into the Leshrac, who's fortunately only purchased his Bloodstone now, hasn't lost any charges on it. But from now on, every time the Leshrac dies, it's going to be a massive loss for them.
That's a true point. I mean, if he had picked up his Bloodstone, I think if he had it, he would have picked it up. But I mean, RDK on point, getting that swap off. It was literally here, TP in here, and then the swap instantly just comes out from RDK and eradicates Fiabenda. Maybe a little bit of a misplay. Maybe he should have rather TP'd back in a better position. But it didn't happen.
There's a ward here and hasn't been dewarded yet. That's a big problem inside the base, and that's what gave the vision for that swap and to the demise of Fiabender. The fact that they haven't dewarded this or realized that there might have been a high ground ward is a bit of an error coming out from Sinister 5 here.
2-5 impact is going to get spotted out, but the blink comes in from Nabi, and the Ice Path is going to call 2-5 there. The Earth does come in. The Sunstrike is down. Mikasa, he's trying to avoid the Reaper. They eventually do get the kill on 2-5. X marks the spot out onto the Jakuru, and now the fight in the mid lane where we lose Gerald, trying to just keep the rest of the side of BVD preoccupied, and now Gerald biting the dust to Soda, but I suppose really splitting the team fight well and obtaining the cause.
Yeah, and Roche is going to spawn now as Nabi walks out. 2 seconds, and he's going to spawn. So this could have been a great time for them to actually pick up a Roche for themselves. But okay, Fiabender's going to scout this one out. But so will the Sunstrike.
Soda, they know it. They know what's happening. The TPs come in. They're going to try and defend it. This is going to be a big team fight. Hold on to your hats. And okay, well, all right. I overhyped that. I overhyped that. Sorry.
There was a splash. But the fact that both teams know that Roche is up now is going to be under contention. They know that there's an Ursa who can mop it up pretty quickly. The Leshrac as well is very good at assisting in that sort of scenario. So both teams will want to keep a pretty good eye on that situation. And I think it's pretty imperative here. We saw in Game 1 how big Roshan was for the side of Sinister 5. So Bravado not going to look to give away that advantage this time around.
No, absolutely not. I mean, let's take a quick look while the game is like in a stalled position at the moment. Looking at our graphs, sitting in favor of BVD, not by a huge margin, but enough to count. They're sitting with around about a 4,000 lead advantage in terms of XP. Also sitting advantage of BVD. Also not a drastic advantage. Remember, we do have Soda with the Midas, so it does improve his XP as well as his net worth. For the side of Sin 5, they don't really have that gold hand to help them out. But they do get spotted out here. 2-5 actually finds him. Nice call waiting for them to come up to the high line. The Ice Path is down. Macrofire's out. Deafening Blast coming out. Fighting under the rock. The ball comes out from the Meteor. And Sunstrike trying to find a kill. And the Nabi gets stunned out. Split Earth trying to find out impact. He gets dodged out. They lose Traxian. They lose Gerald. 2-5 is down on the deck. RDK is down for the count. And Traxian gonna get X'd out, but the relocate still trying to find him, and Mikasa picks up the bounty rune and gonna turn around. Fiabenda, he gets X'd out as well now. Jewel Breath gonna be there, and the Torrent gonna hold him in place. Picks up the kill on Mikasa, and Mikasa goes down. Repo, you beast.
Yeah, this was just a really good fight. They did force the buyback on the IO, but he made a very good movements inside. He relocated himself in very quickly, managed to keep some sort of sustain in the team fight and help them out quite significantly there. So it was definitely worth their while. Now there is a chance for them to actually put some pressure onto a tier 2 tower, which has already taken significant chip damage. And having level 4 up, of course, in Diabolic Edict is going to make this a quick work of this. With the Jakiro at his side, it's this shouldn't be too slow. But Impact, he's moving in. Seems like they're just going to be happy with the chip damage, which is fine. I mean, they had finally had a successful fight, and they're going to secure Roshan, which is really big for Sinister 5.
I mean, we've got Nabi, he's back into the pit. Going to try and see if he can pick himself up the Aegis. They do have a high ground ward here, so they're probably expecting to go in there. Unless he blinked in, I actually wasn't watching, but now they definitely see Traxian linked up and gives vision. Aegis is picked up, and Nabi walks out with the Aegis, going to give them a big advantage here. Do the side of Sin 5 now actually decide to push high ground? What do they do from here?
Well, I think this might be a tactical pause. Okay, no, it seems like we got a DC. So, I mean, they could definitely be looking to take high ground with this, or they could look to make some sort of trades. There's still tier 2 towers standing up. They want to maybe bring down tier 2 towers, sort of restrict the farming potential that Bravado have by shutting down their jungle, maybe cleaning up that themselves. So any sort of net worth gain that they're going to get with this time that they have the Aegis online, I think they're going to throw the cheese over to the Leshrac as well, and then they're pretty tanky, but I don't think they're going to take too much of a risk of maybe going high ground or something of that sort.
Aegis completely changes the game. This is going to be Rosh 2, so they should have actually picked up cheese as well. Did Nabi pick up the cheese as well? It's in his stash as well. I'm not sure. Is there a cooldown still on cheese to bring it out of the stash? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it will be
So
6
there's
seconds.
still
Yeah,
a cooldown on it.
I think he more than likely gives it over to the Leshrac. One of the heroes that rely heavily on having a big mana pool. I think that's more than likely the direction he'll look to be going. And I mean, the Leshrac's also got 16 charges now on his Bloodstone, so I must say this, ever since the Bloodstone got picked up by Leshrac, the fights are looking far better in the favor of Sinister 5, and this can sort of snowball out of control if Bravado don't put a stopper on it.
What do they do? What is that stopper? I mean, because 225, he's got the blink, he's got the blade mail. I feel because 225 is the big engager, he's your front tanker, he's your front liner. What kind of items can we expect to pick up? Is he going to pick up the pipe? Does he go the shivers? Does he go the Crimson Guard? What? Maybe even a 4-staff just to kite Nabi around.
Yeah, it's definitely he's queued up the 4-staff, but
Oh, look at that!
yeah.
I wasn't even paying attention.
I think another pretty good item is the Lotus Orb for him, because the silence from the Night Stalker is very, very extended and is very difficult to deal with. There's also sort of amplifications of the of potentially getting the Fury Swipes off. I think it does remove Fury Swipes. I could be mistaken there, but it's still quite a strong item. It's going to give him armor plus all the regen that you get from it. It's got a pretty decent build up, but I think 4-staff is absolutely necessary. Like you say, if you can kite around Nabi and deal with him in the team fight, that means he's not going to have too much of an impact and sort of put that pressure as we would expect.
Right, well, Axe, he's going to be a big factor jumping in there trying to get those big plays off. Looking at the rest of the side of BVD, who else can we expect big things from, or should see big things from?
Well, I think it was definitely an Invoker. He's got Ags up, Boots of Travel. He's going to be very mobile around the map, and he's going to be able to put pressure wherever he please. Other than that, I think the Warlock is always a major concern, something that we should always keep an eye on. I mean, a drop Golem is very impactful, but if it's misplaced, that's a very nice time period for the side of Sinister 5 to work around, which is exactly what they did. They realized, okay, Rock's down, we know what the cooldown on Rock is. If we win a team fight now, we can take Roche, and that's exactly what they did, and they did a great job around that. So, yeah, I think Warlock, it's definitely going to be up to how he drops his rocks. Other than that, his impact on team fights is always significant with both Upheaval and the Fatal Bonds.
When do you think would be the right moment to drop the rock? I mean, as soon as Nabi gets involved, or do you wait for the Leshrac to actually make the engagement?
I think you're happy with dropping it on Nabi when he throws his ulti. As soon as his ulti's on, you drop it on him. Yes, you're not going to be dealing a lot of damage, but it also means he's not going to be dealing damage in that time period, and he'll rather run than initiate, and you can very easily turn that fight around.
Right, well, the game is unpaused. The cheese does go to Fearbender. He's looking like he's going to build up into the Yules as well. Maybe seeing Ags a little bit later from Fearbender. It has actually been reworked. Going to give him a lightning pulse when that does happen. But X marks the spot up onto Nabi. He does get torrented out. They're going to try and keep him alive. The Upheaval is going to be thrown down by Impact. Here comes the swap from RDK. They catch out Fearbender. Is it enough? But the save relocate comes in. Clutch relocate. Soda goes down to the split earth. And Fearbender is back in it. And now Nabi, he is taking a little bit of punishment here. Trying to right click down Mikasa. They find him. And RDK, he's going to get X out. Not going to find the kill on RDK. And boy, oh boy. Oh, the call comes back in. 2-5 catching to the rock. It looked like the rock came down. No, that's Aegis being thrown out. And the rock, it does come down. They clear out Fearbender. And now having to get themselves out of there. Nabi under attack, being completely chased on and going on. And the rest of the side of Sinister 5 actually not even doing anything to help out. And the Bloodstone charges from Fearbender. Instant respawn. Or did he TP out? He did instantly respawn, eh?
Yeah, instant respawn. So, I mean, he died there, which is pretty bad, but he's back down to 12 Bloodstone charges, not the end of the world. And I think it's exactly what I said. I didn't expect them to go for high ground, and they did, and it didn't really pay off too well. They lost the Aegis, they lost a bunch of Bloodstone charges on the left track. I think maybe a little bit overzealous. I don't think it was all that necessary for them to overextend such, but it's I suppose they live and they learn. They're probably not going to make the mistake again, but making a mistake against Bravado, they are going to punish you, and this is it looked really promising for Sinister 5. Now all of a sudden they're back in the back seats again, and they got to wait for the next Roshan and have a successful rotation. It was already a difficult task for them to secure that Roshan, and now all of a sudden they found themselves, all right, we're back to where we started, even though we worked so hard to get to where we were, or are.
Yeah, it makes it tough. You know, you get to the point where you've picked up things that are going really well for you, and you know, you expect things to go a little bit better for you going up at the high ground. But even with them not being able to push up high ground, the net worth difference at the moment is 2.6 at a 30-minute game. I mean, the teams are fighting really close together, and I would say that both these teams are very equally matched.
Yeah, I agree. Big smoke play coming out here from Bravado. They're going to see if they can find Fearbender, who is, well, very, very alone. And I don't see him surviving this one.
No, 2-5 phones him up, gets the call off, and he goes down to the big dunk. But they find Fearbender, and he goes down again. That is going to really hurt his Bloodstone charges.
Yeah, there we go. Drops all the way down to 8, of course, from there. And that's not what they want. I mean, again, sort of finding themselves in that same situation where we had a decent shot at this, and we made an error, and now all of a sudden he gets caught out. Not seeing anyone on the map maybe should have made him aware, okay, they might be rotating. We got no real vision anywhere. And here we go. Bravado looking to take some more objectives as they find the Tier 2 tower.
Oh, they take down the Tier 2. Next objective, mid-Tier 2 is down as well. Probably from this point in time, and maybe look at taking down the top Tier 2 as well. And then there is nothing stopping them from going in and getting megas should team fights go really well for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And things are, I mean, they're slowing down a little bit here, but this just only favors the side of Bravado. If they just keep on farming, they control the map the way that they do. Fearbender, he's forced to farm in the jungle, but we can see how the wards have been placed. They have a very, very good idea of where Fearbender is at all times. If they kill him again here, he's going to be set back so far that it's almost going to be an impossible task to sort of find those Bloodstone charges again.
I mean, what do Sin 5 do at the moment? We've kind of painted it at the situation that, right, well, they've defended the high ground. They lost the Aegis. They lost the cheese. And Fearbender is now sitting on a dismal 8 Bloodstone charges. I mean, he's getting really punished. And BVD, they're pretty happy. They're pretty happy the way the situation's going. They've got the Rock. They've got big abilities to work with. They've got a lot of abilities from the Invoker. Sinister 5 need to be very cautious of how they actually make things happen. I mean, do you think it's the Night Stalker showing? He's now eventually got his eggs now up in line. He's trying to pick up the gem as well. So the vision game is going to be reduced a lot for the side of BVD very, very soon, as soon as he's got enough for the gem. But, I mean, 30 minutes into the game, just picking up his eggs, not feeling like he completely did enough for his team just yet. What can we expect?
Yeah, it's going to be very essential for him to be in any sort of situation. Oh, top lane, they're looking for a kill here on Mikasa, who should die. I don't see him surviving this one. So a nice Bloodstone charge here for Fearbender, as he finds that one for himself. Nice setup there with the Eels, managed to just get the Split Earth down and easily mop that one up. So they finally make a decent trade, but still a long time until Roshan's up, and I think that's definitely where their eyes are going to need to be. You make a great point. I mean, it's still 2 minutes of night. They can really utilize... Oh, there we go. Invis Rune onto Gerald is pretty scary. But, yeah, I don't think he's going to find much if he runs back. He is looking for the Invoker, but Invoker has already ghost-walked himself out.
Oh, and he's going to be able to get out of there pretty quickly as well.
Yeah, so no big concern there for them. I expect Gerald to definitely be instrumental in the team fights, and I also find it very important for Sinister 5 to, if they do cross the river, they need to be doing it at night time, and if they're on their side of the map, they need to make sure they are very aware of where their opponents are at all time.
So it becomes a vision game again. They've got some pretty good vision for both sides around the map, doing really well in trying to scout it out. Let's just take a look at the moment. This is the vision for the Radiant. Not too much of the knowledge of what's happening in the bottom lane, and eventually the Fearbender does just see 2-5 by the skin of his teeth, but he's actually going to go
Whoa.
in, throws down the Yules, careful for the turret. The call tries to go off, and not going to be good enough. He does actually pop out the blade mail, but that's not even going to tickle the side of Sin 5. So 2-5.
Yeah, there was an axe there once.
There was. There was.
That's exactly the initiation that they're looking for. If they can catch Axe out of position, then they know, okay, they don't have an initiator on us. Let's push out the lanes. Let's sort of take control. Let's find our farm back again. We got a Night Stalker. He's got Gem flying out to him now, so now they're going to have far superior vision control. And this is where Bravado need to be careful, as they can very easily lose this lead, and it's a very small lead that they have. Sinister 5 this time have done a great job of making sure they haven't fallen too far behind. And they're not in a bad position here, finding another objective, closing that gap ever so slightly.
Take another tier 1, and objectives are tar. Scarpy, they are tar, my friend.
Yeah, this is I still think that Sinister 5 wanted to do this a little bit earlier, but by all means they're very capable of doing it as the game progresses. BKB is going to be complete on the Leshrac, which is going to be extremely important. If he's able to just survive sort of the torrents, the ships, the tornadoes, the EMPs, which he's going to eat right now. Okay, there he uses himself out of that one. But yeah, he's actually Soda must be careful. Ooh, lucky.
Quick fingers there, Ghost walking out, and he's going to just charge himself out of there. Look how close that net worth bracket is getting. It's almost nothing in it. 32 minutes into the game, sitting 11-22. Very little in it, and it can really go either way. This is a game number 1. Can BVD take a game off Sin 5 to go to the best of 3? If they can't, Sin 5 is going to walk away the victors.
Well, I'm sure we both look to see this go the full distance, but I want to point out something here. The axe, what he has queued up to purchase, is quite interesting, and I want to see it come into act. But jumps into the Roche pit, but gets bashed up by Roche himself.
Roche says, no thank you, my friend. No thank you.
So Ags...
Okay, now this is a highly debated item, okay? Because from the new meta, it's basically said that Axe, if he gets a successful Culling Blade off, everyone in a 750 AoE will receive Battle Hunger plus a 30% reduction.
So here's my counter argument why it's good here. A rock gets dropped. He gets a good Quelling Blade off in there. With Upheaval, then the Battle Hunger is going to slow everyone, including that of the Upheaval. So it makes life very difficult to escape. It's a very big investment. It's a very, very big investment. I'm not too certain about it. I think I wouldn't have minded something like a Lotus Orb or potentially Shadow Blade could have been pretty good. But, I mean, he's going for the Ags. I want to see how it's going to pay off.
This is eventually going to put a lot of our debates, a lot of arguments to rest if the Ags is a viable pickup. Right. So Ags has picked up his core items. He's got the Blink. He's got the Blade Mail. Got the Force Staff. If it's any time to go for the Ags, the time is now.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure 225 believes that it's the right item here. There's no reason. He's not a sort of player to joke around. He's definitely going to be playing this as seriously as possible, considering their position. So they definitely have practices. They definitely have a good understanding of how it works. Oh, big smoke blade.
RDK finds out Repo. Switch comes in immediately, but he's forced out. 2-5 jumps in. The rock is down. Catches 2. Intermediate, the Macropire is out. And the Ice Path catching out 2-5. Not getting enough done. Soda running to the high ground, trying to see if he can bring down Repo. And now BVD in control of this team fight. They lose the Jakiru. They lose Fearbender. They jump into the pit. And now Sin 5 not looking good at all, boys. They didn't have any high ground on that hill.
Yeah, this is looking concerning. Now they lose Roshan. This was the objective that Sinister 5 absolutely needed. Now, with this down, they're in a very tight spot. The most important thing that they have is that, okay, it's nighttime. Okay, it's nighttime obviously because of the LT was used by Gerald, but if they need to control vision very, very, very importantly, it's 30 seconds until night, so they'll have decent vision of any sort of potential engagement. And I think that was just RDK with a really nice play, gets a swap out quickly, and that forced everyone sort of into a good position. And that ship, followed by the meatball, followed by the rock, all was just well played out by Bravado.
Yeah, they blew up Fearbender and the Jakura next to follow.
Yeah.
Impact opting to go for a 40-minute Midas.
That's interesting. I think he's just looking for level 20, so he's just probably doing it for the XP. But I don't know if it's all that worth it at this stage of the game. I mean, Hanamidas is just so damn expensive, and to make your money back is going to take you so much time. Unless they're expecting this game to go on for 80 minutes, I don't know how good it's going to be for him.
Mid lane swap comes in onto Repo. The dust is out. Impact trying to find it, but the X is there. The ice path is down. Boat comes out, and Repo bites the dust. Impact getting chased out here by Nabi. Is there enough to actually bring him down? X marks the spot. Not going to be good enough. And the courier flying out. Do they take care of it? And he's going to just do a quick run by. And now Nabi turns his attentions onto RDK, but not going to be good enough. RDK getting out of there as well. And
they got the courier. They killed the courier.
Did they manage to get the courier?
Yeah, someone blinked up and managed to secure that one. So a big loss, but that is Ags up on the Ursa, so his ulti is going to be pretty useful, especially when the rock does get dropped. He can quickly just cast it to get himself out of a precarious spot. So he's always going to just be able to survive these sort of engagements, which is pretty important. Now I'm sure he's going to be looking for a basher whenever it is possible. But high ground, I think, is the goal here for the side of Bravado.
Well, they have no high ground wards. Those are down for the moment. And it may look like the position where BVD want to breach and take down high ground. They pop out the glyph. Icepath not going to be able to touch RDK. He's playing very defensive at the moment, but he's trying to see if he can find the swap. It is available. They get the tier 3, and that may just be enough for BVD to be happy with. We do get the blink back from Soda. He may feel that they've done their job. The Warlock, he's nowhere near to be found. He's at the top lane. And the TP comes in here from the side of Sin 5. They may actually look at trying to see if they can push out the top lane. They did rotate Impact there, but in the mid lane, they're going to just right-click down these towers. They don't have to actually find it out. And the Macropire does go down in the top lane. We do not have the tether from the Traxian, and Fearbender has been left by his teammate. Mutiny aboard the Sinister 5 ship. The call comes out from Nabi. They get the kill onto Gerald. And 2 down here from Sinister 5. 3 down from the Sin 5 team. And RDK throws out the magic missile, catching out Traxian, completely leaving Nabi to do what he wants. But once his entire team is down, BVD gonna clean him out. Can they follow up? The magic missile is there. Buyback from Fearbender. Right-clicking down Nabi. He goes down. And buyback here from the team. Sinister 5 trying to make a stand. The BKB is up. They're trying to get away. RDK surviving, very low HP. And he goes down again. Buyback from Fearbender. And I don't know if there's any more gas left in the tank for the side of Sin 5. They get the Xbox, the spot back onto Trixian. He goes down. Repo, this could be another dieback for him as well. And he's just going to be chilling in the base. But BVD broke high ground. Broke the spirits of Sin 5. And Sin 5 tap out. Game 1-1. Either team. This goes to a game 3. Are you ready? Can you take it? We wanted it, and we got it.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we hope for. Going into going the whole distance in a best of 3 with 2 teams of this caliber going up against each other. This time around, Bravado just stepping up to the plate and doing a great job at that. I think letting Warlock through was maybe a bit of an error. I think he's got the highest win rate currently, at least in the SA scene. Very difficult to deal with. And Bravado, I mean, success. They'll be happy with this. Like I said, they're going to keep cool heads about themselves and look to turn this game around, and they successfully did so.
I mean, it was a really close game. Net worths were extremely close. Before we even take a look at the scoreboard, let's just have a look at the net worth. For 36 minutes plus minus, team was neck and neck.
Yeah, that's a very important point that you say there. The fact that Bravado always seem to be ahead, they always seem to be in a pretty comfortable position, but since I've still managed to keep that net worth at bay. It's the same thing that Bravado did in Game 1. Going into Game 2, Sinister 5, they looked they looked decent in a decent position, but at the end of the day, Bravado just managed to shut it down. They didn't really make too many errors and managed to control the Roche pit, which was quite essential this time around.
Yeah, I mean, they really did need to control that rush pit, having the Ursa, not having a Slaughter to really take it for the side of the tire. Sinister 5 maybe lacking a little bit in composure. They had a really good start, and then BVD just kept on chipping away.
I feel like when Sinister 5's draft came through and I saw what they had, it didn't seem very very similar to what I expected from them, considering. But it was, I suppose it's not the end of the world, the fact that they draft. It seemed okay on paper, but it wasn't what they've been successful with, if that makes any sense to you.
Well, I mean, the Ags did get picked up by 2-5. Didn't really see it in action that much, but obviously that big team fight they took pushing higher ground must have had an impact towards the outcome of the game. We didn't mention it much, didn't see it in action as BVD broke high ground, but it was a big step for BVD. They're gonna be able to take it to a best of 3, and wow, our next game is supposed to start at 9 with Energy versus XD. They're gonna have to put a hold on that, so we can get through game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. So it seems like that's going to be at least a little bit delayed. So we might have a bit of a long night. But, I mean, man, we're spending the whole night casting Dota. What more could we ask for?
Well,
what more could we ask for?
That's the dream.
Yeah.
Right, so we're going to give you guys a 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to get the game up very soon. We don't really want it to go all night. And we will bring you guys the action. So don't go far, don't disappear. We will be back very, very soon.
Cheers.
Right, and welcome back. Game BVD and Sinister sitting 1-1, going the full 9 yards. Gonna take the game to the full best of 3. Absolutely chaos is happening on our side here.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I was hoping for. We knew what we were getting ourselves into when we started casting this game. We knew that it could go to a best of 3, and yeah, I'm pretty stoked. I mean, two teams that are looking really strong, looking to be really competitive up against each other, taking it the full mile. What more can we ask for, really?
No, absolutely. And the team that's waiting to go up next, the 9 o'clock team, Energy versus XD, they're just going to have to wait in line and wait for us to get done here. But currently, Bravado took it back in game number 2, was very tight. The networks were really close. And eventually, this is where we sit, game 1-1. The draft has begun. They've already banned out the bristleback. Obviously, not letting Sinister get Nubby on that bristleback again.
Yeah, they realized it was a major problem for them. It sort of messed up their laning stage in game 1. And by all means, ban out that bristleback. We see the Keeper of the Light also being banned out. It was also quite a nuisance in game 1. And they sort of... It again sort of shows the Sinister 5 they're not going to change their game plan. They're definitely going to stick to it. But will Bravado be able to do the same and sort of make their lives a misery like they did in game 2? Or can Sinister 5 pull some sort of trick out the hatch here and close this best of 3 out?
Well, very similar bans. The Death Prophet being banned out had a good run for Sinister 5.
Yeah.
Kind of seemed that... that Fearbender was getting quite a bit done on the Death Prophet. Didn't do as well on the Leshrac as what they hoped.
Yeah.
Tried to run it mid. Didn't have the same impact. Got caught off guard many times. But yeah, this leaves first pick again, BVD. Do we see another Warlock quickly?
It has to be, right? I mean, Warlock won them game 2. Warlock is just the strongest hero of this patch. There's no reason why Bravado don't pick him up. Oh, what?
Oh, wow. Okay, Dark's here. Right, so this hero... our previous competition in our SA scene didn't have the best showing.
Yeah.
He had like a win rate of something like 17% at one stage.
Yeah, I believe he won there was a time where he won one game in 8 that he played in. Was just abysmal showing. But then again, it depends which team picked him up. If the draft synergized pretty well, he's still a pretty good pick. And they go for the Night Stalker again. Do they let the Warlock still slide? Okay, Warlock Oracle. What?
Okay, they've completely blown us out of the water. There's so many picks that we would have expected to see. So, Darks have been picked up for Bravado. Legion being banned out. They've now picked up the Night Stalker. Oracle as well. Now, Oracle, great at debuffing, good at keeping your cause alive. Maybe they're trying to bait BVD into the Warlock pick. They do get it. Fatal Bonds is going to be popped down, so they've got something to actually debuff the Fatal Bonds, the Shadow Word. We've spoken about this. How do you counter the Warlock? So maybe Sinister 5's expecting the Warlock, trying to draw BVD into picking up the Warlock. And does it seem like they've fallen into the trap?
I don't know. I think still this favors Bravado. Yes, I understand the Warlock is going to have trouble sort of harassing in lane. But that's not the real problem with the Warlock, right? He wins lane, yes, but B, his main influence is in the mid game with the ability to just drop the rock, upheaval, fatal bonds, all just extremely powerful abilities. I don't
Imagine
know.
this scenario: Vac wall into rock.
It's brutal.
Like now, do you combo that up with maybe like a Magnus, perhaps, like just for the fun of it, or do we start looking at maybe your cores that do a AOE area effect, which is Fen has actually been taken out, which would have been really good for BVD. So they take out the Sven, but that still leaves the TA in the pool. Could we see a mid soda TA?
Yeah, TA still pretty good. I don't think they want to pick it up too early. It's easy to sort of cancel that lane or make it difficult for him to farm. But of course, TA is really strong with the ability to farm the stacks in the jungle very quickly. Other than that, I mean, they still have things like Phoenix, which has been underused, I feel, in the South African scene. That's really strong here. It looks really good for Bravado. It's something that I know they also do run. That is quite scary. They also could potentially just do the OD. And whenever Oracle ultis someone, they just imprison him, worry about him later, and then deal with it when it comes to that time. So, I mean, these are all things to consider. I like the ban on the Huskar. That would have been cheeky. That would have been the first time I've seen Huskar in ages. But they actually don't let him through, unfortunately.
Oracle really combos up nicely with Huskar. Obviously, Dazzle hasn't been picked up, but still, I mean, you've got those sustains. Really works well with
Oracle is incredible with Huskar. In Dota 1, I can remember when Oracle's ulti would also make you invisible. Even while you're hitting, you stayed invisible. It was the stupidest thing on this side of the planet. But even now, I mean, the ability to freeze his HP at something, even though he's healing and regenning, and he does all that damage in a quick succession, and all of a sudden he's full HP and ready to fight again, is just really impossible to deal with. So, I mean, I like the fact that they banned it out. But again, the IO, I must say, Traxian's IO
was on point.
I was in love. That was beautiful.
I was in love.
Yeah.
So, I mean, okay, IO being picked up, Traxian playing it did really well. Relocates, like, second to none. Some of them were really lucky. Some of them was really skill-based. And it worked. It got stuff done.
Yeah, absolutely. The IO was pretty good, but, I mean, they go... This is... Oh, the Wombo combo is disgusting now. So now your story can grow.
So there's my Magnus.
Vacuum wall, ship,
torrent,
rock, torrent,
bonds,
dead,
upheaval. Look, there's already for the 3 players here for the side of BVD has got a lot of Wombo combo. Now the question is, can BVD actually perform that? They are one of the squads that can actually make that happen.
Yeah.
The question is, will Sinister 5 fall into that trap? Will they bunch? Will they be willing to expend their ulti for, say, 2 heroes being caught out? Are they willing to commit? Because once you've blown that, Kunka's got a little bit of right click. Once his Tidebringer's up and running again. Warlock, he's going to be sitting in the back lines trying not to get hit out. So I feel that maybe once Bravado throw their load, is it going to be enough?
Yes. I think it's hard to go against Fatal Bonds, right? I mean, if you're putting all that damage output down, it's only amplified by Fatal Bonds, so it's significantly more each fight. The real question is, do Sinister 5 get caught in sort of 5-man situations, poorly positioned? I feel like Traxian will not be caught in those situations. He plays IO pretty well on the outskirts, making sure he can get people out safely. He did a great job. I think in the previous game, when he went for the bot lane with the Leshrac, they X-marked the Leshrac so that when they relocated, they pulled him back instantly and he was stuck there by himself. That could have changed the entire game. It was actually quite a sweet play coming out from Mikasa. And that's the big concern, right? They pick up the IO, and then Kuka gets picked up for that exact reason. Just to, if you want to relocate in or relocate out, you're not going to get that individual out no matter what, because he's just going to X-mark him right back into the fray. So...
Right, well, Sin 5, they go to the Wraith King. Absolutely difficult to work with. I mean, you've got quite a bit of mana pool, nothing to actually deal with it. Does this maybe open up the opportunity for the Invoker? It does. EMP, a big thing to deal with for Wraith King. Easily takes away the mana. Maybe Sinister should have maybe predicted that the Invoker would have been picked up, considering how much team fight they've got. Trying to band out the Invoker, something that will actually do well against the Wraith King. But look, AIM's still in the pool. I think maybe that's what Sin 5 need to actually ban out. Ban out the AM. Avoid the fact that you take away Wraith King's mana pool.
I think they might, but I think they're just going to say, well, Invoker's already such a big concern right now. So they actually go for the Slark, which Slark would just destroy their lineup. Absolutely just eat through everyone. And it also could mean they're picking up a TA for Fearbender, which could turn things around very quickly here. Could potentially be the Puck. I don't know how often he does run that. But, I mean, this is... it just looks like a far weaker draft for Sinister 5 in comparison to that of Bravado. Bravado just a dominant... And if they pick up Anti-Mage here, I think you're right, it's almost sort of set in stone how the laning stages are going to go. He's got very good defensive supports and so on. So I think Anti-Mage is definitely a option for Bravado.
He's also a natural Battle Fury carrier.
Yeah.
So you get the Vac wall off, you get them all stuck in the middle there, on the rock, on the boat, torrent out, and the AM can actually deal with him pretty well. Sven would have been better, but now it forces, if they do pick up the AM, it's going to be a Battle Fury. If it's not the AM, what else could BVD actually put on RDK to actually pick up these big kills? Look, I mean, Morphling is generally one of the biggest banned heroes against RDK. We haven't seen that yet this evening. And I mean, a lot of these heroes have very low HP pools. You get an EV into a wave, onto an adaptive strike, and you are going to be pretty much dead.
Yeah, that's quite true. I think it's difficult to say what the outcome is going to be here. The ability to get decent amount of damage. I think if you do go anti-mage, you're going to go for him split pushing, right?
No.
And you're going to say, okay, well, the four of you are more than good enough to fight, and you're going to force all 5 of Sinister 5 to either defend or lose objectives. And while you're doing that, anti-mage just farms, and then all of a sudden he rears his ugly face into a team fight, and everything just falls apart dramatically. But we don't know. They obviously pondering
They
hard.
also don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, 57 minutes into reserve time, that is a huge amount of time to actually make a decision. So, okay, so we theory crafting that AM's probably going to be the main pickup here for BVD. Sin 5, I think we concur that it's probably going to maybe be a TA. Did we decide that? What was Fearbender's mid? No, TA was actually going to be for Sodon.
They might just go for the Lesh again. It's the fact that they have the IO, the Oracle. They might just go for the Lesh rack again and see if it works, but I don't know.
I feel they lack right click.
Yeah. No, they go Wraith King. He's decent at right clicking, and I think the more common build these days is 1-1-4 on him. So there's odds of him getting double crits down and so on in the laning stage, and then going into the late game. But I mean, again, Wraith King is just going to be kited around, which is back to the same. Oh wow, okay.
All right, so they choose the Jugger.
That can do a lot of damage into. Oh, there we go. I like that. I like that a lot more.
You actually did mention it.
Yeah.
That, but I think you mentioned it
for Bravado. Yeah.
So it came out for Sinister 5. Let's see if it is going to be enough. Guys and girls, for those of you that are just joining us, this is going to be game number 3 of BVD versus Sin 5, both sitting 1 apiece. And, I mean, at this point in time, we've seen some amazing showings from both teams. Quick predictions.
Well, I think I can't go against Warlock. I think Warlock is just too strong with this patch. I think there's no real answer. They got 3 defensive heroes, but it's like it's difficult to sort of sustain the Wraith King consistently. Yes, IO is going to be able to feed him a decent amount of mana, so I have to go with Bravado off the bat here.
Well, there you go. We expect BVD to walk away with the victory. Never count out Sinister 5, though. If I do recall, does the Arcane Orbs from OD do extra damage to the Golem?
Yes, I believe so. Summon. So that is a pretty decent answer. But I mean, the Golem's really, the impact of it is the initial drop, and then you might want to get yourself out of dodge, you know. So yeah, I think the OD is going to be used defensively to imprison someone so we can get out when the Golem is down, and we play with the time when the Golem's on cooldown. So I think that's more than likely going to be the goal. Yes, actually they can bring down the Golem pretty quickly, but it's going to be a tough ask, for sure.
I mean, okay, so we got the Astral Imprisonment on the OD. going to be really difficult to actually stop the Omni Slash from the Jugger coming out. Is it enough, or are they going to maybe look to some other items, different play styles, to try and avoid the Omni Slash? Because you're going to have the Oracle that's going to be trying to keep alive your cores. You've got the IO that's going to be trying to keep your cores alive. Is it going to be enough?
Yeah, that is, of course, the big question, right? And I think, like, the IO played just so well previous game. I don't expect anything different. Do they have a smoke this summer? Okay, they got a smoke. They might just go aggressively once again to secure a rune and maybe look for a fight into RDK on this Juggernaut. But yeah, there we go. The smoke does come through. They're going beaming it for that rune. But this time, a big defense is set up here by the side of Bravado.
This time around, see, I swear it's like they kind of expect these certain plays. Now, BVD setting up for this high ground defense, the side of Sinister walking onto this high ground. They're going to actually miss it out. They do smoke right around. Do they wrap around? Oh, they're going to smoke up as well. Oh, this is going to be... Yeah, Bender, he's actually leading the charge. Okay, it breaks. The smoke is down. But Soda, he actually does get... high ground vision of them. He pings them out immediately, and now the side of BVD know exactly the movements of Sin 5, and they do have the high ground advantage. RDK does actually have the shell on him. He's going to Blade Fury up. This could be first blood. Does Nubby go down? He does. First blood going in favor of BVD. That was super unfortunate there from them, having that high ground advantage, and just such simple movement coming out from BVD to actually get themselves that first blood.
Yeah, one of the biggest things is IO's not getting a rune. Unless, okay, it's going to be a double rune for Gerald at least. But no rune for the IO. That means his bottle's going to be slightly delayed in the laning stages, which is pretty bad. I mean, that's the only way that they're sort of staying alive. And he also used his Fairy Fire in that team fight, so he actually has nothing. His inventory is very, very empty. Other than that, I mean, losing your Wraith King right off the bat like that and giving... who actually picked up that kill? It went the way of Soda. That's just huge. With the Sunstrike, that puts him ahead in the mid lane pretty comfortably. So difficult task for them to sort of deal with as we get another pause, unfortunately.
Right, well, for those of you that are just joining us in-game and on stream, welcome. The game is currently sitting 1-1, BVD versus Sinister 5. We're currently streaming from the Mega 8 studios at Urban Brew up in Joburg. We are here in the stream. We're on Stream B, and our compatriots are currently busy with the main stream that's currently being aired on SuperSport. So if you do have DSTV, go and give the guys a shout out, show them your support and show them your love. On the mainstream, APG and XTC will be playing. So if you guys want to go to APG or XTC, do find the mainstream. If you guys want action, blood, guts, glory, stay with us, because that is what is going to happen over here. BVD and Sinister 5, this is going to be fighting for the crown.
Yeah, this is definitely the more interesting game. I don't mean to blow our own horn here, but it's definitely going to be one of the most highly contested ones. Hopefully we get ourselves underway, as time is of the essence. But
well, I mean, we are supposed to be casting our next game in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Energy versus XD. That's the next game that we've got planned up and lined up on the stream. Unfortunately, not unfortunately, fortunately, it's gone to game 3, but we are running a game behind typically. So we're going to bring you guys the action live, straight, and full of upset on our Stream B over here. But I mean, the game is paused out at the moment, waiting for Draxon to reconnect. We're expecting some big plays coming out from BVD. It's tough to see how things are going to actually end up panning out. You've got a huge combo initiation here from the side of BVD. A good blink vac wall into Fatal Bonds. The rock gets dropped. On top of that, Kunkka throws down his boat, got his torrent. If Traxon tries to get anyone out of there, you've always got the X available to make sure they get back in. Big wombo combo from the Invoker. You've got the Meteor, EMP, Deafening Blast, all available to the Invoker. And insult to injury, you've then still got the Jugger that is going to be available to
Yeah.
Right click and hit whatever they see.
His
whatever
Blade
he sees.
Fury is just going to do so much in these team fights. In fact, with the Vacuum Rock potential. I mean, if we look over at team fight abilities from both sides, Sinister 5 are sorely lacking in team fight. All they have is pretty much the OD, who does pretty well in team fights. Other than that, I mean, Wraith King, he's going to be kited pretty easily, and IO is an enabler only. There's no real other use for him. And Oracle, he too is just going to be played as a sort of defensive role. He can be played aggressively here in the early stages, yes, but as the game progresses, he becomes sort of more and more of a defensive hero. And at the same time, Nightstalker, I mean, the only big thing you get out of him is nighttime vision, the ability to sort of silence for long periods of time. It's just not as flashy as the team fights that are going to be coming out from the side of Bravado.
It's almost a 3 protect 2 kind of strat.
Yeah.
Unless they decide to prioritize Fearbender, he becomes your massive core, and the Wraith King is just going to be there to try and confuse the side of BVD. I mean, in the first game, Nabi played a Bristleback. For those of you that did miss it, Nabi played a Bristleback, completely ran at the side of BVD. BVD had nothing but to actually try and right-click down the Bristleback, and it just wasn't enough because there was just too much from the side of Sinister 5 to actually make it through. This time around, maybe they're going with the same idea. Take down the Wraith King, pop his ulti, get that slow proc, and then Fearbender can come in and get those big right clicks off.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be something for us to keep an eye on. But so far, mid lane's pretty comfortably won so far by Fearbender, but bot lane.
And Nabi goes down, even being latched up. RDK just Battle Furies and gets him second death now for Nabi in the matter of 1 minute. Not looking good for the side of Sinister 5, and need to try and protect. Considering they're trying to play a protect strat, their core's going down quite a bit.
So I like this coming out from Bravado. They opt to go for aggressive lane, realizing, okay, the Wraith King is very, very susceptible to going down very early on, and we have very aggressive sort of supports. And the 1v1 lane of the Darkseer versus the Nightstalker is just one-sided. The Darkseer is just going to crush this lane. Gerald's going to really struggle to find last hits, as the Iron Shell is just so strong up against him.
Well, 2-5, Iron Shells himself up and is just going to run down Gerald. They're going to try and trade a couple of hits, but at the end of the day, 2-5 is probably going to win this little tussle. Well, they're going to try and right-click it out. I mean, Gerald's still not doing too bad. And I think 2-5 tapped out first. I think that was a fair submission.
Yeah. Well, I mean, mid lane is still favorable towards the OD. He's doing pretty well for himself, and, well, bot lane.
Nabi, he gets torrented up. Even pretty decent play, identifying where Nabi's going to be moving to, and they pick up the torrent there. No kills on the back of that. Top lane, though, we do see Traxon coming in, trying to keep Gerald alive. He was going down quite a bit to that iron-shelled Darkseer, 2-5, getting... I mean, the Iron Shell... So, a lot of the discussion was picking up the Darkseer allows you to win your early game. But we felt that they were very underpowered when it got to the late game. And they couldn't... it felt like he was doing nothing. Do you think maybe this time around, BVD knows his strengths, knows his weaknesses to make it work?
I think the fact that I went for this aggressive dual lane definitely sort of favors the Darkseer almost every time, right? And he's getting a good start, and the aggressive tri lane is having a great start. They've managed to kill Nabi once again, and Nabi, he's can't even walk into lane to farm. He's literally just got his first last hit at 3 minutes in. His life is absolute misery, and here he's in trouble again.
Oh, X marks the spot into Torrent. The root tries to come out, and Nabi is going to go down once again, being absolutely punished by the side of BVD.
Yeah, they're sort of saying, hey, you won a last hit. Come get a last hit. So he gets a last hit and dies immediately for it. So Nabi is under, well, tremendous pressure. He's having an absolutely brutal lane.
X marks the spot dispellable? It cannot be dispelled. So that is an absolute nightmare. I mean, you'd expect maybe if the Oracle could actually land the debuff, dispel the X, at least he's got some form of escape mechanism. It's not helping out. And bot lane is just an absolutely gauntlet for the side of Sinister 5.
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't get Nabi. He can't get away.
Yeah, they sort of got to potentially sack this lane and say, okay, Nabi, just get a Quelling Blade and go jungle. There's not really much he can do here. He did get Vampiric Aura now, so it looks like he might even be considering that. Quelling Blade is queued up for him, and as soon as he can buy that, more than likely going to hit himself into the jungle.
Top lane, 2-5 being chased down here by Traxian and Gerald. Not going to actually pursue further, and 2-5 is going to stay alive. So, what about... Let's theory craft for a second. Right, okay, so bot lane's not working out for the Wraith King. One option, jump into the jungle, sack the lane.
Oh, bot lane again.
Jump into... Okay, well, here comes out a nice torrent, but the Wraith Fire Blast does land onto Mikasa. Blade Fury going to be chasing down Repo. He's enough to get away, but it's not. And RDK picking up kill after kill. Absolutely ridiculous here for the side of BVD. Completely cleaning house. And at this point in time, RDK is sitting with a 2-for-0-for-2 already.
Yeah, that's the same amount of CS as Nabi has at this stage. Okay, you got his third CS there, but I mean, the Oracle has 3 last hits as well. This is just not what you want for your safe lane, and I think this aggressive lane coming out from Bravado was just the perfect response to the draft that Survive at mid lane. However, a bit of pressure onto Soda, but I don't know if they're going to be able to kill him here. He's actually cold snap up on Gerald. He's taking a lot of damage, and he's in trouble. He's overextended.
X is there. They're going to bring him back. He actually maybe no. Shadow Word is going to be there. Going to tick him down. And one more tick, and he does go down. Impact picking up the kill. And beautiful rotations coming out from BVD, getting that beautiful little kill. And Fearbender just maybe a little bit of a miscommunication, because Fearbender actually, Gerald came in, and then Fearbender kind of just left him and said,
yeah,
why are you here?
He realized what sort of situation was happening. And, I mean, bot lane again, trouble for Nabi. Fortunately, the Aya does have some bottle charges, so he'll be able to sustain him a little bit here. RDK must be careful about overextending, but, I mean, RDK has just got phase boots up now, and Nabi's got brown boots. I mean, RDK's got sweet kicks, and Nabi's got some slippers, so it's a tough time.
Well, quick question. Traxian's now got bottle. Is that enough to sustain Nabi for the moment?
Well, he had bottle even before, and as soon as he's sort of caught off, as soon as he gets caught by the Kunkka, which is right now, this situation, actually RDK is taking too much damage to actually die for this one, but a Sunstrike on top of it.
Well, Shadow Word going to be used out. Repo, does he choose to actually use the debuff? It's actually on cooldown at the moment, so Nabi going to take quite a bit of damage there. He's going to time out in the next couple of seconds. But Nabi absolutely getting schooled here. Another rotation in mid. We do have Gerald in the vicinity. But Traxian, he gets spotted out, and Soda kind of knows what's happening.
Yeah, so far this is just one-way traffic. I mean, this is the biggest net worth lead. If you look at Game 1 and Game 2, they had like 2k net worth leads at like 40 minutes in. This is 7 minutes in, and it's already a 3k net worth lead towards Bravado. They are looking to be in a far more comfortable position this time around.
Do you think, okay, so considering how the draft, how the game is going, I'm willing to say that BVD won the draft, like, hands down.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, they got Warlock, and not only that, they got favorable lanes on top of it. So it's just sort of a impossible task here for the side of Sinister 5 to come back from, at least in the laning stages. They're going to have to make it work in the mid game if they want to pull this one back, but they've been set back pretty hard, especially that of the Wraith King.
The Wraith King, so that's a debatable story in itself. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know how I feel about the Wraith King. I mean, obviously we've seen it not have such a big impact. Maybe if they banned out the Slug, maybe if they picked up the Slug, it could have been a little bit better. Maybe picking up a different kind of core, something with a little bit of escape. The Wraith King, he's this brute that runs around with a stun, or I can right-click you down like the rest of them, but zero escape.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's got 2 lives, but, I mean, that's not going to save him in these situations. You are 100% correct. And he's residing now in the jungle to farm. He's got an Iron Talon. That's his biggest item progression now at 10 minutes almost. He's less farmed than most of the supports, I assume. Well, it's a
little bit premature, but let's take a look at player net worths at the moment. And that kind of tells the story in itself.
Yeah, I mean, Wraith King should not be that low down. Just by the draft. I mean, you don't want that to happen. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do about it, but It's a difficult ask. However, the Night Stalker is finding decent farm. He's not under too much pressure. Yes, he's under pressure of the Darkseer, but he's doesn't fare that poorly, especially with Io now supporting him a little bit. So we can see that bit of emphasis now on getting farm on Gerald instead of the Wraith King, who's actually scattered out in the jungle here.
Well, Mikasa, he's got a couple of eyes here on Nabi. He knows exactly what's going on. In the meantime, in the bot lane, though, they looked like they were trying to make a play onto the Oracle, and I think she just TP'd herself out of there before she went down. She did. And Nabi, he spots out Mikasa. They did get Traxxon coming in there and getting involved. What?
Stun animation got cancelled. If he stunned onto the Kunkka there could have been a potential kill, but yeah, ooh, Gerald falling really low.
Sunstrike came in from Soda to try and take down Gerald. It wasn't on the mark. So Gerald, given a second chance, given an opportunity to make a difference. But mid lane, though, X marks the spot, comes in for Fearbender. This could be the problem, but Astral Imprisonment is there. Gonna wear out the X, but the Meteor is gonna be good. Gonna be landing. Can Fearbender do enough? And I don't think he can. But Traxxon comes in from nowhere, keeping Fearbender alive. X marks the spot, is gonna be there. Gonna be enough to actually keep Fearbender alive. And the gank from Mikasa and Soda, not gonna be good enough today, boys.
Yeah, and my love for this Io just grows ever so much more. I mean, Traxxon's playing really good on the Io.
I thought that was a dead Fearbender.
For sure.
It was the fact that he lived was more hype. The fact than what they killed him.
Yeah.
If they killed him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Io rotation there is just great. Traxxon is just on top of his game, and I mean, for a player like him,
Omni Slash available. He does try and bring down Reaper, trying to get Purifying Flames through it. Not going to happen, and RDK taking out first day potential for Reaper.
But it's 3-0 and 2 on a Juggernaut at this stage of the game. It's not looking good. He's got a decent amount of net worth. Their Invoker's about to hit the Hanamadas.
Yeah, they go. Knight comes out. The Gerald has been tethered up. The Fatal Bonds has been used out. Mikasa reveals himself out of Inverse. They want to make a play here. Impact trying to get out. He's going to be able to get out pretty easy. Sunstrike coming in. Can we see where it lands? We can't. And now Mikasa, he's been getting chased upon. So now all of a sudden, revigored life here for the side of Sin 5. But RDK walks away with another kill on Traxxon. Gerald trying to slow him down. Can RDK get out of it? The root not good enough. Juking it with the Blade Fury. He's trying to run it out to Gerald. He's got enough for another Void. He does get it through. And now the support from Mikasa comes through. X marks the spot into Torrent. Gonna catch out Gerald. Back gonna help out. And that's... Oh, wow. Reaper coming in, helping out the Night Stalker, keeping himself alive. But I don't know if Night Stalker can get out of here. Can he juke through the trees? Iron Shell getting some work done. 2-5. Oh, X marks the spot. Not going to be good enough, boys. He's going to be brought back. And Gerald goes down to the likes of the wall. No! Traxxon is there! That is such a lie. And Traxxon gets Gerald out of there. I was selling that was a dead duck.
What? What is this? This Io is just, it's amazing. And I mean, Gerald's right back in here. 225's under a bit of pressure. Fortunately, he just gets his surge off. But I mean,
what?
It's the story of the evening for sure. This Io is just, it's just so good to watch. So good to watch. Why doesn't this man have an Arcana?
He needs an Arcana. In the meantime, Traxxon does eventually go down to Soda as in the mid lane, trying to put a bit of pressure here. RDK gets Astraled out, takes a tiny little bit of damage, and Reaper throwing out that root. Torrent's not going to land in the sidelines. Impact is here. He's got the rock, and he's ready to Dwayne Johnson it. Trying to put some pressure here on the tier 1. Has been glyphed out.
Yeah, this should be a tier 1 tower. I don't see much, but Gerald and Traxxon, they are not afraid.
EMP comes down. The link is broken. The X is used. Gerald is the next point of target. Omni Slash not doing enough, but the rock gets dropped. Can you say Johnson? And now they're going to try and shrine it up. Fight under the shrine. RDK silent start. Going to try and get right-clicked out here. And he goes down. Repo. Purifying Flames. Just too good. X marks the spot. He's going to be used out onto Traxxon. They lose 2-5. They're trying to bring it around. Isn't enough. Soda goes down as well. Before you know it, 3 down for the side of BVD. 4 down, 5 down for the side of BVD. Full 5-man team wipe. going in favor of Sin 5. Before you know it, 1-8. Now it's 7-8, baby, after the 14-minute mark. Can you believe it?
I don't know what to do with my hands. This is...
Hold the mouse, you're going to miss a shot.
That was just spectacular. They managed to turn their fight around very well. They identified where, okay, if we get the Night Stalker in, silence the right individuals, we can... If the X marks the spot and the rock's down and we get out, we do well. And the Oracle just did such a great job at disabling or slowing down the magical damage that was coming out onto the Night Stalker, means he could just come back in. So the Fate's Edict was just perfectly used there. And then they just turned it around, and the OD just sat in the middle there, hitting the right people at the right time, and great fight.
Dropped the hammer at the end, and I mean the Intel stacks that built up on the OD.
Yeah. That was a really nice fight. Once the OD starts getting more points into Arcane Orb, we're going to be a bit more concerned for these team fights if they do go astray like this. But the team fight's still there for BVD. I think it was just maybe a miscommunication a little bit. They seemed a bit jagged, but that's exactly how Sinister 5 won Game 1, with chaos. They create chaos and then come out ahead.
But not only that, but I mean, BVD's draft works better when you have a team bunching.
Yeah.
And because Sin 5 likes these messy, chaotic fights, they're not getting these wombo combos off, and it's not making it easy for BVD to land it. But now Gerald scouting out here the side of BVD. Going to get caught out. He's going to get X marks the spot, but maybe this is the plan. The wall gets dropped. Rosh is trying to hit out. They lose traction off the bat. Now Fearbender taking a little bit of damage, fighting under the ball, but the promise is coming out from the poor Oracle, and he's going to go down. They lose Gerald. They lose 2-5, but now we've got the Wraith King. He bites the dust now as well. So 2 minutes ago, we had a full 5-man team wipe going in favor of BVD, and BVD 4-man them right now.
I mean, I'm just stuck in thinking right now.
Like, what was their thinking, maybe?
Yeah.
Gerald maybe trying to get going on, so it uses all those abilities to try and get them off cooldown?
Well, here's the thing. They knew that they were taking Roche. He ran around the side to see who's waiting outside here that we can kill quickly, who won't turn around the fight. He runs around the corner, and there's 4 of them. And he just kept on running, and then he's like, oh goodness. And then,
Guys, I found them.
Yeah.
Guys, I found them.
And he feels pretty safe. I mean, Traxian's been playing great on the IO, but now the IO had to overextend and die instantly. And all of a sudden, your saving grace in these team fights is dead. The Oracle dies on the back of that, as the OD is trying to dish out as much damage as he can. It was just the chaos was there, but it was the wrong way around. It was chaotic this time for Sinister 5, and they weren't really in control of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, team fight didn't go as well as what they'd hoped. They thought they could maybe take the team fight, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, but I mean, they did the right thing. They wanted to try and shut down the Roche. They couldn't give the Roche away now to Bravado. So the attempt, the idea was right. The execution, however, was maybe a little bit poor, unfortunately. So yeah.
Well, looking in top lane, looks like they want to actually make something happen here. X marks the spot, has been used out onto Gerald. He's going to get Blade Furied up, and instant relocate coming out from Traxian. Does Traxian come back alone, or does he bring a horde of teammates? The Sunstrike does come out. Timing is a little bit off, and the relocate does come in. They're going to bring Gerald back, and X marks the spot. He's going to be used up on to Gerald again. They want to focus down the Night Stalker. They pull him back, and they're trying to keep him alive. The Torrent's off the mark. Repo trying to keep him alive. He does pop down. A little bit of the Purifying Flames, taking a huge amount of damage there from the Fatal Bonds. But Repo does pay for his sins, and he goes down. RDK fighting under the shrine. Does he have enough? The silence. Is it enough? Could they bring him down? The best chance. The one goes up. The Aegis is down, and RDK bites the dust. But in the meantime, Traxian goes down, and Soda picks up a double kill. And they only lost the Aegis for the side of BVD, but X used once again, and Gerald is going to be brought away. No, he's not. Astral is out. Fearbender keeping alive, but there comes the Tornado. The Iron Shell on RDK. EMP trying to get its work done. Cold Snap. Gerald, you are done, my friend. Poke me with a fork, because you are ready. And now the wall gets dropped down, trying to kind of separate the side of Sin 5 as BVD go down and push down this Tier 2 tower. This could be the opportunity for BVD to start cementing themselves in that lead. X marks the spot, is out again onto Repo. Catches the Torrent. Fearbender being led up here by Traxian. And RDK just easy TP out. 2 to 5. Can he find something? Soda gets dusted out. This could be a big kill here for them. And Fearbender gets a big right click off. But a boat catching out too. Almost a full team. Boat being caught out there. And the relocate is going to be good, getting them out of there. I lie. They're actually looking to be aggressive and TP forward. Can they find 2 to 5? And 2 to 5 actually is in the bushes and gets out of there. So, assuming they were going to be passive, they actually look to be very, very aggressive.
Well, Mikasa's in a tight spot here. He's got no TP on hand. And he's got to try and get himself out of these trees safely. This is going to be a difficult task for him by all means. He actually managed to save his team there with the chip and the torrent. But, yeah, he's stuck in the bushes for at least a decent amount of time. It's going to be difficult for him to escape from here. But I'm sure he has a plan. I'm sure he has some sort of a plan.
I think he's going to wait there, wait for maybe the side of Sin 5 to actually walk back, and then Mikasa's going to say, like, okay, boys, come on, 1v1 me.
Whoa, he's running out. No one's going to scout him. Actually, he's actually walked straight into Gerald.
Well, he gets spotted out. He can't actually get anything done. The Omni Slash comes out. Is it enough to bring him down? Gerald takes down Kunkka. All you need to do is silence that bugger, and it's easy. But Traxian goes down to the Iron Shell. From our 2-5 blokey. RDK not picking up the loss hit there. And, okay, so Gerald actually going toe-to-toe against the Kunkka. Silence him out. And you can deal with the Kunkka pretty easily.
Yeah, that's exactly the goal. And he went for Omelette, so they obviously realized, okay, he's getting more than enough farm now. We're going to put him in that sort of core position. However, he hasn't really been able to translate that into much more farm. But, I mean, he is pretty scary. I like what he's done now. He's picked up just a casual cloak to help him with the magic damage coming out from both the Darkseer as well as the Invoker and the Kunkka. So it's pretty nice. He's going to be even more tanky. We saw how he just managed to tank up an Omni Slash, no problem. And
Fearbender in the bot lane. He gets X'd out, gets brought back, astrals himself out, trying to deny the force positioning out here from BBD. The Ice Wall trying to get some work done. X marks the spot, is good again. Bring him back, but he gets astraled out again. He's going to fight under ball. Upheaval's good, but Traxian this time around couldn't do enough to actually keep him alive. And Traxian is going to just be able to get himself out of there with the 10-second cooldown on his relocate. So, Fearbender paying with his life. I mean, big thing I want to chat about is Wraith King at the moment. Not looking good. I mean, you've got your offlaner doing better than your core. This is not the kind of situation you want to be in. And, I mean, I would rather say let Nabi farm completely than try and get involved in team fights.
yeah, I think you can say that, but the team fight ability of Bravado is just so strong that if not all 5 of there, you're definitely losing a fight, and you're definitely losing objectives, you're definitely losing control of your map, and it just starts to get out of control. I think they found themselves in a very tight spot here where just not enough farm on your Wraith King. There's not much you can really do about it, but sort of hope the team fights go in your favor. And it's looked promising. As long as the IO doesn't get captured, it seems quite promising. So we'll see.
Well, they trying to do something. I mean, Sinister 5 not even willing to contest the bottom tier 2. Kind of just giving it away for free. And 2-5 going to keep the pressure in the bot lane. It's already knocking at the doors here. Got a little bit of chip damage done onto this tier 3. And things are... they're not looking good. And taking a look at our graph, sitting with 6,000 advantage. I'd have expected it to be actually a little bit more than that. Considering how things are going. But still... compared to our first and second game, absolutely two different teams that we're playing, that we were actually watching here.
Yeah, from game 1, this if you told me that this is how Bravado were going to be, how far they were going to be ahead, I wouldn't believe you. This is a pretty comfortable margin, but this time I think both these teams are quite equal in strength. Oh wow!
Oh, do they find RDK? They're trying to focus down Impact. Here comes the relocate. RDK is going to Battle Fury up and TP out. They take down the Warlock. The Rock potential is down. And it looks like they're not going to look for more in the mid lane. Soda, he's alone in the top lane. He's going to TP himself out of there. Going to put a bit of pressure here in the bot lane. He's got a nice creep wave pushing in top. could, it's going to cause a problem here for Sin 5. May actually force someone back to actually defend against us, and they actually do. They come in the 2 rotations. They're going to send Nabi back. He's the one that needs the farm. And bot lane, though, Soda, he's going to get spotted up by Gerald. Couldn't get the silence off in time, and he's going to make it out of there. And Mikasa, he now gets spotted out with those balls from the IO. And Sunstrike coming down. Is it going to do enough? Mikasa still alive for the moment. Both comes out. 2-5 gets in there, throws out the mech. Fighting under the wall, and Fearbender trying to right-click away. He finds Mikasa. 2-5, he's the next on the menu. And Gerald going to try and run away. He's going to survive. 4-star forward. Can he find Soda? And Soda fighting under the security of his tier 1 tower. Gerald, I don't know, my friend, but the Dota gods are smiling upon you today.
Yeah, and he has a friend in the IO who's been saving him.
It feels like we need to sing that song, like you got a friend in
Yeah.
Okay, if I could sing, I would sing it. A friend in. If I could sing it, I would. But I mean, it honestly feels like this IO has been in the right place at the right time. And at this point in time, Gerald doing an unbelievably good job in trying to scout it out, getting those big plays off. I mean, we need Wraith King, we need Nabi now to start contributing towards the rest of the team. I mean, he's got 1,800 in the bank. Okay, so he's going to go for the Blade Mail build. How do you feel about that?
I think it's the best answer you can have at this stage of the game. He needs to. It's the only way he's going to start dealing some damage out in these team fights. He can't really go for a big item. The Radiance is completely off the menu here. Anything else that you may consider, such as damage dealing items, Maelstrom, Deso, they're all sort of late now. So going for the Blade Mail is fine. He realizes there's a lot of damage output coming out from the opponents, and if he can sort of reflect that back onto them, that is probably the best output he can get. We must keep in mind now, they're more than likely transitioning him into their position 3 now. They're going to prioritize far more onto the Nightstalker where possible.
Right, well, the smoke does come out here from Sinister 5. Can they find something? RDK is in the pit. And there we go. They spot out RDK. But the rest of BVD's in the backlines. There comes the rock into Tornado. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication. They could have been better. But it doesn't matter because they clean out the side of Sinister 5. They lose 3. 1 buyback from Traxian. And it is not going to be enough. It's going to be an easy rush for the side of BVT. Trying to keep the likes of Fearbender alive. And linking up with the Fatal Bonds on Rosh. Fearbender is taking a chunk of damage here.
That was a lot of damage coming out from that, in fact, and there's just nothing he can do now. He's just, actually he's in trouble.
X marks the spot, Astrals himself out, dodging quite a bit of spells there with 1 Astral, and he's going to be able to get himself out of there. But in the meantime, RDK does pick up the Aegis, and yeah, a little bit unfavorable team fight coming out there. Warlock has been on that. Fatal Bonds, absolutely wrecked.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. I mean, we spoke about how important it is to control Roche, but Warlock is one of the best heroes to do so. On top of that, Kunkka is great at controlling Roche, but it's just too difficult to go inside there with him. And Darkseer, on top of it, just sets them up so nicely. So, Bravado in a good position here to look to take at least a tier 3 tower, and maybe more.
Well, Nabi trying to get towards that Blade Mail. The stun does come out onto RDK. He dodges it with a beautiful Manta. The Tornado comes down, EMP, Upheaval, doing its work. Going to try and zone out. I mean, look how slow Gerald is at the moment. Traxon can't even get anything done.
Wow.
They can't even stop the side of BVT. The Fatal Bonds come out. There's no rocket has been used. They do get down the tier 3. And BVT want to break high ground. They want to take it down. And now, the side of Sinister 5. Where do you go from this point? Or the bottom lane is pushing in, making its way, trying to break down the tier 3 as well. And, oh, the smoke comes in. Someone's going to have to stay behind. Okay, quick balls popped here from Traxian, taking that down pretty easy. They want to try and make a rotation play here onto BVD, taking down the Shrine. Can they close that gap? Can they get on top of them? The Knight comes out. RDK going to spin it up. They're going to try and do something here. 2-5, a two-man vac wall. Boat comes in. Deafening Blast is there. EMP, it's enough. And Nabi doesn't have Reincarnate. He's down. The false promise is out onto Gerald, trying to keep him alive. He does eventually go down. Astral Imprisonment going to keep Fearbender or keep Repo alive for a second. Not going to be good enough. He goes down. Fearbender, the only one to walk away with his life. And he is stuck here in the bot lane, TPing back, trying to do what he can. And Soda will be TPing in as well. preventing any defense coming out here. Only the Oracle has buyback, none of the cores. And BVD knocking your front door.
Yeah, there we go. This should definitely be Rax. The only defender is really Fearbender, and he's gonna have a tough time at that. He might even go down here. He got a good full stop off there, fortunately, before he got cold snapped up again. But lane of Rax, potentially 2, maybe even a 3rd. However, the respawn times are pretty low, so they could potentially turn this one around. Oh, good spin coming out from RDK there, avoiding Fearbender. But he's still got Aegis. He can still be doing damage on the high ground, no problem, especially if a good EMP comes out here, which it will. And whoa.
Oh, Deafening Blast trying to keep these guys here on the side of Sinister 5 on their toes. Upheaval being used out. Nabi, could he go down again? He has no more mana. This could be another death for him as well. He is down. Gerald in a little bit of trouble. Repo trying to get help out Draxian. It's not going to be enough. He goes down. And we're going to lose Fearbender on the back lines. He goes down as well. And now they are pushing up the high ground. They get the buyback from Fearbender. The question is it enough? Is it enough for Fearbender and Nightstalker to actually prevent the second lane of Rax? I don't think so. The EMP comes down, trying to get that blink off cooldown. Not going to work out. The X is there. They're going to find Gerald into a 2-man vac under Upheaval. They can't run away. Fearbender astrals himself out, and this is going to be another kill for BVD. X is there in case they can do it. And the boys from Sinister 5, they tap out. BVD take the series of this first event at the Mega 8, and we've got to say goodbye to the lads at Sinister 5. Wow.
Man, what a series. I mean, this is exactly what we were hoping to see going into 3 games. And yeah, I mean, these games took so long. We're going to have to probably jump into our next series as soon as possible. But, I mean, if there's anything I can add on to the back of that is that Sinister 5 still seem to be the dark horse. They're still a team that can bring down the Giants for its side that doesn't really compete in that high level. They definitely show a lot of potential in that aspect.
Yeah, well, we've got to jump into our next lobby really quickly, the XT Energy game. Before we do, let's take a quick look at the net worth graphs. I mean, Soda completely just accelerating and going ahead. Unfortunately, I mean, Nabi didn't have the kind of performance that we kind of hoped for and got limited out by the side of BVD. We really punished him.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a big issue for them, but I mean, it's something that they can learn from. You know, the draft, they got outdrafted really hard, and their game was pretty hard. So by all means, I think they can definitely learn something from this going forward into the tournaments and transition what they've learned here to benefit them as they go on.
Right, well, we wish BVD the best of luck as they progress through the Mega 8 tournament. Sinister 5, you guys did well. We hope to see you in the future. But myself, Jabba, and Scarpy, we're going to take a quick break as we jump into the next lobby for XD versus Energy. It is going to be the next series this evening.
Cheers. Energy, I think they just sort of always have a big variety on hand, and we expect to see how that's going to translate.
Right, well, the draft has begun. They've banned out the Warlock, they've banned out the Coddle, they've banned out the Night Stalker. So, without further ado, this is going to be the best of 3 series of Energy versus XD. Had a cracker of a game in the previous series. I am Jabba, joined by Scarpy, and we're going to bring you the action live, once again, live from the Mega 8 studios. Anyone out there on Twitter, come to @Jabba Gaming. Send us your predictions. Currently, Energy is winning in predictions. Not by much, but come out there and cast your vote. So, XD, throw out the clock at us.
Yeah, I like this first pick. XD have some respect towards the clockwork, if I may say, but they definitely can have some use. It's a nice first pick in the sense that we can see it go into the position 4. It can potentially go into the off-lane role, of course, and it also sort of opens the gap for a potential SF pickup here, which was quite hot the last time I saw, but we'll see if they're going to utilize that again.
Well, this time round, Energy snacking up the Cuddly Crystal Maiden, picking themselves up that very strong Frostbite route with the Sand King. In the previous game, BVD didn't actually win their game with the Sand King. Had a little bit of a tough showing there. This time round, Energy, they're going to show us how it's done and see if they can make it happen.
Yeah, so this time around, I feel like the Sand King is going to be a position 4, not a position 3 as we saw previously. He's got really nice setup with the Crystal Maiden, good rotations, the ability to sort of put pressure in mid lane and be a constant threat is always there. He's also a hero that can sort of find farm in the jungle if necessary, and as well as the Crystal Maiden. So it's sort of greedy supports in a sense. But we'll see. I mean, again, it could just be an off-lane Sand King that we saw previously, but I would really like to see the position 4 Sand King for a change.
Right, well, let's see if your prediction or your hopes come true. Looking for their third ban coming out from Energy. Just one thing to notice is the names of the teams are incorrect at this point in time. The squad of Energy will be Odu, Strike, Mr. Poddykins, Chelsea or Chosen One, we're yet to determine, and it will be a toss-up between Help and Sind in 2K17 Lul. We'll only be able to determine that once we're in game. For the side of XD, we've got TKC. Just keep it BSJ. That could be either Jappa or Rock Lee, Hunter, and Suka will also either be Rock Lee or Jappa. Fury, that is his correct name. So that rounds it up for the players.
Yeah.
We'll determine exactly who is who when it gets to that point.
Yeah, I think Suka is Rock Lee, and Keeper BSJ is Jappa. The side of Energy, I know Odu is Dreamy, because that's his old name, but man.
They keep us on our toes.
These people, unforgiving. But I like these bans coming out from Energy, showing some real respect towards the puck of TKC. He's really strong on that hero. We saw great performances from him. And the Shadow Fiend, of course, which I spoke about a little bit earlier. Obviously, synergizes great with the clockwork and is still pretty damn strong.
Well, I mean, also banning out the Dreamy Death Prophet, also banning him out, Dreamy Odu, taking out the Death Prophet, taking away their strengths. You mentioned the synergy between Clock and SF. For those of you that don't know, that if you can get the deny of your cogs, it counts as a deny. And the Shadow Fiend can actually walk into the mid lane with almost 10 stacks in Necromastery.
Yeah, you can go up to 16 if you're patient enough, but most of the time you want to get the rune before then. So, I mean, that's it's useful, but now it's not really an option, of course. But Troll Warlord, interesting. This is more than likely going to be a safe lane Troll Warlord, so Hunter more than likely going to be playing on that. That's
TA could really work really nicely here. You've got that Battle Trance that will tie up really, really nicely with that Battle Trance. I mean, we've got maybe the Invoker. I haven't seen TKC play the Invoker. I think I've seen he has played the TA.
Yeah. I believe his Invoker is not as strong as one would like. I know he's working on it, but I know it's not one of his strengths. But, I mean, he's got still a decent pool. He's got the TA, like you say. He's got He's got the Puck, which is unfortunately not in the pool. Death Prophet's also not in the pool. So it's going to be interesting. I think things are going to change up a little bit here. It might even be his Troll going into the mid lane, depending on what kind of matchup they might be going into. But seeing that there's a Luna, this is quite interesting. I think Clockwork's still pretty good up against Luna. Not so it's an interesting pickup for them, but a hero that just sort of, if he gets a good laning stage, can scale completely out of control.
Well, we've spoken about Hunter's probably one of the best Meepo players on our servers currently. We never saw it in our previous SA competition, and I don't know, will we see it in the Mega 8? Or do you think they're going to keep that for a very special moment? They don't want to actually be counted against it. So Crystal Maiden's got good AoE, Sankin can deal with him really well. Luna's got the glaives, so it makes it really easy for them to take down a Meepo. But maybe in the future, could we possibly see a Hunter Meepo?
For sure. I think there's no reason why he won't play it, but I think he might even play in Game 2 here, potentially. I don't know if they'll first pick it, though, or anything like that. That's just too high risk. However, I mean, it's difficult to say. I mean, he's a great Meepo, no doubt about it. But you're running into Energy, who will have an answer. They've definitely played up against it multiple times and are more than willing to deal with it. But it's something I feel silly for not even suggesting is the Ember Spirit. TKC is absolute beast on that hero. He is. We should just keep an eye on it. He is really, really strong on that hero. I would like to see how he's going to pan out in this matchup in the mid. As I mean, this is probably one of the sort of I think Chelsea obviously playing, or Chosen One playing the mid lane. This is one of the mid matchup which I think is quite interesting, because I feel like TKC he's 17 years old, he's up and coming, and he's just put out great performances consistently. So we'd like to see that transition into something more, and hopefully we're going to see that here in this game.
Something on the side note, I mean, Ember, Luna's are known for picking up Manta Styles. Ember does really well against illusions as well. So I do like the pickup as well, just from the Ember Spirit. He's got that extra little bit of magic damage. Obviously, we'll see him, more than likely, we'll see him building to the Veil, Octarine, BOTs, and further develop his items that way, and can take care of the illusions from the Luna pretty easily.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to go for the Maelstrom. Like you say, there's going to be illusions. There's still Darkseid could be making illusions in the team fight. And if he can just get those Maelstrom procs, that could be pretty useful for him. In these team fights, like you say, the magical damage output can be very high from an Ember Spirit. With the Veil of Discord, of course, the lightning procs are going to be dealing extra damage. All of his spells are dealing a hell of a lot of damage. And you also have a Jakiro who thrives when there's a Veil on the table. So I like it a lot, and this is an interesting pick for me. Abaddon, I'm not too sure if they're running the Clockwork off lane or the Abaddon off lane here right now. There's definitely options for them. Okay, so I mean, that's really good up against Ember.
Well, it's good up against Ember, and as well as the Abaddon. As soon as the Abaddon actually gets his borrowed time, you can actually astral him out and then delay that time that it takes to actually kill them.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's actually going to be the off-lane Abaddon, as Jappa's picking that one up. So that's interesting. So Rockley's going to be playing over on the Clockwork, and we got our answer now. Help will be Chosen One, and Darkseer will be played by Chelsea, of course. So no thanks to the players for helping us.
I'm actually thinking it's going to be a Rockley Abaddon.
You think they're going to swap?
I think Rockley Abaddon, he's going to play the position 4, and we're going to have the clock in the safe lane, in the off lane, which will be Jappa.
Oh, do you think they're going to swap?
No. No.
Keeper BSJ is definitely Jappa.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, he's had that name for quite a while now, and yeah. So unless
in a position is that going to be a position
for Clockwork? Yeah. That was the interesting thing for me, right? When I saw that Abaddon, I thought, Abaddon's actually a great off-laner here. So we'll see. I mean, unless they swap, which is still a potential, they can sort of jabate in that sense. Jabba bait. Oh, yeah, of course. But we'll see what happens. I mean, the Tower War's already won. There's just no chance for XD here. Mr. Partican's got a decent investment there.
Decent.
Yeah.
He definitely got the IO Arcana.
Yeah. But this is still going to be intriguing for me to see how this pans out. Especially, they might even throw a dual lane with Jappa. They often do. They like to get farm on him and make sure that that's secure. But nice rotation by Fury to get a ward down. Really nice work.
Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and Dota players around the world, welcome to our first game of the best of 3 with XD going up against Energy Esports. It is on the side of the Radiant will be played, but none other than the side of XD. Hunter will be playing our Troll Warlord. Our Jakiro going to be played out by Fury. In the mid lane will be played by TKC on the Ember Spirit. Our Clockwork will be played out by Mr. Rockley himself. And the off lane will be done and handled by Jappa.
Yeah. And going over to the side of Energy, we're going to have Odu playing over on the Luna. We're going to have Mr. Pottikins on the Sand King. Mid lane, it's going to be Chosen One playing over on the OD. I nearly called it Help. Strike going to be playing over here on the Crystal Main. And last but not least, Darkseer going to be played by Chelsea. So laning is interesting. I have to say, this laning is definitely going to be very, very interesting. And we'll see how it's going to transition for them as the game does progress.
I mean, we've got the Darkseer in the off lane going to be going up against the Troll. I do kind of like this Troll. I think can actually deal with it pretty well once he starts getting these further up. We'll be able to take care of the Iron Shell pretty easily, pretty convincingly, and take down those Iron Shells.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be too worried. Of course, the Troll can just become a ranged hero, so he's not going to be taking that much harass. But it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to control the lane. So Fury's playing on a Jakiro, doesn't really have burst damage to help with that, like a CM, which this must feel very weird for Fury, playing a completely new hero entirely. But yeah, I mean, it's still pretty nice. I like the change up that XD has here, and showing a different sort of draft in a sense.
Well, every game we've started out, I've asked your prediction. Looking at the draft, who do you think has won this draft?
If I look at the draft, I still think the side of Energy look a little bit stronger, just due to the fact that they do have a Luna, and I don't think his lane is going to be under too much pressure, as he does have two pretty aggressive supports, and as tanky as Abaddon can be in lane, they can more than likely kill him consistently with both roots and stuns. So the Luna's not going to be hindered too much. So I do favor the side of Energy.
Right, so predictions out. Energy's, according to Scarps, is going to be the stronger draft. We'll see if XD can actually do something against the draft that is a little bit tougher. I feel that I couldn't disagree with you too much. It all depends if TKC can start snowballing and start creating that space for the team. But nonetheless, the game is out, the pause is over, and we're in game number 1. And already in the top lane, Jappa taking a huge amount of pressure, and he does go down pretty easily. And exactly like you said, very aggressive, very easy. You come out with the root, stun, and a little bit of extra damage coming out from the Luna. Yeah. And in the meantime, we do get Rockley picking up the kill on to the offlaner for the side of Energy, where we lost Chelsea as well. So, I mean, one apiece so far, and really, really quick kills across the board.
Yeah, nice trade there, I suppose, for Energy. Still doesn't favor them. Of course, First Blood is a lot more gold. But it also does show that the Darkseer needs to be careful. He can't overextend. There was Dual Breath picked up by the Jakiro, which is going to mean that he can sort of set up the cogs here for the Clockwork, who can just beat away at him. So, yeah, I mean, both offlaners are going to have a tough time, and I think you made a good point. It's going to be heavily reliant on what happens in the mid lane. However, a melee matchup up against an OD is just really difficult. However, he's done a good job here dealing a decent amount of damage.
Oh, he gets the roots off, putting a little bit of damage down to help. He doesn't have the Astral available for him for another 6 seconds.
Oh!
Does he chase him down? He does. And TKC running him down like a steam train. And Chosen One, bite in the dust.
TKC, I mean, definitely people should keep an eye on this kid. He's 17 years old. He's just going to be a dominant force in the SA scene for sure. And his Ember, everyone's told me it's something that you should keep an eye on. And I mean, he's going into a sort of unfavorable matchup, and he still does this while finding a kill for himself, solo kill for himself there.
Well, I suppose when you kind of have that kind of confidence that OD should win against the Ember, you kind of say, right, well, I'm going to be super aggressive, throw down my Astral, and now it's going to force Chosen One to actually use that Astral as a defensive Astral.
And he's going to find another kill here on the river. Onto Strike, he got a Haste Rune. Second kill for TKC. Pretty easy. So he finds a Haste Rune and
bot lane as well. They go and they lose out Jappa as well. I mean, things are... No, Chelsea. Chelsea went down. Jappa's on... sorry, the non-names, the non-real names is really...
Oh, I get you. Don't worry about it. I'm sure everyone else gets you too. Don't worry about it too much.
But they lose their off-laner. We did have Strike go down as well. Now top lane, Jappa in a little bit of problems. Doesn't have the shield available. He doesn't have any mana for it. And Odu picks up another kill. I was about to call him Yoda.
But I always used to call him Odu because he played for BVD as Odu for...
I know, but my mouth wanted to say Yoda.
It's late, Java. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at all. But, I mean, the laning stages are still quite interesting. I think Jappa just needs to sack. He's doing the right thing now, just go into the jungle, realize, okay, I got level 2, so I have a point in Curse of Avernus. I can farm jungle if necessary. It's just not very efficient, but it is better than nothing currently. Ooh, rotation from Rock Lee. He can find something potentially here onto Mr. Potikins.
Oh, he's on the higher ground. They can't see him.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they do actually spot him out. He actually used the Battery Assault. Can they actually chase down Strike? And it is going to be popping out. They get the cogs up. Strike in a little bit of problem. And now Mr. Potikins jumping in there, trying to help out his teammate. Isn't enough to take down Mr. Potikins.
Oh.
Doesn't actually have a flare available, and that could have been a little bit of good work there. But now Jappa trying to see if he can actually help out. And to no avail, finds nothing. In the meantime, bot lane, Fury putting on quite a bit of pressure here on to Chelsea. And actually forces him out the lane, pretty much giving an easy-ish lane here to Hunter. Not doing too bad in terms of last hits, sitting with 1 CS above the Luna.
Yeah, he's not doing too bad for a change in his safe lane, so we'll see if that transitions so they can. But the real story is in the mid lane here. TKC taking a pretty decent stance. I mean, he's got 2 kills. He's not falling behind in CS by any means. This is sort of a scary scenario if you are a Energy fan.
Well, here comes Rock Lee. He wants to help out his mid. Can he make something happen? He's trying to run up to the high ground. The pings do come out. And I don't think they'll find anything off the back of this. Chosen One, are you going to get caught out here? He's sitting very far away. Probably suspects it and nothing's going to come of it. But he does find the CM.
Strike. That could have been close.
Just going to right-click him down.
Oh, this is bad for Strike. Strike's actually dead here.
Oh, this is a big possibility. Battery Assault into Cogs. The root comes out, and Strike does go down. Couldn't get anywhere, and Rocky picks himself up a kill in the meantime. In the mid lane, Astral out the creeps. I thought that was actually out onto TKC, but it was not.
Yeah, this is really good movements from Rock Lee, finding kills, making a bit of pressure in the top lane, and at the same time, Fury, he can zone out the Darkseer. This is really looking good for the side of XD currently. They definitely seem to be in the better seat currently.
Well, Hunter rocks up to the party.
Oh!
One more rocket coming up! Fury with the liquid fire.
Oh, the poison. The poison gets him down. That's really nice. Again, now Fury, I mean, Hunter's lane is sort of won. Top lane is maybe a bit lost, but okay, Jappa's in trouble here in the top lane.
It goes down to an easy Luna blessing. And now, Mr. Potikins, Battery Assault just too good. Can't chase him down. And Mr. Clockwork, going to be able to get out of there.
Yeah, so I mean, like, Jappa's still dying. They're pretty much trading offlaner for offlaner consistently. Again, it's just pretty much the mid story where a rotation to the top lane has come as 6 has been hit by the Ember. He's in fact level 7, and he's got an Arcane Rune, so realizing that he can have a pretty good cooldown, steeping back to lane. So he's going to make a quick transition back there if necessary.
Well, he's got a Remnant up there. He's actually smoked out this side of Energy. Can they find anything? Odu leading the charge. Jappa, he's mega caught out here. He's not level 6 at the moment. They need to take him down one small time just before he reaches that 6. And he does go down. Strike picking up the kill.
Oh, mid lane.
Not going in favor of Odu. Mid lane, though, they pick up the kill onto Chosen One. Strike coming in a tad too late to help out his teammate. And kills across the board here for both teams.
Yeah, another successful rotation coming out from Rock Lee. He's sitting 3-0-1 on this roaming Clockwork. it is paying off big dividends. And a bit of a concern, maybe just not. They lost vision in the mid lane. It was a perfect time for him to strike, and he pounced on that opportunity and with great success.
Well, I've seen Rockley's Pudge, and absolutely devastating to watch him on it. Clock, you can start adding that to his hero pool, because, I mean, a roaming clock, something I must say I haven't seen done before. You kind of want to commit him to the lane, get that level 6, so that hook shot comes online really quickly.
Yeah, so often, like when he is played on that pulse 4, he is going to roam around a bit, but you don't see Clockworks be as successful as he's being right now. This is really, really good showing by him, and creating a lot of space sort of for TKC to make sure that he gets ahead, and TKC making great movements consistently. A major concern here for Energy, and I mean, he's growing very quickly. I'm sure he's close. Yeah, he's topping the net worth charts pretty comfortably with about 400 gold, so that's always quite nice for him. But smoke rotation here to the bot lane. They're going to try and kill Hunter, who should be in trouble.
Mr. Pottikins gets surged out. They're going to get the bow strike off onto Hunter. Iron Shells there into the vac wall, and Hunter may go down. Yeah, evaded the one attack. Fury, can you get there? And he's going to try and slow him down, but no, the surge is good, and he's going to be able to chase down Hunter. And now Fury going to be left for scraps. Throws out the ice path and goes down to the Iron Shell. TKC rocking up to the party a tad too late to help out his teammates, but they still get a 2-0 trade in the bot lane.
Yeah, well, it's quite interesting. I mean, TKC a little bit late there, but no ice path being thrown out by the Jakiro a little bit earlier. I thought that could have been something, but
Odu committing the full ult to bring down Jappa. He does get it, so definitely worth it. Take him down again before he gets to level 6. Can they find the kill onto Odu? Strike actually turning their attention to himself, so that Odu can actually get away. And he does pretty convincingly, and Strike being enough of a distraction to stop any follow-up there.
Yeah, but still the Clockwork is pretty much getting decent reign over the off lane here to find levels.
Bot lane though, Hunter under pressure. Iron Shell up again, Mr. Pottikins. He's now hiding under the trees. Can he get away? Hunter maybe looking for more, or maybe trying to get out. And he's just going to hide under the protection of his tier 1 for the moment. He does know that Mr. Pottikins is there, and he's just going to TP himself out and TP himself to the shrine. Probably get a little bit of a heal up, a little bit of a boost up, and move on.
Yeah, so I mean, still it's 7-7, so no one really having a significant lead besides that of the Ember Spirit, who's doing pretty well for himself. Odu, however, he's sort of keeping up with the Troll, no problem at all. So I mean, there's not much in it really. I mean, 540 net worth, there's nothing. There's really it's right down the middle, the net worth graph.
Let's take a squiz. Wow, look at that. It's like almost nothing. 10 minutes in, 200. I mean, in fact, let's look at the top here. Under the sun, 54 gold.
Yeah. It's every now and then someone gets the last hit and then it goes the one way and then it goes the other way. But it's nothing really to talk about. I mean, it's 7 kills apiece. The net worth is pretty even. It's all about who's getting the gold. I mean, Jappa's getting nothing.
Well, there is something we can actually talk about. Is Jappa is now level 6.
Yeah. So he's going to be able to survive.
Ooh, right. Well, as that happens, the Burrow Strike comes out. That's going to give enough time for Odu to actually just back off, start right-clicking, and then Jappa is now going to lose his Burrow Strike for another 60 seconds, and while he's vulnerable, we should say. And Jappa pretty much can get away from me.
Jappa's got no mana though for his shield, so he might just keep on chasing him. Yeah, Odu's going to just keep on chasing him. He does have the mana. Okay. Yeah, Jappa's going to use the trees. That's way too dangerous to dive into, especially if you're alone. But I mean, he's popped the ulti now. Now he's got a big cooldown. He's going to use Shrine, but still about 50 seconds, so they know if the supports make a successful rotation, could pay off.
Mr. Pottikins sitting in the trees here, and TKC TP's out, goes back to the mid lane, farms it up, and very close to the OD. I mean, we said that OD should win the mid, and he's doing really well. But in the meantime, Clock. Oh! Rockley! Baby!
That must have tickled. Chelsea just managing to turn in the right direction. If Rockley caught him there, he was certainly dead.
Smoke. Absolute smoke. They're putting pressure on this tier 1. The Cogs come down. Hunter trying to clear it up, and Mr. Pottikins wants to find the Burrow Strike. He does. Fury throws out the ice path, starting out both. Mr. Pottikins now on his own. Odu does have his Eclipse available. He's getting searched forward. If Hunter gets spotted out, no, the creeps have joined him. So there's quite a bit to actually soak up that ulti. But Hunter does go down to the Dark Seer. And now Odu going to use out his ulti to take down Fury. And they lose 2 in the bot lane.
Yeah, pretty successful there for them. That's a good rotation. They managed to find 2 kills and more than likely going to find an objective off the back of that. Realizing that Jappa's sort of completely scrapped in this game. He's just so far behind that they're not too concerned about leaving him in lane alone. It's the rotation is definitely worth their while.
Well, mid lane, the cogs come down. The Astral trying to keep him alive. Strike getting off his ulti. Is it going to be enough? And now Strike getting out. Spottykin's missing his Burrow Strike. TKC trying to finish off Strike. He gets rooted out, throws down the Searing Chains, and he's just going to TP out there, knowing that the Burrow Strike wasn't cooled down by 1 second. I mean, the confidence that he had, knowing that CM didn't have mana to cast the Frostbite. Mr. Pottykin's not having the Burrow Strike. Easy TP out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure TKC sits at his computer with a calculator and calculates everything he does with precision because, I mean, he hasn't really made a step wrong here at all. So he's looking to be in a really hot spot to carry his team to a pretty comfortable position in the mid game. It's all going to be about how they transition that. So, I mean, XD definitely looking stronger than many would expect in this game 1.
Absolutely. Well, I had the opportunity to actually chat to a couple of the guys, and they said often they are always fighting from the back. Their XP graphs is always showing that they're losing, and then before you know it, they come back. TKC finds out Chelsea, takes him down. Easy slider first, and but now Mr. Pottykin. Oh my god. Well, it seems like Chosen One throws out the Astral. They're going to try and use the AP, but he has a safety remnant, and he gets out. TKC jabaited.
Yeah, jabba-baited.
Jabba-baited.
That was, I mean, again, TKC, just, this man can do no wrong.
No.
He can do no wrong. He's got his veil up, his boots of travel are going to be up in decent time, and he's sitting 4-0-1. That's a pretty comfortable score. But look at his stacks in the jungle for the Luna. That Luna is going to catch up very quickly. They have scattered it out with the ward. It just got dewarded now by Strike. So they are aware of this. They might look to contest it when it does happen.
Ooh, that is a big chunk of stacks there. Bot lane, no. Jappa rocks up to the party. Throws down his borrow time. Going to keep him alive for the moment. There comes TKZ. Going to try and take down Chelsea. He does. Luna trying to work on Fury, but TKZ's there. Fury does go down. That Iron Shell just doing so much work, and he eventually does go down, breaking Odu's mega kill streak, giving TKC 462 buckaroonies in his back pocket.
Yep, and that's still TKC finding a kill for himself is pretty nice, but Hunter dying a few more times than he would like. It's a bit of a problem. He's 1-3-2. He's not really in a good position on the net worth, and to consider, I mean, he's not far away from the Luna, but Luna's going to go and mop up some big stacks soon, and that's going to just escalate his farm dramatically ahead of the Troll.
Right, well, TKC picking up the blink.
Yeah, it's absolutely. He's just gonna sort of man mode this. He's gonna, if he sees someone, that someone is dead, for sure. The real thing is, are they going to be able to control him up soon enough? I mean, they got the OD who does a decent job at that. Other than that, the Sand King needs to land his burrow strikes and make sure that there's no sort of safe way for TKC to get out, because we must keep in mind he's going to just have a safe remnant all the time and use his blink dagger to initiate.
Well, Odu's cleaning out the ancients over here. I also did just receive word that Rock Lee is not actually playing for the side of XD. It is actually Habibi.
That's I've completely forgot about that. Of course, he's on holiday, so it's Habibi playing. No.
So Habibi versus Odi.
Yeah, Odi. There we go. That's
that is the matchup. That is the story.
Man, how did I forget that? You know, actually, they told me themselves that was going to happen, and I completely forgot about it. Yeah, of course, Habibi. I mean,
apologies.
Now the clockwork makes a bit more sense.
Like, I mean, Right, that's why Pudge was also not picked up, and that's
Yeah.
why we saw. Okay, so, ladies and gents, we've rectified that, and it is Odu going to be, Habibi playing the clockwork.
Yes, thank you to whoever reminded us. It's
Shout out to you.
yeah, for sure. But yeah, this is transitioning into an interesting game. Still 11-11, no real difference in the net worth. It's a tight game. This is definitely, well, now knowing that Habibi is playing.
Well, Hunter, he looks like he's getting gone on again. Hunter not doing too bad. Luna actually sitting below Hunter. So even though getting picked off so many times, Hunter actually finding the net worth that he needs and getting that little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, considering that Luna just cleared out stacks in the jungle, he's doing a great job at keeping up. Considering that he's also died quite a lot in comparison to that of Odu. Odu's 5-1, but yet the net worth difference is not that significant. I think, I mean, there's only one level difference still, nothing big. Oh, big trouble here.
Well, OD denies out the tier 2. They're trying to find Habibi.
Oh!
They miss it. Habibi gets the hook shot off. He's trying to TP out. He does strike. Couldn't get close enough to get the frostbite. Habibi.
What? Okay. All right, that was good. That was good. That was entertainment, everyone. But yeah.
At least I caught it. At least we caught it.
Man.
I mean,
Yeah, Habibi was. I thought he was dead for certain. So I was like, oh, there's trouble here for sure. And then hook shots into TP. Burrow strike misses by millimeters. It's just, you can't script this stuff, man.
no.
You can't script this.
No, this is better than what we can do. It looks like the Ian wants to put a bit of pressure onto this tier 1. They've glimpsed it up. Hunter's in the party. We've got Odu thrown down. His ability now, strike, getting close up with the ice path. And strike, he's going to go down. But
TKC.
TKC's trying to find more. Throws down the remnant. Can he actually get something done?
Wow.
He catches out too. Both the Luna and the SK ice path just touching very close by. And now the Burrow strike comes in. Sandstorm. The hammer gets dropped here from Chosen One. Is it enough? Can he find Hunter? They do. And the Epi trying to get work done. Not necessary as Chosen One finished him off there. Fury though. Can Mr. Potikins find him? Stun is there. The rest of the team is nearby. Luna, Odu. Can he make it happen? The Lucent Beam doing its work.
Man, this is some interesting team fight. I think in that team fight that just happened, if Habibi just had his hook shot online, that could have turned things around very quickly. But Mr. Potikins.
Instant sandstorm. Oh! Habibi catches the hook shot, pushes him back to his team. And I do not see the Sand King surviving through that. He goes down to the Fury of Fury. They find Strike. They get the root off, but so is TKC. And they're going to try and chase down Strike. He has actually been medallioned up, and he's going to go down really easy there as well.
TKC 7-0-3, ladies and gentlemen. This man is he's not even, he's 17 years old.
Can we see a Dagon on TKC?
I don't think he goes that way. He's not. I don't think he's going to do the.
Okay, I'm going to call it. I'm
potential
say he's going to go Dagon.
Okay.
Just for fun. Just for fun.
You can call that. I think he goes Shivas next potentially, but we'll see. I mean,
well, because recently Ember pickups have been the BOT's Veil Dagon build.
that's Castaway though. I mean,
apparently the previous game XTC actually picked up the Ember with the Dagon.
okay, so DPS DPS around it. Okay, interesting. All right. I mean, sure, it's a lot of damage output, but it doesn't really give you much more in the sense of stats.
Well,
so we'll
CM
see.
gone.
Yeah,
potentially.
for sure.
Hunter picks up the Aegis. XT managing to pick up themselves the pit, getting themselves in there pretty much free of charge. Energy not even wanting to contest. They didn't know it was happening. I don't see any vision around that part of the map. So pretty much an easy rush coming out from XD being put onto Hunter. He has got his scroll up here for the Sasha Nyanja on the troll. I thought maybe a Manta coming out from him, but opting for the Sasha Nyanja build. I know it has received a little bit of a buff, trying to get it back into the game.
I think it's still pretty good. He must go BKB after this, of course. He's actually going Shadowblade after this. Interesting. I think that could be a bit costly, not having the Manta to break
The route from
roots
Strike.
from the CM. So, I mean, I suppose there's still a good sensors, very good stats on the Sanjin Yasha. The MAME is pretty high now. And, of course, that's going to proc a lot, especially when you are a Troll Warlord. So he can run people down pretty easily.
Well,
It's interesting. We'll see how it transitions into the game.
Well, I see the side of XT. They smoke up. Habibi leading the front lines, immediately get Astraled up. Strike trying to get through the bushes there. Not going to happen. Goes down. Tried to even ulti. Wasn't even good enough. Flares comes out. They're going to try and find out Mr. Podikins. TKC trying to move forward. The hook shot. Habibi gets that hook shot. Pretty much lined it up. Waited for it to happen. And getting that hook.
Yeah, that's I mean, he's just been on point. We can't say much more about the Clockwork. He's already looking for Aghanims as your pos for Clockwork. And even the Abaddon has managed to find his way back into this game. He's got the Solar Crest online. He's going to start having a bit of an impact here. This is looking really good for XT currently.
And sitting 16, 13, 23 minutes in, pushing down the second tier tower in the mid lane. I mean, from this point on, I mean, they still have the Aegis up onto Hunter? They do. This could be a very big opportunity for them. But in the top lane, though, Odu trying to TP out. The Syrian Chains came through, and not enough to actually keep him there. So Odu going to survive by the skin of his teeth. Odu or Dreamy, however you wish to call him.
Yeah, Odu, Momo, Dreamy, whatever. He's gone by many names, but and many positions. He's came from support into the core role, and he's really been dominant. He's looked really good in that position. So it's always nice to see a support get some love and get a core role. But bot lane, a little bit of trouble here.
Well, they're trying to find down Jappa. Borotime not being used up just yet. Now it is. Astral is going to be there. And Chosen One going to hold him into position. But TKC rocks in. The hook shot, a little bit off point there from Habibi. But the Macro Pie is down. The wall is there. And chaos is erupting. Strike going down. Mr. Podikins burning away under the Macro Fire. Needs to get out of there. And Chelsea being cornered out there. Hunter getting himself a double kill. And now Mr. Podikins tries to make the great escape. While that is all happening, Odu takes down the mid-tier 1.
What a turnaround there from XD. That fight looked to be certain death for Jappa. And again, a great hookshot comes out from the Clockwork. Followed
It
up.
actually missed the first hookshot.
Oh, is it a miss? Okay, but his cogs were pretty useful.
Yeah.
And then to follow up, I think Fury was a very big impact on that game. His Macro Pie sort of dispersed everyone. Oh, goodbye.
TKC solo killed Odu in the top lane. Unbelievable. I mean, how do you stop that? You see this guy run at you and boom.
Yeah, that's exactly. And I think if any of us predicted what item he was going to actually go for.
Blade Mail. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so I was wrong. Apologies.
We were both comfortably off. But yeah, Blade Mail's actually pretty good. He's just going to, like I say, another Blade Mail was picked up by them as well. The Abaddon just picked his one up for himself. So quite impactful items. I think it's now going to be very difficult for the counter initiation from BVD. Every time they need to be very, very aware of what they're dealing with when the Blade Mails do come out, especially on that OD.
Well, they've got Habibi in the sidelines here, waiting to see if he can find a decent hook onto one of the enemies here from the side of Energy. And they're already putting a little bit of pressure here onto this tier 2. Got quite a bit of chip damage done. Fury throwing down his liquid fire. That stuff eats towers.
Yeah, and this seems like the tier 2 tower, I don't think they're going to really contest this one. I don't think they can, as hookshot is up. If anyone overextends, it's going to be an easy catch for them, and they could easily turn that one around. And yeah, as we can see, the side of Energy, they are constricted to their own base. The Aegis has run out though, so that's a pretty big plus if we put that into consideration. And I mean, it's only the likes of Chelsea who's somewhere very deep in the opponent's jungle trying to find some sort of farm while they wait that Aegis out.
Well, I'd love to know who is the in-game caller for their plays, for XD. Because that bottom fight where Jappa was getting gone on, and then all of a sudden XD decide, listen, let's get in there, let's go in, and they turn it around. I would love to know which one of the XD players are actually making the in-game calls. I think they've been on point.
Yeah. They look a different team. Yes, they got a new addition, but still we can easily say that TKC has played phenomenally, no doubt about it. Actually going for the Octarine core now, which I mean, getting that reduced cooldowns. He's already level 20, so he's I mean, he's quite far ahead. He's going to get that 200 absorption, Flame Guard, or 500 Flame Guard absorption, apologies, which is really, really big, especially up against the likes of the OD.
Going to be able to absorb, take a little bit more damage, and then obviously going for the 20% cooldown reduction.
Yeah.
He's going to be slider fisting the entire team fight.
Yeah, continuously. It's going to be a very sort of big problem for them. Yes, he doesn't have Maelstrom, he doesn't have Battle Fury or anything like that, but it's still going to be dealing significant damage. And on top of that, he's just going to be able to set up for his team nicely, as he does have low cooldown on his Fire Eminence.
He did try and TP bot to try and find out Odu. Odu immediately smelled it out and got out of there. Itemization onto the Luna. How do you feel about that? Odu's gone for BKB, 4-staff, Mom. Mom's received, I would say, a buff. Well, to hold that thought, though, Mr. Poddykins finding out Fury and goes down really quickly there.
Yeah, I think Mom is actually an essential item now on Luna, because it can just break up into Satanic and Butterfly later on. 4-staff, I mean, he needs a 4-staff. Playing against a Clockwork who's been an absolute nuisance, the 4-staff is essential. So the BKB, that too, absolutely necessary up against this Ember Spirit, who's just an absolute nuisance consistently.
Oh, hook shot coming in from Habibi. Catches out two. Odu, BKB's up. The wall is there. Odu goes down. But now the SK goes down as well. Mr. Poddykins hits the deck. Can they find Odu? He's trying to run through the trees. Hunter focusing him down. TKC's there to help out. And now CM roots out. Can Strike get out of there? Trying to TP out. Gets up by the skin of his teeth. And now Fury TPing back in. 3 down for the side of Energy. And the side of XD making easy work for only losing Habibi in that team fight.
Those blade mails absolutely ruined Odu. He's been on his ulti, and all of a sudden he was just taking tremendous amount of damage. There's 3 blade mails on the side of XD, and they just did the work. They really ate away at all the damage output coming from the side of Energy.
TKC though, being super aggressive in the base, blinked high ground, doesn't want to get involved. Chelsea and Strike not wanting to smell whatever TKC is bringing to the table. Mr. Poddykins sitting in the backlines, doesn't have his FP available, does have Blink and Burrow Strike, but XD pushing up high ground, taking down tier 3, knocking on the doors. There comes out the Sears, and Mr. Poddykins is going to actually cancel out his Sandstorm, but fighting under the Macropire now. Jappa tanking up quite a bit here for his team, and Mr. Poddykins is going to get healed up there from the Shrine. Hunter, Shadow Blades out, going to get himself out of there, and they take it down the mid lane of Rax. And XD looking in a very strong position.
Yeah, a significant win there for XD, getting a lane of Rax with no real rebuttal. And again, TKC playing so ultra aggressive, he's not too concerned about anything. He's just so tanky, he's able to sort of get himself out if necessary. And on the back of that, Hunter's just dealing damage to the buildings. And they have that great sustain coming through from Jappa. Jappa's, yes, he had a rough laning stage, but he's transitioned so well into this latest portion of the game. It's becoming sort of a really big bane for Energy to deal with.
Well, in the meantime, TKC in the bot lane, going to get the rotation from Mr. Poddykins. He finds down Fury, and they try to make a play here on him. It's not going to happen. The Macropire comes down into the ice path as TKC trying to work on Strike. They get Searing Chains up. They're going to lose the CM. They may lose Chosen One, and he does go down. Astral does come out onto TKC just to slow him down for the moment. But they've lost 2 from the side of Energy. Luna is pushing out the bot lane, but TKC is here to stop Odu and his shenanigans. From the side of Energy, they've still got Chelsea in the top lane, and XD, they're looking to take down the top tier 3. And XD looking unbelievably unstoppable. Habibi finding out Odu. He gets the hook shot. The BKB pops out. The cogs are out. The wall is down. And the Lunar Eclipse is shaking and baking. Fury, can he get out? Hunter trying to help out. Fury drops the ice path. Is it enough? But now, Chosen One tries to rock up. They lose the Luna. And Hunter, maybe the next to go down, but TKC is there. And they're going to bring him down. Hunter survives through all of that. They lose the Chosen One. They lose Chelsea. They've only got SK and Strike alive to try and defend this top tier 3. And one right click, it goes down. GG is called with an ending hook from Habibi. Well played, TKC and the boys from XD.
Yeah, XD taking game number 1 quite comfortably here. And, I mean, Habibi playing over on the Clockwork made quite a significant difference. He was able to play... He was able to make some great rotations, putting a lot of pressure down. And, man, I mean, what more can we ask for? Favorites, again, losing game 1.
Wow.
I mean, we might be here until late, friend.
Wow, imagine this goes to another best of 3.
I don't mind. Oh.
Games like that, I mean, okay, look, I think we've hyped Habibi quite a bit, but those hook shots have been absolutely on point.
Yeah.
Catching out everything. TKC, absolute monster. He could literally solo kill the Luna, and that gank that tried to get him with the epicenter and being able to remnant out, unbelievable.
I mean, TKC didn't die a single time that game. 11, 0, and 12. He solo killed mid. He had instantly picked up a Haitian, found his second kill, and then after that it was just uphill for him. He just snowballed out of control. And like you say, the hook shots, they were just on point. They just set up the team fight so nicely for the side of XD.
Set it up, disrupted it, whatever you needed,
Yeah.
it did.
It was really, really good work by them. That was, you couldn't ask for more. You couldn't ask for more.
Wow. All right. So looking at the networks really quickly, TKC, Hunter, also someone else that we need to actually speak about. Hunter, I mean, generally has a bad start generally. This time around, Hunter having a really good start and keeping up with Odu. Even being ganked twice. And Luna kind of had an easy lane. They killed Jappa off a number of times. But Hunter staying in it.
You make a very good point there. Hunter, he died 3 times, right? And he didn't fall behind. And Odu cleared out a massive stack in the jungle, and still Hunter managed to keep up. So he's definitely sort of got a new mindset going into this, and I just can't wait to see the next game. I really just can't wait for
Well, with that, let's just take a look at the drafts really quickly. That's my invitation to the next lobby. All right, well, let me just sort this out while I am here, guys. Excuse me for 1 second. Let's just get into the slots. Right. So looking at... okay, can I hide this quickly? Yeah.
Oh, there's no way of fixing this, friend. Actually, just click on that. Yeah. And then go click back. There we go.
All right, well, there we go. All right. Thank you, Mr. Scarpy. Right, let's get back to the stats at hand. The amount of damage being dealt by TKC, 21.5k.
Wow. That is significant. That is just obscene, actually.
That is absolutely ridiculous. This is like there needs to be an age restriction on this kind of stuff.
Yeah, this is brutal. This is not something for kids to watch.
Right, well, the graphs, let's take a quick look at the graphs. Team net worth, XD, Energy, side by side pretty much most of the game till it got to the 25-minute mark, and then things just started going completely bad for the side of Energy, and XD having a unbelievable performance here. Let's just take notice here at about the 25-minute mark, what items were actually picked up around at about that point for the side of XD. The Blade Mails came out from TKC, Blade Mail from Jappa, 4-star from Fury, and Hunter picking up the Shadow Blade.
Yeah, so the Shadow Blade paid off. I mean, he didn't go for BKB at all, interestingly enough, and it made quite a decent impact. But yeah, I still need to try and find a way to get myself into this lobby. Okay, there we go.
Right,
okay.
So with all that, we're going to take a 3-minute break just to allow the side of XD and Energy to get into the lobby. So we'll be back with you guys very shortly. Don't go anywhere. You got a quick toilet break. So we'll see you guys very, very soon.
Cheers.
Life. Life.
I was fine when you held my hand. I was fine when you pulled me down. You said the stars would answer. You said our prayers were written down. I was fine when you pulled me in. We were forced to be human, and then the world came after, and I had never questioned it. And they said it was wrong. We started it
Right, welcome back to our best of three XD versus Energy Esports. Unbelievable game one. XD taking a game off Energy. We had different expectations from that game. XD taking it 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty it's been a pretty hard rough journey today. I mean, my predictions in the first series were incorrect. My predictions are already incorrect here. I was thinking 2-0 to Energy. Of course, having a new member in their roster of XD, that strengthens their lineup a little bit. Nothing against Rock Lee. I think he's still a great player. Obviously, just standing in as Habibi. And, Habibi was part of the Bravado when Bravado was the best team on the SA scene and almost unbeatable, sort of the WRG of today. They're definitely looking good going into this, and I expect it to transition into something great, and we'll see if Energy can close this out, or XC can close this out, or if Energy are going to put us into a Game 3 once again.
Well, you know what my thoughts are. As a caster, you want every single game to watch every single game. So we hope it goes to the best of 3. But if XD do take the win out of here, it's going to send Energy into the lower brackets, into that double elimination round. Going to be really difficult for them. But XD looking good at the moment. They're up 1 game. Energy, they need to bring something to the board. What is it? They've banned out the Warlock, banned out the clock. They are scared of the Habibi clock.
Yeah, that's, in all fairness, I can understand that ban. His rotations were just really, really sick. Now let's hope that they don't give him a Bounty Hunter or a Ricky, because that's just, we don't even want to go there. But we'll see. I'm sure XD, again, they still have a plan set up for them. We'll see how they're going to execute that. Interesting. Very interesting.
Right, so we see a tree.
I'm glad. And I'm intrigued to see how this is going to work out for them. We saw Mr. Pottykins. He favors a Treant as well. And he goes for the 1-1-4 build, so he maxes out the healing. So he gives his team sustain. And that's really, a lot of people say, oh, Treant got nerfed. He's unplayable. He doesn't have a bash anymore. But the truth is, Treant was never really a weak pick, even before those changes came into effect. Now he's still got a pretty decent laning impact. He's able to create a lot of space for his team by keeping them sustained.
Leech Seed also doing a lot, coming from out of the invis, slowing them down, gets a lot of things done, a lot of things for his team. So first pick, XC picked up the Treant. Energy this time around pick up the Vengeful Spirit, but the Visage, we saw Strike play Visage. He got a triple kill, I think, in the first 5 minutes of the game with Visage. Absolutely devastated.
He is a sick Visage. Strike plays a brilliant Visage. It's almost like on Lil level. But we'll see. This is just... a lot of people would look at this and say, wow, this is a Drow draft. Like, if they don't ban Drow, are they making a mistake here? I think XD might even be considering, like, guys, we need to ban Drow. We can't afford to sort of run into a Drow Visage Venge lane. Your offlaners just can't survive, and it's pretty scary even into the mid to late game.
Oh, they've got options of the Drow. SF also really goes pretty well with Energy's draft. Hunter Troll had a really good performance in the previous game. Obviously, maybe opting to picking it up so early though.
That's fine. Troll is not one of those heroes that you say, oh, this is the hero that counts as Troll. It's sort of, this is the playstyle that counts as Troll. So picking him up early, they don't really expose their hand by any means. He's a good enabling safe laner. It's something that XD seem to emphasize on a lot, is get a safe laner that can enable their mid laner TKC, who does so well, and as well as Jappa. In the previous game, Jappa had a terrible time in lane, but yet he managed to transition and find farm and have a big impact as the game progressed. So the side of XD, they definitely found something that works for them, and they're going to stick to it. By all means, I think any team can learn from that. If you find something that works, stick to it.
Well, Troll worked for Hunter, so they're going to stick to that. Energy, they didn't find what worked for them, so they're changing things up quite a bit here. Vengeful Visage. Now, you mentioned the Drow. The Drow strat with him does really well. Really strong hero. The Drow aura. But then that shows that Energy wants to start pushing, because she has this moment where she peaks. She has this power band that around about the 30 to 40 minute mark, let's say, they get this power band. They pick up the Slardar though.
Wow. That's a lot of physical damage.
Also really good against the tree.
Yeah. So there's multiple things to look at here, right? Slardar synergizes fantastically with Visage and Venge. As Venge obviously amplifies damage, as well as has minus armor of his own. Visage Familiars deal tremendous amount of physical damage. And the Slardar is also going to amplify that as well, set it up. I mean, Slithering Crush is probably one of the strongest abilities on a position 4, as it's not only a stun, it's also a slow after that. So it's just so good. You can set up with Venge Stun and into Slithering Crush, and all of a sudden, big trouble for whoever that individual may be.
Corrosive Haze, Terror Wave. They add an SF into this draft. That is terrifying.
Yeah, I can only agree. However, we've seen a lot of teams try these aura strats and it doesn't work. But this time around, you got a guy who plays a crazy Visage, and that can make the world of difference because that's pretty decent lockdown. The familiars are helping with that physical damage output. So I think you could be quite right here. I mean, they've banned out both the Death Prophet and the TA, realizing that okay, you don't want to have a TA Venge and a Visage. That's pretty scary. They left the Drow in, but I think by all means, I still think Drow's, a lot of people would say trash, but it's still scary. It's still a scary option that Energy do have. But I don't imagine they go in that direction. I think you're quite right. SF is definitely a hot pick here for them, and we'll see.
Well, I mean, in the previous game, Troll did actually pick up the Shadow Blade as well, and Slardar counters it really, really well as well.
Yeah.
So you've got the Treant and the Troll Warlord kind of countered. Let me say, not countered. Okay, the tree is pretty much useless if he gets Corrosive Haze. Troll will generally engage with the Shadow Blade.
Yeah.
So just to get better positioning. So one thing I'm worried about is if they do pick up a soft-ish core and Troll can actually get onto them, it could actually be a problem. I would maybe suggest, say, like a Wind Ranger, just because of the mischance that kind of allows the Troll not to actually land the bashes. Thinking out of the box. We haven't seen a Wind Ranger in forever, but it's got that evasiveness that...
Yeah, well, we have seen a Wind Ranger, but it's largely been played on position 4. So, I mean, it's still an option, but as a mid laner, I don't think we've seen too much of him. Nature's Prophet. So, this is a push strat. Definitely. I mean, you got Visage and Nature's Prophet. They're going to be.
If they don't pick up a Drow now.
Whoa, Drow would be very gross. But I imagine.
But that's going to be their off lane, Vengeful Spirit, their core. That still opens up the mid here for Chosen One.
Yeah. So I don't think they're picking up a Drow for sure. Now, like, I mean, unless you're going Slardar off lane and safe lane, I mean, mid lane Nature's Prophet, which is, I suppose, viable, but not great. So I can't imagine they're going for a Drow. But, all right, there we go. This is what I wanted to see.
All right, TKC Puck.
That's what I wanted to see.
Absolutely ridiculous. I've seen this guy play Puck, and he made the other team look like school kids.
Yeah, he does. And he's a school kid himself.
Which is scary. How ridiculously good this guy is. Give him a couple of more years, and I'm telling you, he's going to be able to dominate the scene. Not that he's not dominating it now.
Yeah.
But pick up that experience, tournament experience, that maturity of being able to make those in-game calls. Absolutely star player, I believe.
Yeah, I can only agree with you. I can only say there's a bright future for this individual. He's. I think a lot of times when I watch people talk about the side of XD or whoever TKC plays for, he's sort of not really. A lot of people neglect him, but I mean, he's just making bigger strides on as he gets older, and he's starting to look to be a dominant mid laner going into the future. And he also plays safe lane. That's also another thing in his. He actually didn't play mid before he joined XD. He's only recently started playing mid, and look how dominant he is already. So this kid has got a lot of potential.
Well, we now stick at the 5th ban for the sign of XD. I mean, who do they ban out? Who else could they be considering? I mean, we've spotted out the Drow. Could be a Drow strat. Possibly, if they decide to
that's a great ban.
things out. They ban out the SF.
Yeah.
And Jabba may have called it.
Yeah. I mean, if it was picked up by Energy, that would have been interesting, but they wouldn't let that through. That's just... that would just be too helpful.
But think of it this way. Now, it leaves them the option that Energy could still pick up a Drow. If they run dual lanes...
Wait,
put Drow in the mid.
In the mid. He loses really badly to Puck, though.
Who could they stick in the mid against the Puck?
Nature's Prophet is the best choice, to be fair. Okay.
All right, well, they do pick up their position 5. It's going to be the Bane.
I like it. I like it a lot. going to reduce the damage output of Venge and the Nature's Prophet, as well as that individual lockdown to control Visage or control the Slardar in the team fight. So it's really, really nice pick there by XD. I can say that at least. But the last pick here for Energy, this is a tough one. It's a very
Who do you
tough
go
one.
to? They've banned out SF. They've banned out the one that we feel that will be the one that will actually be the strong pick. They've taken him out. PA. Evasion. My thinking on the Wind Ranger was right. I was going to think of PA, but I mean...
Okay, so PA does okay in the mid, but it's really, I think you've got a good point there. You're talking about him being squishy, and it's going to force Hunter to potentially go for that Silver's Edge again. So you've definitely hit the nail on the head here. So when he does go for Silver's Edge, you've got a Slardar who counters that out pretty decently. If he does manage to get eyes on the troll, then he doesn't have a defensive item like a PKB. So they don't really have an answer to PA directly. The puck can still deal a tremendous amount of magical damage. So we'll see if that
Negated by
works.
BKB.
Yeah, if PA needs a BKB, for sure. If PA is BKB, it's fine. But however, Fury can still lock him down through BKB period, which is something we must take into consideration. That Bane is pretty decent up against BKB carriers.
Yeah, actually, absolutely correct. And will do devastating amount of damage if they catch. But then you've got Odu or Dreamy on the Vengeville that as soon as the Fiend's Grip comes out, swap or stun, swap out the Bane and you can get more aggressive. Swap out your ally and you can play defensive.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to positioning once again. I mean, again, I feel like I say that every time I'm in this hot seat. Positioning is just absolutely vital, and of course, it always is. But the Bane is going to have to be, in particular, well positioned to sort of get success for his team.
Well, it's something a little bit different. Fury picking up and playing a little bit of different heroes. In the previous tournament that we witnessed, he was very favored on the CM.
It was the only hero he played.
Hero
four
pool of
games,
one this time round. We've already seen him on 2 different heroes.
I know, my mind is broken.
Right, well, guys, once again, welcome to game number 2 of XD versus Energy Esports.
Whoa.
What are we spotting out?
Sorry about that. Energy popped two smokes there by accident, so that's quite a waste. They obviously said now, and they literally popped 2 smokes at the same time. So,
well, they're going to find out Fury. So before the game gets underway, guys, I am Jabba, joined by Scarpy. We're going to bring you the second game. If XD make it 2-0, it's going to knock Energy down into the lower brackets. If Energy take a game off XD, it is going to take us to a game number 3, and that is when things start getting super exciting.
yeah.
You might as well be best of ones.
Yeah, I mean, it's still playing a best of 3. You get to see what your opponent has available, and then you sort of change up your playstyle until you sort of perfect how to beat this opponent. In the best, if you go all the way to game number 3, all of a sudden it's a toss-up. Someone might just put out a cheese strat, a pocket strat, something crazy, which we all want to see. So, man, I really want to see a game 3 here. I think it will be very, very interesting.
Well, the previous game you saw really good innings from XD. Did really, really well. This time round, let's see if Energy's got what it takes. TKC taking quite a bit of a race here in the mid lane. Chosen One throwing out that Stifling Dagger, constantly harassing him out. But here in the bot lane, we've got our dogs here, Jappa, in a huge amount of trouble, and he gets punished and goes down.
I like what they've done here, opting to go for the sort of safe lane carry in the off lane position here, knowing that, okay, this is probably what they're looking to do. And they put Jappa and Habibi in this lane, so it's the sort of strat with the Habibi just running at you with the Iron Shell, then root you, and then just causes chaos.
Beautiful blocking coming out from Fury and Strians, not being able to get the kill onto Fury, but they've changed the rotations. They've brought Strike and Mr. Partikins up into the top lane and pretty much left our Odu in the bot lane solo up against Habibi, and they are going to be going head to head.
Yeah. This might not favor Odu all that much. I do expect rotations to come back, but maybe they're looking for a quick kill here on Hunter. But that's going to be difficult. There's no mana on hand for Mr. Pottikins. He doesn't have any sort of sustain for himself. So this is actually quite interesting and could potentially favor. Okay, actually, Mr. Chelsea is rotated and Jappa's in a bit of trouble here. In fact.
Well, that Einstein still doing quite a bit of work to Odu here in the backlines. Jappa gets blocked out. He's going to go down, and he pays for his sins. But now can they pick up the kill on Odu? Habibi trying to close the gap. Can he get it? Einshall doing some work here as Odu's going to get chased down. Habibi gets a right click off, but can he escape now? Chelsea and those right clicks. One more right click. Is it going to be enough? He goes in Viz, and Habibi is out of there.
Yeah, that was quite nice. Yes, they lost Jappa, but they did manage to get a kill onto Odu, which is obviously at position 1. If you're able to shut him down, and a quick rotation is out. Hunter as well as Fury moving down to this bot lane again, and it's just going to force this back and forth and back and forth, and this could potentially favor XD here.
I mean, looking at their draft, I think Energy had like a plan going into it. Hunter gets stunned out. Looks like they're rotating the lanes. It seems that they don't want to deal with the Visage as well as the Slardar combination, rather preferring the Odu matchup.
Yeah, so it's definitely something that they would much rather do, and that means Nature's Prophet has to TP out again, and now he's dealing with the Iron Shell spam from Jappa, so the lane's just switching and switching.
Oh, Hunter maybe in a little bit of problems here. There comes the Soul Assumption, taking him down. Strike, getting some work done. Habibi rocks up to the party. Tries to right-click down Odu. He's going to salve up and keep himself alive. Fury not being able to get enough done. Odu even said maybe try and Nightmare out his teammate, get into a better position, and then right-click him back so he's active again, just to try and avoid the damage coming out from the side of Energy. Very close calls, though.
Yeah, Habibi is now level 3, so he's going to have a bit more of an impact. He's now got Leech Seed, as also Odu needs to be a bit careful about overextending, but they do have Sentry as well as a ward placed in the middle of the lane, so this is a difficult task here for Habibi to get a good initiation. He'll realize now as the range creep actually hits him that they have vision in this area, so this should be an easy D-ward. It could actually be an easy 100 gold, but
Fury in a little bit of problem. Gets the brain sap off. Mr. Pottikins gets the Slytherin Crush off. Strike picking the kill up for himself, though, and got quite a couple of stacks there on his Soul Assumption. Going to do a bit of damage if he lets that thing fly. Doesn't have mana, though.
Yeah, and Jappa doing a good job here. He's trying to control this lane, being as efficient as possible, making Chelsea's life a bit of a misery. And, oh man, 4 kills already in favor of Energy. This is like deja vu. Oh,
well, Jappa, he gets treed out. He's going to be able to survive out mid lane, though. I'm really interested to see how this goes. At the moment, Chosen One doing well against TKC. TKC sitting 28-1 versus Chosen One's 31-6.
Yeah, and the PA is actually doing surprisingly well here. I think you still expect the PA does well in most matchups in the mid lane, and the more he levels up, the more scary he is. As I mean, Puck's a very squishy hero, so in the same sense as how TA counters out Puck, the PA, he too can be a very big problem for him later on. However, he does have phase shift to avoid at least something, but like we can see, the Dagger League is just going to be avoided here by TKC, but it's going to become a bit of a nuisance for him as the game does go on.
Well, he gets jumped on. He immediately phase shifts out and pops out the Waning Rift. Going to silence outside Chosen One for a moment. Let's have a look in the bot lane, though. The stun comes out, catching out too. Hunter gets the Living Arbor put on him. Going to keep him alive for the moment. Nightmare used up onto Mr. Pottikins. Hunter may be able to survive here as Natures tries to get in there. Chelsea trying to find our Hunter, but now Habibi, he's now the point of contention. The trees come out. Fury trying to stay alive, gets the brain sap off. Can he dodge through it? He's not going to be able to. Odu picking up the kill with the Terror Wave. And now they may actually look at trying to push down the tier 1 tower bot. Habibi very low HP in a bit of a precarious position. The TP comes in, Fury wants back, and if they can find something off the back of this, but let's just take a look here in the mid lane. Mr. Pottikins may actually spot out TKC. Does he actually rotate around? Okay, so Mr. Pottikins didn't want to actually engage into TKC. They actually wanted to avoid one another. But I think he could have actually done quite a bit of damage. I suppose trying to land the Slytherin Crush with phase available not the easiest task.
Yeah, so Mr. Bodykins, he's looking for level 6 here. That could be quite a big thing. But TKC, he does have level 7, so he could potentially just kill a support if they do try and overextend onto him. So that's a scary thing. So by all means, try and avoid him if you're alone. And he also has 10 one charges, which means he's a difficult kill. But bot lane, Hunter down.
Hunter takes Assumption to the head. Odu looking for more low HP, but Living Armor comes out here from Habibi. Can he stay alive? The Slytherin Crush is there. They don't have vision. They drop the sentry. They can spot him. They pick up the kill on Mr. Bodykins, though. The rotation comes in while the TP back from Hunter comes in. And trying to see if they can find a kill. Throwing out those that slow from the troll, not finding Odu. And then having to back off. I think that was a little bit of a misclick. I think he wanted to actually get it onto Odu.
Yeah, for sure. He was definitely... I think Odu was actually out of vision there and he maybe miscast. I'm not sure. Maybe a bit of a misplay from him, but Fury playing very aggressively in a position that he should not be and needs to get himself out of dodge. And he should be fine here. Oh.
I think this is Strike's go-to. You just pick up the Visage.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely one of his strongest heroes. Oh, Odu looking to turn this one around very quickly here.
Throws out the stun onto Hunter. Troll gets stunned up for the moment. The rest of the team comes in to try and help out. I mean, I think this is what the majority of the game is going to go like. Just trying to constantly frighten out each other. You've got Habibi coming in, right-clicking, backing off. You've got Odu throwing out the stun, then backing off. Until the point where you think it's a fakie, and then the team jumps on you.
Yeah. So, I mean, Puck did kill C1 a while ago, which is pretty big. I mean, we're talking about how he's struggling a little bit, but now managing to find a kill onto C1, that's really big for him. And he's got his trades up now looking for that Blink Dagger, and then that's when we start to see TKC come online. So TKC, again, finding a solo kill in his mid lane. I don't think he had assistance there. We did miss out on that one. Obviously, all the action was in the bot lane, and he managed to find a kill just after that.
Well, Courier flying into the bot lane does actually have TKC's trades in it when the Courier is available. When they do, they'll find it, and he'll get those trades flown out to him. But so far, very interesting lane here in the bot. Absolutely action-packed, and a lot of it has to do with the Slardar. The Slytherin Crush is just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, for sure. It's just such a strong ability, in fact. But look at this aggressive play here. Fury's in big trouble.
Throws out the stun. Easy Slytherin Crush. Fury goes down, even with the help of the Living Armor. Not going to help him out. And there comes the Nature's Wrath coming out, trying to do a little bit of damage. TP coming in. They're going to lose Jeppa as well. And Chelsea trying to see if he can find something. And too late, boys. They've already taken down what they could have. And Habibi invis up, trying to just escape away. But now, TKC making his way back to the mid lane. This is a really scary tri lane coming out from Energy. It's actually now a quad lane.
Yeah, this is a...
Oh, swap's going to be used out. Habibi, can he get out? Slytherin Crush is there. Nightmare being used up on Habibi. He's going to be able to get out. Oh, Fury. Absolutely amazing play there.
Oh!
They're going to lose Strike. Is it enough? It is. TKC actually taking down the kill there. And that's going to put him ever closer to his blink.
Yeah, TKC making the turnarounds here for his team. Good rotation in by him. And he's also done a great job at sort of slowing down the PA, as he's quite a significant margin ahead, about 500 net worth ahead of the PA, which is quite substantial.
Substantial. Let's take a look at those net worths. TKC sitting at the top, then followed by PA, Natures, and then the offlaner Jeppa, with Odu sitting on the core, and then followed by Hunter. So both Hunter and Odu having a similar time where their offlaners for both teams are actually doing a bit better than them.
Yeah, it's just because of this ultra aggression. You don't get a lot of farm when you constantly fighting. Sort of a lot of people call it the 2K syndrome, right? They just want to fight consistently, and if you don't find farm, you need to find a good balance. And this ultra aggression is buying space. And Nature's Prophet, however, is one of those heroes who can transition into a very strong core. So this does sort of favor Energy in a sense.
What items can we expect to see up on Chelsea? It looks like he's got the Drum of Endurance.
Yeah.
Hold that thought though, mid though. Trying to make a play on TKC. Can he get out? Living Armor comes out. Throws his ball across, and stun from Mr. Bodykins not going to be good enough and getting out.
Yeah, it's a close, almost potential kill in the top as well. Hunter managed to find the tower afterwards, but Chelsea is escaping by the skin on his teeth with managing to get managing to sprout himself and TP himself on out. Just having enough HP.
Well, drums of endurance. Oh, Jappa getting caught out. Stuns comes through. Mr. Pottikins. Is it enough? He hasn't got the trees available yet. He does now. Does he throw it out? Waiting for the moment. Going to right click him. And now he does. He used the search. And the moment is there. Right click done and dusted. Chelsea picking up the kill. In the meantime, Hunter getting stunned out here from Strike, making sure he can't engage. But in the meantime, TKC finishing out the slaughter. Taking down Mr. Pottikins.
Yeah.
Easy team fight here. Well, look, 1-1 for the moment. Chelsea had a good engage. Mr. Pottikins really getting caught with his pants down. And now he's sitting at a 7 for 10 at the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, and the net worth is in favor of the team with the less kills. So it sort of paints the story here that the Darkseer, even though he's not doing as well as the Nature's Prophet, the Puck is the one pretty much carrying their net worth pretty heavily, and we saw that in Game 1. So TKC making a significant difference for his team. He's sort of like, the guy that the Mafia called to clean up the dirty jobs.
Yeah.
He's just been so effective consistently in both games so far. I mean, this game obviously is still a long way to go, but TKC just really, really standout performance here by him.
Well, we're going to see some of that flashy play. He's got his blink. He's building into that veil. And as soon as he gets that veil, he's going to be doing a chunk load of damage.
Yeah. South Africa's Sumal.
It's Sumal.
Yeah. His farm is really far ahead. He's over 1K ahead of that of the PA. He's almost 2K ahead of that of the Venge. So this is it's looking rough right now for Energy because of this Puck's potential.
Well, I mean, even just looking at his reactions and his reflexes here in the mid lane, unbelievable. Let's take a look in the top lane, though. Mr. Pottikins going to get scouted out.
Oh, wow.
That is a huge amount of damage. Fury, as well as Habibi, taking him down. That is pure damage coming out from the Brain Sap. But Jappa taking the Nature's Wrath and going down as well.
Wow, that was
a lot of damage.
That Wrath of Nature's, I think the last hit him there. That was a significant amount of damage. He wasn't that low, and I didn't expect him to die there. I thought maybe if Odie chased, but that would be risky. But man, that was a well-placed ulti there by the Nature's Prophet.
Absolutely, yeah. In the mid lane, though, the familiars don't actually find the stun. TKC getting out of there. They're trying so hard to take down TKC. You can almost feel their pain, but they're unable to do it. At the moment, he's sitting 3-0 and constantly being harassed.
He is just playing out of his mind, to be absolutely honest. I mean, that there should have been a kill on anyone else. He's playing ultra aggressively on the PA, looking for a kill here, and could find it. It's going to be a difficult kill, to be fair. But, actually, big rotations onto him. He could be in trouble.
They turn their attentions to Fury, and the blink comes in from Chosen One. He gets it. TKC jumping in, gets stunned out. Can he find the kill? Phase shift is there. Is it enough for him to get out? And it is not. And the killing spree going in favor of Chelsea. They weren't even able to take down the PA. Chosen One limping out of that battle and actually using the shrine to get his HP up back to factory standards.
Yep. Chosen One, 1 point in blur, gets the mist from the Puck and doesn't die. So that's RNG for you, ladies and gentlemen. But Tier 1 tower now under risk, and it should go down. I can't imagine that they're going to put up a defense for this one.
Well, at the same time, XD going to take down the bottom Tier 1. Tier 1 top has actually also been taken down. Quite an aggressive TP coming in here from Chelsea. Do they decide to actually turn it around? Hunter trying to make a play here. Turns down. There comes out the ulti from Tree. Habibi trying to rock him down. Mr. Pottikins is getting only the stun onto Hunter. And now Hunter getting healed up. And he's going to get out of there. The Radiant still managed to pick up the tower after that. TKC, he's there. Can they get the one more right click? They do. Oh. So 2 for 0. They do pick up the kill onto Fury. But 2 for 1 and losing Fury at the back of it.
Oh,
but
wow.
TKC, he's not over. He wants more. And he decides against it. Gets himself out of dodge.
Yeah. Just saying, hey, don't overextend. Yep. Be careful, boy. But yeah, Fury actually foiled their plans. They were actually going to look to wrap around and secure kills onto Hansa, but because he was there, they had to kill him first, and at the end of the day, they weren't able to reach the team fight there. So Fury's death was not in vain, but I don't think he was expecting that outcome. But yeah, this Visage, we can already see the amount of damage output he's managing to dish out is significant. So Strike is pretty scary to deal with right now.
Well, looking in the mid lane, the Terror Wave does come down, lands on TKC. Are they looking for a team fight at the moment? Habibi is nowhere to be found. He's got very low HP, very low mana. He needs to get himself back to base to heal him up before a team fight does pan out. But this could be the opportunity that Energy wants to take the fight. They do smoke up, so they're looking for it. I mean, if they can find Hunter, that would be so good for them.
Yeah, Hunter is in trouble here. If he survives this, it'll be amazing. So, again, there's a little bit of time, though, but Puck is still far away from him. He's alone. But, privy to what's happening. He's out.
Well, he gets... he shows himself in bot lane. He gets out. TP's out. Now, it looks like they actually may go mid. TKC lines up the orb. I'm not going to actually touch. But, I mean, that kind of sense, that sneaky sense.
Yeah. He's definitely paying off, and he's actually got Veil complete now, so his magic output's going to be that much higher. So C1 even more wants to find that BKB as soon as possible. He's trying to get that Deso up still, but BKB is going to be an absolute necessity for him very soon.
Well, they're going to trade towers. Mid tower does go down. 3 here for the side of Energy, pushing down this bottom tier 1. Absolutely crazy. They're going to use out the Griff, but top lane, can they find Chelsea? Pops out the drums, and he's going to be able to just run it off. We do have Fiend's Grip available for Fury now. So this is where things get exciting. Can they hold him down? Can they do the damage that's needed during that crucial moment?
Yeah, absolutely. So the damage output from the side of XD is just going to grow a lot more now with that they got the Veil online. And I think Hunter, he's got a Yasha, so that's going to help him farm a lot quicker. Considering his position, he's not really well farmed. I mean, if we look over at the net worths, it's three energy heroes just below that of TKC, and they are significantly farmed. I mean, he's not too far behind, but this will help him. Man, look at the farm on the Treant. He's actually got a Solar Crest complete. Habibi is... wow, he's making the difference in the net worth here, in fact, with his farm that he's managed to find around the map.
Well, yeah, they pick up the Aegis, they get the Rosh, and... the side of XD, they complete another little objective. And I mean, with all of that, I mean, have you had the opportunity to actually look at the graphs? I mean, before Rosh, the net worth was below 1,000. That's 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
These two teams identically matched.
Yeah, I can agree with you there. And I think the as the game transfers into the later stages, it might show a little bit different because Puck does sort of fall off. He's going to have still that same effect with control. But I like what XD are doing here. They want to find objectives. We got Roshan, let's find objectives. Oh, big jump.
TKC jumps in, waiting rifts up, blinks out as orbs out. The blink comes in. They find Hunter. Fiend's Grip out onto the Venge. The wall is down. Guardian Greaves pop, but Aegis is down. They take down Hunter's 1 life, but he's got another. Odu hits the deck. Mr. Podikins goes down as well. Stifling Dagger just trying to slow down the side here of XT. In the meantime, TKC in the backlines trying to find Strike. Is it going to be enough? Fury takes a huge crit. That Chosen One is throwing out. Strike, he may go down. He does. Jappa gets the kill there. And nice little takedown here, clearing out the treants. The tier 2 tower being glyphed out. And Hunter's going to clear that up. Tries to get the deny off, but Chelsea, he can't complete that. And XD, big objective, nice team fight being taken out, and that swap not working out to the way that they expected.
Yeah, and that has now turned those net worths on their head. Yes, they dropped Aegis in that team fight, but it was just a really good counter initiation. TKC found himself a double kill right off the bat like that, and after that, I think Troll, he came back to life, and he could just secure the tower while the rest of them just were in chaos. Absolute chaos.
No, I mean, even glimpsing for a tier 2, Maybe a little bit of a misplay, considering that if that fight went a little bit worse, they could have easily pushed up high ground.
Yeah. I think, yeah, utilizing the glyph there, I suppose they have low enough cooldowns to say, okay, we will respawn before they take high ground, but it's a high risk, and if the Aegis hadn't dropped, then potentially they would even find a second tier 2. But now that Aegis is down, I don't think they're too concerned. The cooldown's pretty long, so there is still that opportunity for XD to transition this into at least another objective just with pushing out the lanes correctly.
Well, it looks like Chelsea's going for that 30-minute Midas. He's got that in his quick buy as well. Looking at Mr. Poddykins trying to get into that blink as well. Taking a little bit of time. We're 22 minutes in, and he's about 100 gold off it. So that's going to be a big pickup item there.
Chelsea.
But Chelsea gets caught out. They're going to use Fiend's Grip, and Habibi trying to get some love in there. But Hunter eventually does take him down.
Yeah, so that's a pretty big kill for them. I think the Nature's Prophet, he's been doing pretty well, considering. So it's really nice for them. And then, as I spoke about earlier, they're going to find themselves another objective, and they're going to trade for a tier 1, which is absolutely worthwhile for them. So it's just everything's going pretty well for XD so far, finding now that objective, giving them a 5k net worth lead. It's pretty substantial.
And we told you guys to look out for it. TKC's puck, absolutely monstrous and doing the work that is needed. But it's now up to Energy to try and defend this tier 3 before they take this game 2-0.
Yeah, so they force a lot of rotations back, did a bit of chip damage onto that tier 3 tower. And now probably going to look to hold out for one more Roshan. And then we could expect Ecstasy to go through with their big plan of closing out this game. But Odu, he's in trouble.
He gets caught out by TKC, and he blinks out and keeping himself safe, knowing that Mr. Boddykins was in the area. But I mean, look at this. Your core, position 1, has to buy himself the hood.
Yeah, actually, Hood on Venge, apologies, I was going to say Temple Assassin, is really strong because it's such a tanky hero, and the one thing that he lacks is magic immunity. So it's okay, and he's already got an ability that's going to help him with his right clicks. And now he's going for 4-star, so it's very utility-based, which is pretty much the point. They want to enable mostly the PA. However, PA is still begging to find that BKB. He's pretty close, about a K off. Once he does have that online, I expect things to turn around a little bit more.
Oh, big engagement here in the top lane. They're going to try and find out Jep and TKC. The Guardian Greaves do get popped out. The vac wall's going to be good. They're going to lose Mr. Poddykins. Jep, a very low HP. He does eventually go down. TKC trying to get what he can. But Chosen One giving a huge amount of crits there. TKC trying to survive. Going to blink into the bushes here. Can he get out? And the phase shift is going to be there. They're going to pop down the trees with the treants. In the meantime, Jep is still getting the kill in the back lines as Chosen One gets the kill on TKC. And before you know it, 2 down for the side of Energy. 2 down for the side of XD. And I think the time is called to retreat. We did have Habibi here in the bot lane. We had Hunter in the mid. And Fury dancing himself away.
Yeah, so this was a very good fight for Energy. This will help them out quite a lot.
Chelsea's still going on this. Actually gets the nightmare off. And Chosen One still engages. Odu trying to find the kill onto Hunter. Hunter TP's in. Odu slowing them down with his ult. Can they actually find the kill here? And Chelsea goes down. Chosen One, is it enough? He's got it. A lot of evasions happening. But the Slytherin Crush is going to be good. They lose Hunter. And now Jappa trying to make something happen. But the crits coming out from Chosen One, absolutely phenomenal. He's trying to find more. The blink is there from both the PA and the Slardar. TKC finds the kill onto Slardar. Can he return it onto the PA? And he's going to be able to TP himself out as TKC made the wrong turn.
C1. Man, that was close. He's now got his BKB complete because of that fight, but wow, he played really well there, managing to dive pretty deep. He's been cutting down trees. He absolutely destroyed that tree, and I think it was like one shot and he was just down 1k crit. So poor Habibi, gonna probably be reconsidering what he's gonna be building now. He's actually going for the Blink Dagger, so I mean, yeah, that's pretty good. He's still got significant farm, but this is the moment that I've been talking about. Once the PS goes BKB online, he had a good fight now already. this is where things slowly might just turn around in the favor of Energy.
Well, I mean, that blink's going to be big, and BKB up on Chosen One is absolutely ridiculous. But now, all I think that may happen is Fury needs somehow to find that engage to get his Fiend Grips off, because it goes through BKB.
Yeah, so it's very essential that he's picking up Shadow. He's picking up Shadow
Gate.
Amulet. Yeah, so he's going to have Invis. He can initiate with that, and then he'll be out of sight. So it's going to be important at the same time for Mr. Potterkins to make sure he tracks Fury so that Fury doesn't stop the PA, and make sure that they can kill Fury as quick as possible. It's one of the things now. Blink Dagger on the Slardar and BKB up on the PA. They have far better initiation than they had before.
Well, Mr. Potterkins trying to scout them out. Fury tries to get something happening. He gets the sleep once the blink had happened. And Fury gets taken down by Chosen One, the target he needed. And Hunter going to bite the dust here as well. Chosen One getting a double. And now can he make it a triple? He finds Habibi. He gets spotted out. Ulti being used out. But Strike finishes him off. TKC trying to dodge out the Stifling Dagger. And he goes down as well to a 1,331 crit damage. Strike gets himself a triple. I think the only one not to go down there was Jappa.
Yeah.
And that was because he just instantly TP'd out.
So this is what I spoke about. It's now the items have been picked up. The spikes are occurring on the side of Energy, and they're starting to look like they're the dominant team. All of a sudden, the net worth has switched entirely. It's actually the graph's still got to sort of relay it, but it's a 1k net worth lead to Energy. There we go.
Well, that's the experience.
Experience. Okay, yeah. It will. There we go. It's coming out now. So 1k net worth lead just from those two fights, and that's now a major problem for XD. Even though they had such a good start, their game is transitioning into a bit of a problematic situation. Yes, they got a lot of objectives, but nothing really substantial done to the high ground.
Well, even the Living Armor not being able to last much longer, they get Strike clicked away almost immediately. And XD, they don't have the answers at the moment. They don't want to defend this. Energy happy with that tier 2 taken down. Question is, when do they jump into Rosh? How much more time do we have until Rosh is up? 36 seconds.
Yeah.
36 seconds. Do they scout it out? Familiars actually just do a flyby.
Seems like neither team are really looking at it. I think the side of XD are more eager to find Roshan, because they do have a troll, which obviously makes it very efficient for them, as well as the Solar Crest up on Habibi. So here we go, 5-man smoke. I think they're going to look into the Rosh pit, be a bit too early, but there is a familiar here which will scout them out if it gets to that. So yeah, there we go. They look, Roshan's not up, they're going to look for a kill, and they're going straight onto Mr. Potterkins here.
Well, can they find it? Hunter trying to find him. TKC gets there to help out with the damage. They pick up Mr. Potterkins. This could be a big opportunity here for them to actually jump in. They did use the Dream Coil for that. So a lot of their team fight potential is down for the moment. So they are looking to actually jump into the pit. They're actually doing it really quickly here, though.
Yeah, of course they can. They got the troll, they got the Solar Crest. Now they got to play this very carefully, as they do have vision into the pit with a familiar. And if there is a crit coming out from C1, this could quickly turn things around. And the stun from Roche is going to make their lives a misery.
Oh, wow. The wall into the Fiend's grip. And immediately Fury on point. And now they're trying to take down Roche, fighting under the wall. But Jappa, he snatches it. The Chosen One takes it down. Habibi trying to get out of there. He goes down. Oh, no, he doesn't go down. He can't. Strike can't hit hard enough. But now Strike getting gone on here by Fury and Jappa. In the meantime, we've got our Mr. Hunter trying to take down O2 and Mr. Potterkins. Not going to happen. Strike eventually does go down. And now sleep out onto Chelsea. Is it enough to bring him down? Here comes a brain set from Fury. And TKC going to take him down just before the familiar dropped. And he went down. In the meantime, our poor Jappa may go... Oh, the Crimson Guard keeping him alive. But the blink forward here from TKC, they did knock me out. Mr. Potterkins, he can't find a target. He eventually does. Fury was the one, but he's going to be able to survive through it. They lose Mr. Potterkins. 4 down for the side of Energy. Absolutely crazy, as Jappa did manage to steal the Aegis. So almost an entire team wipe coming out for Energy and not losing one for the side of XD. What is going on?
That was a very, very good fight, obviously, for the side of XD. But I think positioning was key. I think Habibi positioned himself next to the Roche pit. Well, as soon as it happened, there was just a great vacuum wall, and it was just chaos from there. And like you said, on point was Fury with his ultimate. Make sure that, okay, PA is not going to be stealing our Roshan. We secured the kill. Yes, Jappa did pick up the Aegis, but Cheese was picked up by Hunter. He managed to use that Cheese, turn it into quite an effective tool, and that was just great success all around.
Absolute magical.
Absolutely.
And I mean, if Fury doesn't get shut down, if Chosen One doesn't jump on him, he burns. Fury will burn through Chosen One.
Yeah. So this is interesting. This game has now just gone back and forth.
Let's go back to Network Craft, because that kind of tells the story. And 32 minutes in, almost nothing in it in terms of gold. Hold that thought though. Chosen One gets in there. Fury in a good position. BKB means nothing as he goes down to the right clicks of TKC, Hunter, and the rest of the Radiant team.
That's a big kill for them. It's buying a lot of time, and TKC playing ultra aggressive as he jumps forward.
I mean, that was also a big BKB timer as well.
Oh, the crush off Mark. Habibi's turning this one around. That's going to be Slardar down. They're looking for more. Odu's in trouble. There's nowhere for him to go. He's going to die here. This is huge.
Oh, wow. 3 down for Energy. This is big push potential. Only Chelsea sitting in the top lane trying to push it out. Hunter, he's trying to see if he can close it out. So he TP'd back, but the rest of XD can push in. Can Hunter get this? Chelsea, he's under attack. Can he stay close enough to get the trees? Does he have anything to get in the trees? He doesn't. And Chelsea going to be able to get himself a lot out of there.
Yeah, XD, man. This is they just stepping up to the plate. I said it before the game started that this is now time for them to actually step up. They can't afford to sort of go through that cute stage. They now need to step up and prove that they are a very strong team. Oh, big jump mid.
Well, they do find out our Chelsea, and eventually the Nature's Prophet goes down, waiting for him to come out of the base. And XD read that beautifully. Pushing high tier 3s now at the moment. Buyback available on Chelsea. And Chosen One, he's back. And Odu going to be coming back in the next 2 seconds.
Strike's in trouble here. He's got caught out by Hunter as well as TKC. He should go down. Very big kill for them. They managed to shut down that Visage, who's been an absolute nuisance every time. So high ground could fall here. People constantly dying.
Well, buyback does come out. So Chelsea going to join his teammates to try and defend. Odu gets the swap off, but immediately blinks out. TKC, I mean, that is not the one, but the wall is down. The roots are there, and the Shivers is down. Mr. Poddykins trying to help out, trying to right-click down Hunter. Big crits coming out, but they lose Odu. Familiars doing their work, and Chosen One. BKB is up and has to get out of there. Ulti's blown for the side of XD, and only got ulti. Well, I mean, Coup de Grace is permanently in ulti form. So,
wow.
Huge abilities being expended to actually save this high ground here.
Yeah, this PA Illusion is actually doing a lot of work to this building. And Mr. Poddykins, okay, he's not going to jump forward.
Hunter takes down the tier 3. Stifling Dagger comes out. Jappa, he's sitting in the front line, surges himself forward, does get treed out. Stifling Dagger popping out into Fury. Vac Wall's going to be there, just cause a little bit of confusion. They've taken down the tier 3, and now XD may look at trying to get themselves out of there.
Oh, wow.
Rosh is down, Aegis is down, and they need to get out. Imagine they pushed up, and Jappa went down just after that. But Mr. Poddykins is trying to find more. The smoke comes out. Fury, big crit, and Chosen One finding that kill. And the may look at turning this around. And the Rod of Atos is there, going to be doing its work. No, TKC dodges it out. Dived in the backlines. Mr. Poddykins jumps in, finds TKC. Silence is up. And we are going to lose Mr. TKC. 5k kill count. And huge amount of gold going in favor of Chosen One.
Yeah, so, I mean, yes, they brought down a tier 3 tower, but still there is that potential. Energy can just go out of control after a team fight. Of course, they do have that powerhouse of a Templar Assassin, like he pointed out. His Coup de Grace is just going to be dealing tremendous amount of damage, especially to the supports if they get caught off guard. So tier 2 tower now under threat. Looks like it should take a tumble here. I can't imagine it surviving for much longer. And then this is it's still interesting. It's still in the balance here. I know it's a 3k net with lead, but here we go. High ground now going to be under siege. Buybacks might need to be consumed here by the side of XD.
Well, they do pop out the glyph. Familiar's trying to hunt out where XD is sitting. They're putting a lot of damage here onto the tier 3. They may get bar back now. They do. TKC is in there. Vac wall. They lose Habibi though, but a perfect setup coming out from XD. TKC is there. The Familiar stopping out the side of XD, but the coil is down. Swap is there. Going to try and keep Odu alive, but Chosen One going to TP out. And can Chelsea as well. So big buybacks coming out and getting no return on their investment.
That was, that's as bad as it can be. They didn't lose the tier 3 tower, but by the hair on its teeth. The tower's still standing. Yes, they're going to use this opportunity to try and push down, but they didn't take anyone down, so the trade is not going to be all worthwhile. They're going to take Shrine, so that's going to sort of help them out, make sure that there's no access for their opponents, but it's not the end of the world for Energy.
It's not. They've got the tower. They've still got it there. It's, I mean, one right click from Chosen One and we'll take care of that. But now, XD maybe under the clock here.
Absolutely. And we can't emphasize that anymore. They need to make some sort of a movement forward. We saw success earlier. They still might want to wait for Roshan, which we're going to see its potential time in 30 seconds. And that's going to be very, very important for the side of XD.
I mean, look how crazy this is. TKC now sitting below Jappa, sitting below Hunter, and the 2 cores here from Energy. He's completely fallen off the radar.
Yeah.
He's being hunted out by the side of Energy. They realize he's the playmaker.
Yeah.
And if they don't shut him down, they really struggle. So attention's really been focused on him. Looking at his counts at the moment, 10-4. I mean, at one point we were looking at 5-0.
Yeah, I mean, he's still doing a good job, but unfortunately, this is one of the problems with Puck. He doesn't really have a farming. He can farm decently, but he's more looking to be the playmaker, and that unfortunately doesn't always transition into substantial amounts of gold. So, whoa.
Wow, quick find on Fury. Just dropping that ward here just to scout out the team. Getting caught and being taken down and immediately de-warded as well.
Yeah, sad day. That's a MKB complete on the PA. The PA is fat. Topping that net worth chart, he's a man. he's scary now. He's hitting extremely hard. He's going to one-shot Fury. Can potentially one-shot Habibi even. So,
I mean, the next item that he's going to build into is going to be the Abyssal. And then after that, any BKBs that the side of XD would like to actually pick up is not going to be good enough. He's going to be shut down and not go any further after that. So, I mean, at this point in time, 29-28 at the 40-minute mark, what do you do as XD? How do you close it out?
I think they're in a tough spot here. Again, Roshan is going to be very important, but of course the side of Energy have superior vision with the Familiar just being left over it. Yes, they have the advantage of it being 1 minute now, so they got a bit of time to make sure Fury's online, but all their lanes are pushed in. They haven't managed to actually translate their lead into a Rax, and unfortunately that's very costly for them currently. So it's difficult. I think Roshan is going to be a hot topic here, but it should be in favor of Energy currently.
Well, I mean, I would have liked to have suggested maybe a little bit of split pushing, maybe a little bit of shenanigans. But with the natures on the field, it's not going to happen, because as soon as that happens, you got the natures that can be anywhere on the map at any moment.
Absolutely. And they smoke up, but it's going to be foiled. They know what's going on. Actually, Hunter, he's going to look to get a kill here. This is big.
Oh, they find out the PA. This is going to be a massive kill if they find it. They do. Chosen One is down. And now Mr. Poddykins jumping in there. Hunter BKB it up. Trying to find Mr. Poddykins. Do they? He does. He goes down. And now TKC trying to find Chelsea. He's been invised up. But Odu and Chelsea tag teaming down TKC.
Oh!
He gets the Guardian Greaves from his teammates Jappa, keeping himself alive. And now they're trying to turn it around. Is it enough? Chelsea taking a huge amount of damage here. Trying to go down. He does. TKC cleans him out. And in the meantime, Strike trying to get away here from these two players, Tree and the Troll. But the Familiar is doing so much work. But the Iron Shell getting the work done. And XD break the higher ground. No buybacks available. They're taking down Rosh. Could they go higher ground from here?
This is surely got to be their goal, right? They realize, okay, this can easily slip between our fingers. We now secure Roshan. We got Cheese as well onto TKC. If TKC can just continue to be this playmaker that he is, that's all they require. And Hunter, he's able to break down buildings very quickly. And XD answered. He said, if they need to come back and try and close this game out, what do they need to do? They answered your question.
They needed to rush and they basically find Chosen One and obliterate him. He had no participation in that fight. Hunter already putting pressure on this Rax. There's no creep, so it's going to be got that backdoor protection. Chosen One is now alive. Strike is still down, but Chelsea's down as well, making easy work of that Rax. Can they get the second? And this is going to be the slow fall for the side of Energy. And they found their gap. They're going to try and push out top. The drawing on the map is there. They want it. They need it.
Yeah.
Can they take it?
This is exactly what they needed. They needed a lane of racks. Now the Nature's Prophet has his work set out for him. I need to deal with this lane constantly pushing in, and now they can emphasize time on pushing out the other side lanes. It's just going to be sort of tidy up work once again for Energy. They got to sort of find their way back into this by making sure the lanes are in the right position, smoking at the right time, trying to catch their opponents out. But XD, they have a pretty nice lead, and Hunter's been playing ultra aggressively, and I like to see this. If he can catch our PA once again, that could be really big, especially with the Silver's Edge managing to break that blur. It's very, very significant. And if he's followed up by Fury, who's been in position more often than not, they can secure that kill every time.
Well, I mean, Pack picking up the Ags.
Yeah.
I mean, that is... he's not an underfarmed hero at all. He's now sitting third on the log now, catching up. Only Chosen One sitting second on the log. Otherwise, the 3 cores from XD doing really well. But there comes out the Solar Crest, popping it onto Hunter, playing that defensive, but still getting quite chunked down there from that crit. So he gets Guardian Grieved up, and they're going to start the slow push into the top lane of Rax. Let us not forget, bot lane is actually pushing in here. Tier 2 may just go down from the creeps in the vicinity. But Hunter taking stifling damage. He does actually also get bashed out as well. And Habibi jumps in, and this is it. Wall into Vac. They've dropped the coil. They're trying to find the kills. Chelsea taking a huge amount of damage. Does go down. They're going to bring down the Slaughter as well. They're trying to chase down C1. They get him. Wow. Odu in a huge amount of trouble. He's going to go down as well. Barbax coming across the board here for the side of Energy. Isn't enough to withstand. And they're taking down the tier 3 as well. And Barback, Odu, can he make something happen here? Strike getting right-clicked out. Odu, can he close that gap? He can't. They take down the bot lane of Rax, creating the space for his team. The Vac wall going to be good. TKC clearing him out. Jappa getting the kill though. And now 3 down for the side of Energy. They don't have buybacks. Only 2 alive. Chosen One, Visage. They're the ones that need to hold it out. And I don't know. The boys from Energy tap out. XD take the game 2-0 and throw Energy into the lower brackets. The boys from XD do it. Wow.
What? Okay, so XD coming in here, the underdogs, just managed to turn things around. They played out of their mind. And, I mean, against all expectations, they managed to pull a 2-0 against Energy, who are favorites for second place. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, we've had the best stage ever. No doubt about it.
We've had the best day. If you guys were watching the main stream, you missed out. You should have been here with us, Gorillas, here on the B stream, because this is where the action was. XD take it 2-0. In the first series, it was BVD. They took it to the likes of... have I forgotten already?
Sinister 5.
Sinister 5.
Yes.
Wow, it's been a long night. But BVD taking the series. XD finishing it out. So they've got themselves a little bit of an easier path to the finals. But taking a look at the scoreboard really quickly, we have got TKC 11-4. Let us not forget, he is a 17-year-old playing at the highest standards of Dota. I mean, unbelievable play from him. TKC 11-4-18. I mean, game involvement as a mid player.
Yeah. it's significant. He's in, and
I think he's involved in every single kill.
close. I don't think exactly every kill, but he definitely makes a lot of moves. I think Japper was involved in a lot of kills. 31 kills. That's actually quite significant. But if we look at game one, he was, 10-0-11 or something, and he didn't die a single time. TKC is just, I mean, everyone must keep an eye on this kid. He's significantly good, and he's got a lot of space to grow. He's only 17 years old. He's got to mature a little bit more, and only time can tell how he's going to transition into manhood, and as he gets older.
I mean, absolutely. For the side of Energy, C1 doing really well, sitting with 11-6. Not doing as strong as they wanted, but I mean, let's take a quick look at the graphs, because I think this is going to tell a story. I mean, we had Energy. They had a little bit of a decent start. Kind of started teetering towards XD. Kind of went back to Energy. Went back to XD. A big favor going to Energy. All of a sudden, back to XD. Back down. But at the end, at this point here, XD had a handle on the game.
Yeah.
And when they continued to push in, they got it.
Yeah.
And they made it happen.
The one thing, Energy played well to their spikes. It looked like they were in a decent position to sort of make a change and turn the game around. They did well. They had a couple of good fights. And then all of a sudden, just brilliant team fights. And I must say, Habibi just jumping into the back lines, throwing out the ulti, sacrificing his life, set up a massive team fight for his teammates. And another thing to add on the back of that, the Ags that was picked up by TKC made a very big difference in that last team fight, because, of course, that goes through BKBs. So it pierces spell immunity, and all of a sudden, PA is useless. He just can't deal with that situation.
Absolutely phenomenal. Chelsea, at the end, finally picked up the Bloodthorn. It didn't help out too much. Still got taken down. And, XD take the series.
Yeah, it's been a enjoyable ride.
Emotional day. It's been an emotional day. Right, well, guys, we're going to start signing off pretty soon. So we hope that you enjoyed yourselves here with us on the B stream. It doesn't mean that we're any less more important than the mainstream. They actually put the cool kids here with us. For those of you that do not know, we are streaming live from the Mega 8 studios out in Randburg. We hope that you guys enjoyed the cast. I hope you guys enjoyed the games that were being played. And there is a lot more action to come up this weekend. Some big team names, some big games still to be had. And follow your team. Find your team that you want to follow. And then come follow the stream and follow the guys that you love.
Yeah, of course. And, I mean, like you say, there's a long weekend ahead of us. A lot of games to be played. And, I mean, if today's anything to go by, it's going to be an exciting weekend of Dota. It's only been really close games, really. I mean, the hype is real. The hype is real going forward, and can't wait to see how the rest of the weekend is going to pan out.
Yeah, well, for those of you that don't know, it is actually a special event. We are broadcast. Well, our stream is for you guys and for the community, but the main stream is actually being broadcast live to Jinx and Supersport. I mean, this is a monumental event for esports in South Africa. So, guys, the community is growing. You are growing, and we can only do it with your support. So, support the boys, support the mainstream. They're going into another game. So, APG versus XTC will be brought to you on the live stream, on the mainstream. We will rebroadcast it for you here, so you don't have to leave the stream. But that is taking place. So I think without further ado, I think we are pretty much done, hey, Scops?
Yeah, gonna get something to eat.
Get something to eat. That is going to be, that is so needed at this point in time. I mean, we've had a long time. We haven't had a break since the boys at BVD actually jumped in. So, yeah, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed the draft. If you wish to catch more, you can follow myself at Jabba Gaming or at Scarpy Dota. For me, this will be the last night that I'm here. I will still be in the arena, but from tomorrow, Reddit will be taking over and bringing you some awesome Dota action with yours truly, Scarpy, as well. So I think for the moment, I think we are done, my friend.
Yes. Okay. Well, good night, everyone. Hope you have a good evening.
Lovely. We'll bring you guys that action from the mainstream. Do keep yourselves well. Do keep yourselves warm. From ourselves, that is a wrap.
These
They're not big fans. Okay,
Razor.
Razor, really?
okay. A fine band.
Again, interesting that like neither of these teams care about Knicks or Mag.
Clockwork, obviously, right?
They don't care about Knicks. They don't care about Jack. They don't care. Oh, yeah, they care about Jack last game. They don't really care about Docs here. So they're just like whatever. I was
Okay,
also thinking about
does,
Knicks.
Does XTC take the SF here? I mean, Deppy
Banned.
kind
Oh,
of
it's
okay.
banned.
Deppy's
Banned, so-
drafting,
yeah.
so
Spencer.
oh yeah.
So
He's out of the game.
thankfully it's banned.
I think what didn't they pick in response to Clockwork? They picked like CM
Yeah, they
something, right?
CM
Yeah, it was CM
Yeah,
SF.
so
was
now
the-
what, they're going to pick CM Troll?
CM Troll's pretty good.
Seems like, yeah.
CM. You don't want to go CM Jug like you were mentioning earlier. It's not the best necessarily versus Clockwork. I think Troll's probably the best like
I mean,
current
it's
contemporary
good
safe
if
laner.
you like you have to commit another hero is what I
Yeah.
mean. Like it's like you have to commit more than you would like to a safe lane to secure
But
it.
don't you just go Darkseer here? Because, I mean, firstly, Darkseer's interaction with Cogs, we talk about time and time again, is really, really good. It's a very solid offlane. It gives you a lot of options on what you can pull it up with.
Crystal Maiden.
And then, yeah, and then even if that
Nyx,
Clockwork is
maybe?
being run as a support, like we saw in the first game, you know, you're still picking up a very highly contested hero.
I wonder. I don't know if like It's like when Squando picked Darkseer, which order like which
it was
position?
third pick.
Yeah,
pick.
first
Third pick, yeah.
So I see pro teams picking Darkseer in like the first phase,
Yeah.
but like
Yeah.
it seems like they combo with Strada or something straight away. But it seems like these teams, if they're not going to combo with some obvious pick, they like pick it later. I don't know.
Yeah.
Seems like I don't know.
I think if you're not going to get it, the double Darkseer combo is not worth
Axe.
getting super early.
Okay,
Axe.
Axe.
I don't know about Axe though, because the main problem that I have with this hero, normally you want to jump in, get a great initiation off, but then when there's a Clockwork Goblin, sometimes you can disrupt the enemy team's follow-up, and then Axe finally finds himself alone in the middle of an island. Can't
And
really
the
do
problem
too
is
much.
like you also kind of want to get it against heroes that are, you know, that'll be useful against, because APG can just draft around it to avoid it now.
Yeah, now they can pick Troll actually in the first two. Like that wouldn't be necessarily a bad thing. Troll destroys Axe in the laning
Yeah.
phase, can't do anything.
This is where you pick Jakiro or Kunkka.
Kunkka's really good against Axe. Yeah,
Ah,
Kunkka is like boss against Axe. Yeah, I would actually love to see that. I don't think we'll see it though. Like, no, we haven't actually seen any SA teams. I think.
WRG is the only ones that pick Kunkka.
Yeah, they picked Kunkka one game, I think.
They
last week.
understand.
And there
Yeah.
was a couple of
Kunkka,
picks in I think the
Luna,
BBD
and-
game. I think one of the teams had the Kunkka.
Already.
Yeah.
Boca.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
ACG gets his Voca.
Such an early Voker. Not great versus Axe though. One of the few heroes
I
that
mean,
can.
Axe is good against like every hero, right? Like,
Yeah.
the fact that he can just disable you for like 2.8 seconds.
And there's nothing you
is
can do. Like,
crazy.
Guys, I know exactly what happened here. If we recall back to the XTC Gaming player interview, it was in fact with Adestam. And he suggested that Axe was the best hero in
Axe
Dota.
man,
So,
yeah.
you know, they're down one. Oh, it's 1-1. You know, this is your lifeline in the winner bracket.
just pick Axe.
Just pick Axe.
Yeah, I
Last
mean,
pick,
like
sure.
this is the game that I think where Scarnet has to actually like really do the work, because game one he kind of got away with the fact that Deppy and friends were wrecking most of the game, so he wasn't needed to do huge damage or like make huge plays, but like on the Axe, like he actually has to be the one setting up the fights now.
Who's drafting Deppy? Alright.
Yeah.
So he was the drafter. He's going
I think Adestam did the first two.
think, yeah,
games,
Adestam did
though.
the
Alright,
first
he's been demoted. I think they all agreed. They were like, no way.
nah,
dude. It was like, why do I have silencer? Why do you have breathing?
Executive decision: you are currently removed from
Kicked
draft.
from the slot.
We were talking about this Clockwork and Voker combo last game. I still think they need a little bit more damage to actually complete it up. So like a support that has an instant burst, like Rubik would have been great, banned out, no Fate Bolt for you. So maybe they can go back for the Rasta that we were talking about earlier. Just get some Ether Shock. It's also a way to like, if you commit it in the lane versus the Axe, you can actually bully this hero with that. I'm not sure if they'll go for it though. The APG doesn't seem like they are comfortable with that kind of tempo that Rasta demands from you.
I mean, we
Yeah.
could see this sort of. I mean, the thing is, I always like about an early Invoker pickup is this exact thing: is that you can go into the double forward spirits, and you can actually look at using it as like a little bit of a pseudo push strat. You can actually build towards it. So where Shadow Shaman also kind of shines in that same regard is that it's a good hero, right? It's got 2 disables, a decent spam, and it's actually quite hard to fight under Serpent Wards, and at the same time a good pusher. So I'm quite keen on that idea. I'd like to see the Shadow Shaman picked up as just like a let's use that word again, a flex pick.
What
Yeah.
about a
Ursa.
Deppy Mag here?
Ooh.
I
they've
want
gone
to see.
Ursa.
I want to see Dazzle being picked up. Okay, so people are very skeptical of Dazzle against Axe, right? But like the heal first. Okay, so you know what you like screw the grave.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's about
that's
the
off
heal.
the table, right? So it's about the heal, right? You want to heal your teammates, whoever's been called, and up the armor, right? Because these spins are physical. So you want to you stack the armor before, like you obviously won it beforehand, right? If you're going to stack the armor, you go in. If he calls anyone, there's not much damage coming out, and it's really good against Ursa, I think, as well.
You realize what
can't
you've just
blow anyone.
done?
What?
Literally, the South African pub players across the land right now just
Odie doesn't agree
justifying.
with me. Odie is so against the Dazzle pick, but Puppy used to do it,
Yeah.
and Puppy.
I think
smashes
Puppy
monitors.
versus Puppy. I think Dazzle versus Axe is pretty good. I actually think XCC should pick Dazzle themselves though. Like this game, they have enough control. They don't need a
Actually, yeah.
stunning support.
I mean,
Yeah.
What do you guys think about a Depi Mag here? I mean, again, Mag is like untouched, and at pro level, everybody and their mom wants that hero, or either bans it because you don't want that thing to fall.
But do you want to have 3 melee cores on XCC side, like up against Clockwork?
And then you get Darkseer. Darkseer Dazzle. This is like the perfect lineup. Like that's insane. They just run at them and heal. Like
And there's like little you can do about it. I don't think APG is gonna pick that. Well, okay, I say that, but we saw support Clock game 1, and O'Malley played.
was it Phalanx that
Earthshaker.
played the clock?
Yeah. Wasn't great, but
He
you
tried.
know.
He tried. Like he was running up and down. Like he was trying, but like things. He was at an Earthshaker.
I really hope they don't do that again. I think I hope they've learned from what happened in that game.
Yeah.
Don't want
I
to.
actually don't think a 4-position clock's that bad. I mean, if you think about it, things like
it
Slardar
depends
are-
what it's paired with. Like that game was paired with, I think it was
Earthshaker,
Dazzle. No, it was
Rubik as
Rubik,
support, yeah.
which is just like okay, and what's going to happen if you don't get anything done?
They
So,
owned.
this is pretty interesting to me as well. The Vengeful Spirit, we saw a lot of this recently. Also, one of the series that can fulfill multiple roles, but we've seen this in fact run a lot as a
But,
one
like,
position.
the only problem with that, right? Sure, it can be a one position, but I've only ever seen APG win with Avenge when they had had
Adestam,
Adestam on the
yeah.
lineup.
Bob Yules
Like they've
plays
never
Venge, right?
won with
Yeah.
Avenge.
That's his zero, I think. Yeah.
I think this is a good Venge game. Good against decent against Axe. Now they also have 3 different ways to scout inside the Roshan pit for when Ursa goes around to doing that. You can imagine you're going to want to do that fairly early. Also, the one thing I really like about having a Vengeful Spirit is that it allows you to. It makes it very difficult for XTC to position, because if you don't know where the Vengeful Spirit is, suddenly you find yourself completely isolated from the rest of your team. You can't really fight Sunstrike. You can also combo up with the Sunstrikes quite easily with the Vengeful Spirit, and it's more damage with the Clockwork. So
And you can cancel blinks with
Yeah.
like just ridiculous range.
So basically, we're saying we like Vengeful Spirit.
yeah,
It's a
if
good
it's
hero.
support.
A lot.
Yeah,
If it's
like
support.
there's no way you're running a carry against an Ursa. I think it's going to eat you alive at close range.
So what is the go-to here? I mean, let's agree that the APG side are going to run this Vengeful Spirit as that support. And what's left in the pool here, lads, that we think will really round up that lineup and give them a little bit of an edge against that Ursa pickup?
They need something maybe like
Troll wouldn't be bad, yeah.
Sven.
For APG, I don't think.
Sven on APG.
Sven.
Something like.
I don't know versus Axe though. Like, you know, you pick Sven versus Axe, right? Then he gets that early blade meal, and then you just die so quickly.
Like every
Like,
carry dies. That's the thing. Like every carry is gonna die.
Oh yeah, no, you can't pick Sven now. Not against that.
Not into WW.
We saw this last week as well.
Wyvern's
The Winter
gonna-
Waven was so good. This thing is a get out of jail free card, and it's an initiator. It's literally, I've been wondering why this hero hasn't seen more love of late for quite a while, because literally think like Nargasire, right? You can use that sleep to get in, you can use that sleep to get out, right? It's the exact same thing with Winter Waven. If you can get off a really good Winter's Curse,
think-
you disrupt the entire fight, and either that's an opportunity for your team to position and wreck somebody, or it's an opportunity for the person that was genuinely engaged on to just walk home.
I think it's more like a block pick, probably, right? Like they didn't want. They think APG wasn't picked because it's good against Ursa, but like I don't see how Winter Waven's ult is like that good this game. If Venge is like a support, it's like
Yeah.
if Venge and Evoke are like you know.
Insta counter.
Maybe it's gonna be good this last pick though. Like you know, like there could be
like
some
the reason why I went to Wyvern's
damage
pick
score,
is just
yeah.
like this better. It's not that it's a bad hero. It's just like this better stuff. Like Jakiro is generally more useful because you can stun more things. It's easier to land your stun as well as get a fantastic Winter's Curse type thing.
Also, both of these support heroes on XCC die super quickly. Like,
Yeah.
it's not hard for them to just get jumped by Clockwork. You die for, like, instant Skywrath Mage, Ultimate, there's nothing you can really do about
and
that.
Sunstrike.
Yeah,
And
if you get cogs in this game, you're in
Yeah,
trouble.
you just
They
die.
have insane pickoff.
Yeah,
right?
and that
It's
Scarlet
insane.
Mage was like insta pick after Winter Wyvern.
They can kill anyone, right? Like they can literally run around as Clockwork. Clockwork can run around alone, or you can run around with Skyrath.
Yeah.
And then they've always got Sunstrike. So like it's insane. They've got so much output.
You know, if not for this Axe, I'd say Weaver would be fantastic here for APG, but not against Axe. So bad. They'd probably have to go like Troll, Jug, one of these 2 heroes. Like Lifestealer doesn't strike me as the best up against like Ursa and WWE.
No,
Isn't-
you don't want Lifestealer like
Does David play Ursa? Weaver.
Oh,
Weaver.
they did go for the Weaver. Okay, you guys have got some courage.
I feel like you kind of called it though.
Some
Like
courage.
you knew it was on their mind.
I didn't think they'd have the courage to go for it though. Not against Axe.
Like the problem is Weaver's one of those heroes at the moment where it's like it either does a lot of work or it just does nothing. And if it does nothing, you're just like, why did we pick this?
but
hero?
this is this is a super strong lane with
Yeah.
the Skywrath Mage and the Vengeful Spirit.
It's also really good on the back lines. I mean, because what you expect happening is both Ursa and Axe are like really keen to get into your faces. They're going to jump forward. If your Weaver can just be on like not part of that, he can get the back lines really easily and just start smashing with CM and Winter Wave and pretty easily on the back lines.
Yeah, I think
Weaver's
that's
biggest
what's
problem
gonna
is-
happen. I think Weaver just has to like wait for his like Clockwork to go in. But like, who's going to frontline? That's what I'm actually worried about. Who's frontlining other than Clock?
let's
Clock.
ask
He's
our
off lane,
casters
okay, he's off
if
lane,
they
yeah.
if they'd like to tell us who's going to frontline that. So let's throw it over
Who's in
to
front?
Wilson and Demonic. Wilson, Demonic, how are you guys doing over there?
We are doing well, burning the midnight oil, and we're enjoying every last second of it, as I'm sure everyone out there is. But I gotta say, I prefer XTC's draft here.
XTC. It's going to be a tough one. I don't know. Because I think this, for us, I think we agree this comes down in a big way to the Weaver. But why don't you talk us through that? I'll throw it over to you guys. Have a good one, gents. We'll see you on the other side.
Right. So, without any further ado, I mean, these guys need no introduction. Let's just quickly talk about that draft. The reason I like XTC just a little bit more than APG is because of that Quap last pick.
The Quap last pick on Depi is a big one. That's one of his comfort heroes. That's one of the heroes that's. I enjoy XTC's draft just because they've got a little bit more of their comfort picks, and this feels more like the XTC that I've come to know and the strong XTC that we did, unlike sort of that Game 2 draft. Meanwhile, APG on the other hand, got some very interesting things going on themselves. I think we're in for quite an exciting game here, Wilson.
Yep. And speaking of excitement, just in on Stream B, I believe it was 2-0
To XD.
to XD versus EN, which
Yeah.
is quite an upset. Certainly seeded differently. So we'll see if EN can bring it back. Do stay tuned, and obviously tomorrow we'll continue that story for you as the pause comes out. That's going to buy us a moment of time to introduce you to the team. Phalanx will be picking up that Skywrath Mage, looking for fantastic things out of him. Muzzy, in the meantime, will be picking up the Weaver on the other side there. That's going to be Bob Ewells on his Vengeful Spirit. I've seen his performance of Vengeful Spirit before. Absolutely stunning stuff. Keep your eyes peeled. It's going to be one hell of a show. ACG on his Invoker. And last but certainly not least, with what should be one of his signature heroes now, after last week's performance, O'Malley on the Clockwork. We are looking for heaven and hell on earth with this man on his clock.
Absolutely. And on the side of XTC, we're going to have Skynet once again taking the role in that off lane, going to be going top 1v1 against the Clockwork.
Interesting.
So, by the looks of it, I think that's going to be a matchup that he's pretty happy with, actually.
yeah. But then again, I mean, O'Malley won a matchup. Was it Juggernaut and Rubik versus just O'Malley?
There's
Clock?
there's about a 10-minute conversation about that because there's a discussion about Quelling Blades versus Stout Shield that we picked up in
That's
that
true.
matchup. There's a long
Still,
story behind that
quite
game.
impressive.
Yeah, that I know what you're talking about, but it just shows that the O'Malley knows what to do with that hero and knows how to push that hero to its limits.
to its limits.
So it's going to be interesting to see exactly how he performs in that lane. Just continue us through APG to get it through while we're still in the pause. We've got Queen of Pain, obviously going to be played by Depi. This is definitely one of the heroes that he's going to be more comfortable on, I feel, than the Silencer. Crystal Maiden going to be taken up by Doom Bane. Adestam on a hero that I feel this is one of his main sort of 2 to 3 heroes is the Fuzzy Bear. He enjoys the Ursa, he enjoys playing it. It fits his aggressive style more, I think, more than most other heroes. And then finally we're going to have Dota and Dai, who's going to be up on that Winter Wyvern.
Now, Winter Wyvern's a very interesting one. He was picked fourth.
Yeah.
And usually you pick that up to counter a whole lot of right-click. As the panel did approach, the concept of Sven immediately was thrown out the second the Winter Wyvern came into play. Do you feel that the Winter Wyvern's got no job here, or is it basically going to focus around the Weaver?
Yeah, the Winter Wyvern was an interesting pick. I do agree that I feel like it was more a block pick. The same as I feel that APG picked Venge to stop XTC from picking that just because it's a pretty good counter to clock. So counter picks coming out from both sides to make sure that they don't get quite exactly the draft that I think that they were intending. But it works out really well because, you know, if the Clockwork hooks in to try save his his core, for example, you can have Bob Yule swap him out, and then you've got the cogs and safety. There's a whole bunch of different interactions that they can do.
It becomes a mess.
It becomes a mess, but it can become a mess that works out in favor of APG at the end of the day. As we see a smoke gang, 22 seconds in, it looks like they're going to want to go
Contest
for
the
this
rune.
bounty rune.
Contest the rune. It's quite a hell of a contest. Bob Yule's not leading the charge, has the stun there on the magic missile. Immediately, Muzzy's going to reveal the smoke. They kind of know that it's coming. Why back off, though?
I don't.
Are they afraid?
The battle
Yeah.
Again,
begins.
like, guys.
I think they feel. I think they think that.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's
so
see
we've
where this goes.
we've seen the lane swap up now. So the Axe is going to be going bottom to deal with the O'Malley. So they've actually swapped from top to bottom lane. Are going to be getting the matchup that they want regardless.
Yeah.
Adestam's been sent to the top lane, and we now have the whole tri lane just moving down there. Once they saw the Axe in the bottom lane, they knew what was happening, and they knew that this swap needed to come in. So we're going to have tri lane versus a dual lane here to start off with.
Quite interesting. And, of course, the key to all of this is Dota and Dai, whose responsibility will be mostly to set up the mid lane, or whoever it is that needs that farm, on the stacks here in the jungle. So we'll see how that pans out. Immediately, the Bob Yules and Phalanx and Muzzy do reveal themselves. We'll see. I almost said Adastam for some reason. We'll see if that actually pans out the way they're looking. Adastam is going to be fairly suppressed here in lane. It's going to be very difficult for him to pick up last hits. Experience, he shouldn't struggle too much, though.
Yeah, he doesn't know where the supports are. His vision's not giving him anything that he needs at the moment. With their one ward mid and the one ward bottom, it pretty much means that Adestam, if he doesn't know where those supports are, he can't sit in this lane. So at the moment, he's already TP'd out. I mean, he's
Lane swap.
Lane swap off to the bottom lane. They're gonna send Axe back up top to try to do what he can. He can always just hop into jungle if need be, and just to make sure that Adestam has the best possible early game as they can here.
Yep, Adastam definitely needs it, as, well, that's the nature of the beast, and the beast being Ursa, of course, does need to get a rolling start, otherwise he just kind of potatoes along.
Yeah.
It's not really, not really a sit back and farm and wait for late game kind of hero. You do need to get a little bit of momentum with him, and he is designed to get momentum in a lane like this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 1v1 matchup that he's pretty much against any melee. He's happy to be here, right? And we've another lane swap. We're going to send Muzzy back down here as we see another TP coming in. I mean, I don't want to use the same word three games in a row, but I'm hitting there fast, Wilson.
Coming.
I won't say it yet,
Coming.
but it's coming.
And it starts with a sorry.
It all starts with the Crystal Maiden.
Starts with a C, ends with Auni.
And it rhymes with Townie, exactly.
Yeah, there we go. I think everyone knows what we're about to say. It is a little strange yet again. This must be the patch screwing with people's brains.
Yeah, this is just an instance of the teams trying to get the lanes they want, and sort of not really stopping until they do. So I mean, that's 3 sets of TPs. Muzzy's now had to go from the bottom lane to the top lane to the bottom lane,
Yeah.
and has still somehow managed to be second on the last hits, even while doing that. So I mean, even after spending
right after Deppy, who's, to be honest, having a field day here in the mid lane.
yeah.
Is that the outcome we expected up against ACG's Invoker?
This should get a little bit easier for ACG as he gets a little bit more levels. This should even out a little bit for him. He's had to go two in Quas just to deal with the harass from Deppy, which is pretty expected. So once he gets a couple more levels in Exort, yeah, you know, things should get a little bit easier for him. But Queen of Pain, with so many denies in the bank, she is going to be getting the level advantage, which is quite important. Be able to get that 6 first over the Invoker means that she gets her ulti and may actually just be able to burst him down, and that could be huge.
So what's the solution here? Do we just keep swapping lanes until somebody gives up, or do we see something happen as a result? Ooh, Deppy jumping in on ACG. ACG summoning the Forge Spirit, going with that. Oh, Cold Snap, is it going to be enough? It keeps him alive, but he's probably going to go down. No, that final tick is just not enough. That was an absolutely close moment there, but ACG, he is going to get hunted down by Dota and Die. It's not going to be enough as the rotation is here from Phalanx and Bob Duels. They're going to go for the counter kill onto Dota and Die. First blood yet to drop. The chase is on. I don't think they're going to walk away with something here, and neither do they.
My wings.
Sure, okay.
Interesting.
So ACG survives.
4 minutes in, no first blood yet.
By the skin of his teeth. That was an interesting move from Dota and Die coming out of the trees. I was really confused when suddenly a hero was attacking him. What a sneaky little Winter Wyvern.
Sneaky devil.
But unfortunately, only level 1. I think if he managed to get level 2 there and actually had a spam, that would have been first blood and value hashtag
absolutely.
for Dota and Die. But he does have the level 2 now. Decides to go for the heal, so he's going to be helping out Skarnet a little bit in the jungle here, as you can see, just making sure that he can still spin and heal and do the things that he needs to do.
How important in this game will be the Ancient Seal? Obviously, there's quite a lot to silence out here, notwithstanding Deppy himself. But do you think going for an earlier level in Ancient Seal will facilitate maybe a gank onto Deppy? Disable that blink of his so that he doesn't have the built-in escape that he usually relies on?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's I would say, almost every hero in the opposing side is good to Ancient Seal, besides maybe the Axe. I mean, if you can Ancient Seal the Queen of Pain, that's huge. If you can Ancient Seal the Fuzzy, stop him from being able to cast his ultimates, and actually get some decent damage onto him, that's also huge. And you also have really good follow-up to the Ancient Seal in the form of, you know, Sunstrike and Skywrath Mage and all the disgusting mess that APG have. So I mean, I think it's good.
How is O'Malley managing this? I mean, he's laning up against an Axe. Sure, Axe is leading the last hits and such, but he's actually doing okay, O'Malley. He's doing pretty damn fine, sitting with his Power Tread, Stout Shield. I mean, he's a melee hero up against an Axe. This should be cancerous, to say the least.
Yeah, O'Malley's managed to keep this lane quite far up onto his... Oh dear, he might be in trouble now.
The call is there. It's good enough, but Deppy's actually going to be the man who claims first blood in the mid lane onto ACG. Phalanx's TP just not there in time.
And yeah, interesting little exchange coming out from O'Malley. Getting caught in the cogs is not exactly where he wants to be, but getting that ACG kill is huge for Deppy. That gives him the advantage in this lane. And it's pretty much what I said, right? That he manages to get his level 7, gets his 6 or 7, in which case it's his max Scream of Pain, or not even a max Scream of Pain, level 3 Scream of Pain. And that's just the burst you need to be able to do. Ooh, bottom lane.
Burst, take a look at bottom lane. Oh, the Sunstrike just off its mark, but it was oh so damn close. Muzzy, very, very sore. He's licking his wounds on the way home. And Dastum is just A-okay, gets salved up. And this is what you have friends for, I guess. Nonetheless, that would have been a very different set of affairs if the Invoker had landed that Sunstrike.
Yeah, that was, I mean, millimeters off of Adestam. Yeah. So if they manage to get that, Bob Yule's coming again. They do have another stun. Decides to go and Doom Bunny this time. Muzzy not following up with the bugs, so deciding to hold that Crypt Form for the meantime, and just going to be able to get the farm that he needs here. But I mean, the Axe is doing really well in this off lane.
I would basically got a free lane.
Yeah.
This is what we expected. I mean, yeah, it's clockwork. There's only so much he can do up against an Axe. Axe is now going to make a move down to the
Clockwork
shrine.
is bottom. He does have his level 7, so I think they got to kill Adestam here, and the hook does actually come in. Sunstrike's going to land.
Sunstrike's good, but he does rage up Ursa, so it does negate a lot of the damage. Is it going to be enough? He does get locked down by O'Malley long enough to facilitate the kill, and he's actually going to walk away with the kill, O'Malley. Goodness me, I told you, keep an eye on this guy, because he's absolutely staggering on this Clockwork.
Yeah, so I mean, that's exactly what APG wanted to do, is that they needed to get their Clockwork level 6, immediately goes to the bottom lane, gets the kill that he needs on Adestam, and suddenly your Clockwork, even though he's abandoned that top lane, is in a good position. He's doing exactly what he needs to do.
Exactly. He doesn't need the farm that, say, an Axe does, because the Axe is looking for his blink. He's not far from it. Should be said, really not far from it. But, yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like putting the Clockwork there. He comes online just slightly before Skarnet's Axe. And that's basically what facilitates your kills.
Yeah, and they use that timing effectively, and now Skynet is going to, with this, provided Don't Die actually doesn't kill it, which he does, he should be able to have a Blink Dagger.
It's his consolation prize for all the work he's done. And talking about work, O'Malley in the mid lane is making another move onto Deppy. Deppy getting silenced up, but he just makes it out alive, as Phalanx doesn't have the Mystic Flare to follow it all up. The Sunstrike was good, everything was good, it was just not enough.
Oh man, so close. Deppy, by the skin of his teeth, managing to get out and working towards that Veil himself, so doing really well. And ACG working, still miles from that Midas. He is not having the start that he wants to have on this Invoker at all.
Yeah, I think he's looking for a little bit of assistance from the neutral creeps in the jungle, and I feel that's pretty much the only safe place for him to farm. Going elsewhere is really rather challenging, especially since you can see the entirety of XTC is starting to roam about, be a little bit more active across the map. Totally expected with this kind of lineup.
Yeah, Deppy's got a DD here as well in that bottle, so he's going to be looking. Does have that level 1 Quap ulti ready again, so. And the Crystal Maiden Aura is now sitting at level 3, doing the work that he needs to. Deppy's just sitting constantly on full mana. If he decides to explode Phalanx here, that's going to be an easy kill for him.
Yep, especially since he has the backup there, Skynet. He's going to jump on in. The call is good. And all O'Malley can do is hook on in and hope for the best. Oh, but the Sunstrike will be able to turn it around. Still, he's going to hit the deck as Deppy throws out that final right-click of damage. And they're trying to get rid of the bugs. Oh, Don't Die forced into a defensive Winter's Curse. And that's going to buy him his life. So I guess hashtag worth it. Muzzy's going to be a little bit sad about it, but that's the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
We play this game for the good and the bad.
80 seconds cooldown. I mean, it's just, it's a minute and 20 seconds that you have to wait. So doing that for your life, worth it. I would do that every time and have no regrets. So Don't Die feeling good about what he's just done. Probably not the ideal first use of his ulti that he wanted to use, but I don't feel like they're going to be getting too many great uses out of that ulti anyway. So that's fine. Now they're looking for ACG in this jungle. They might just find him.
Oh, he blinks, but just the wrong way. Had the right idea, just the wrong position, but by an inch. Phalanx going for the silence. It's going to run out. Deppy's going to be just A-okay. And O'Malley, maybe he's looking for a reinitiation, maybe not on the axe. It's a tall order for a Clockwork. Let's see what happens. I'm not sure he has enough backup to really take him down. Yeah, just leave it rather. Unless Skynet wants to jump in. Let's see what happens. No, O'Malley. This guy's got a healthy pair. Right, but the call's good. It's fine. O'Malley wants to be there anyway. The Sunstrike just off its mark again. And that's pretty much the end of that, unless they're going to reinitiate. Is Deppy there? Yes, he is. He's going to jump on in. O'Malley now in a spot of trouble. He's going to be the man initiated upon. The clogs are there, but there is no Sunstrike to follow up. And dunk goes the Weasel. It's all done and dusted. Bobule's now on a hasty retreat. He's going to get caught out by Deppy. Do they have a stop? Yes, they do, Doom Bunny. And he's going to facilitate the kill for Deppy there. Another 186 gold going in the pocket of the mid.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming out from XTC, being able to get that picks, noticing the wave of terror coming out from the right-hand side in that team fight, and Deppy just immediately blinking to the right and searching for that Vengeful Spirits, picking up that second kill. I don't think they'll be able to get a tower off of this. It looks like they are at least thinking about it. Skynet, no, might want to try to skip a wave here, see how much damage they can do.
Possibly a little bit cocky from O'Malley there.
He didn't definitely, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't show any signs of fear or anything to that effect. Caution kind of thrown to the wind. And I feel that fate, in essence, was due to his own ill-advised miscaution. So, it's going to be a trade tower situation, unless somebody has something to say. No, it doesn't look like it. Tower bottom's going to disappear, tower top's going to go. And Skynet's going to be very happy with that. He's now going to start working towards his Blade Mail. Next item on just about any Axe's shopping list. Let's see what he manages to do with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's as Sean said at the panel.
Yep, he's going to get caught with his pants down. And good night, Sweet Prince. That's yet another dunk for the fat man in red.
And really good work coming out of Scarnet here. He managed to get that early Blink Dagger and is using it effectively to try and...
O'Malley's got a good angle. He does. There's the silence. Deppy's stuck in it. Scarnet actually going on in to try and tank the damage with him. What a team player. But he's only going to feed with him in the end to the dire Nochal. And it's not going to be anybody but him who goes down and his friend. As everybody else says, oh, sorry guys, that's just about all we got in the tank. At very least, we're going to take that Tier 1 tower as a consolation prize.
Sure. I mean, did they manage to at least deny the tower? Didn't even deny the tower. Fine. And Adestam using this team fight to actually get the rush up. So that's a 40-minute first rush in the bank. He's going to be pretty happy with that. Despite losing 2 cores, I think getting a rush is not the worst sort of trade in the world. So at least puts them in a pretty strong position, at least for the next couple of minutes.
What's Adam looking for here? I mean, he's got himself his Vladimir's magic stick.
Blink Dagger, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, well, Blink is next after that. Is he looking to prolong his usefulness in the game, or is he looking to just muscle them down as early as possible, as Ursus often do?
I wouldn't be surprised if he picked up a fairly early bash here at some point. I think he would most likely go BKB first, just because it nullifies quite a lot of what APG brings to the table, especially when it comes to the Skywrath Mage, the Invoker. You know, and the stuns coming out of bench, and then from there move towards a basher, just so you can actually lock those heroes down, lock someone like the Weaver down, and buy yourself enough time with the Abyssal once you eventually get it to actually bring him down.
Now, Deppy's going for a slightly defensive item in the form of the Yule Scepter, probably to deal with the Skywrath Mage and all the nonsense he's been giving him. I don't think Clockwork really wants to hook on in here. There's just too much to take on.
Yeah, he's not. No, this is farm time for him. He's almost actually he's actually got his blade mail. So both of the off lanes are keeping fairly close together. Net worth is about 600 between the two of them, and O'Malley's got to be happy with that, considering the lane matchup that he had. And Muzzy also has got to get a pretty good timing on his Lincolns, considering that he went the Dragon Lance first as well. So, I mean, considering that he was swapping around, it's not bad. He's doing pretty well.
Quite so. But just taking a look at the net worths, it is really tight up there at the top. Top net worth is obviously the Quap of Pain.
The Quap of Pain.
At 7k net worth, right behind him, Adam is sitting at 6.3. 6.2 is Muzzy. So, I mean, it's really tight. Anything could really happen at the moment. 6 for 4, 17 minutes in. Objectives are starting to fall, and that is where I feel that the side of Muzzy aren't quite coming up with the answers that XTC have.
Yeah, I mean, as of yet, this is the timing where XTC are going to feel their strongest. I mean, Quap had a really good early game. Ursa had a pretty good early game. Does have that Blink Dagger now, so this is exactly the timing that they're going to look for to try get aggressive and maybe start getting those T2s and getting those single pickoffs. As Adestam does actually have a ward in this lane, so he's going to be able to see Muzzy. That's unfortunately the one hero that you probably don't want to see.
He was hoping for maybe an Invoker, something like that.
Yeah.
Not really going to happen this time around. So, let's see where it happens. It's bound to happen, but somewhere the bow must break. And XTC, I think, are the ones who are looking to break it. Now, Winter Wyvern looking for that mobility item in the Force Staff. What's that going to buy him?
Maybe a couple of seconds of life for him and or his team. Also, just against the Clockwork, Force Staffs are generally
Mandatory.
good. Are magic in general.
Those are defensive applications. How about offensive? Muzzy's actually going to get caught here. Oh! He's going to use the time lapse to try and get out of dodge just in time. Runs into the trees and goes for that TP. If only they knew.
Wow. That was so quick from Muzzy.
Yeah. But what a great setup from the boys of XTC. They immediately spread out and said, if he goes invis and tries to run towards base, we'll catch him here.
Yeah. but run to the base, he did not. As
he couldn't.
yeah, sometimes it's better to run away than run
Run into
towards.
them.
Yeah.
All right, so Deppy TPing on down to the bottom lane. He's actually going to get caught with his pants completely round down his ankles, but he does have the defensive item in the form of the Yule Scepter. O'Malley getting ultied up by Dota and Die, and that's relatively offensive. Just kind of locking him down, making sure he's stuck here for too long. And Deppy's going to be very, very happy with that result. Doom Bunny walks away with the final right click, farming away his hero. And Adam just left to his own device's top. He's going to be the next target of Nonsense. Muzzy jumping on in, not quite finding his mark. The swarm missing just about everything, and the axe nearby. This is exactly what Snare was talking about on the panel. Muzzy's going to have a tough game with Axabout.
Yeah, that's Muzzy and Axe are not friends, I don't think, by any stretch of the imagination. Weaver's just a hero that doesn't have many hit points. So a couple of spins and suddenly you're sitting on 200 hit points and you find yourself culling bladed to death before you can even get your ultimate off. It's really problematic. And XTC are doing really well. Scarnet has managed to find the Vengeful Spirit. Bobules may be in a lot of trouble here. He is trying to run back to the safety of his team. Adestam thinking about blinking in. He knows that he's got friends here, but now team fight's breaking out.
Yep, he is going to go on in, but towards the bottom, Deppy's jumping on in. He gets immediately silenced up. Rooted will be the Invoker, so the Invis is utterly worthless, and eventually he'll go down. Deppy walking away with that final kill. Towards the front lines, though, Phalanx going for a defensive ulti there onto Deppy. Is it going to be enough to kill him? Nope. The heal from Winter Wyvern is there in time as Phalanx hits the deck and tastes the ground another time. Adam making sure of that. And these two are old teammates, so that's gotta feel good.
Yes, it does, Wilson. And this is the timing that you're talking about. And finally,
20 minutes.
20 minutes. They want to get aggressive. They've got their blinks up and they've got everything they need. And T2 in the bag. And it looks like there might even be a second T2 on the cards here. They're thinking about going that T2 mid, but Invoker is coming back.
Yep.
So
there's no Aegis up anymore. So a bit riskier than usual. But Adam's quite happy with the situation, as he will be able to just pick up a little bit of extra farm and such. Should be just a-okay.
yeah, it's going to pick up a nice Aegis stack, sitting at 2,200 gold. Deciding to leave that Aegis stack. He's not interested in it as of yet, actually. It was dealing just too much damage to him without his ulti. And quite interested to see what he's going to go here. 2,300 gold in the bank, either towards that BKB or Basher, I would.
Invoker still looking for that Agnum Scepter, 21 minutes. Man, difficult game for ACG. Phalanx has been working hard here, or hardly working. Either way, he's going to be the target of a lot of pain as the Quack jumps on in. She is going to use herself up defensively, so Phalanx knows that they can't actually just kill him like that, but they can kill him another way. Scarnet jumps on in, gets the dunk, and that's the end of that. O'Malley taking a bite of someone he really doesn't want to take a bite of, and he's trying to survive and juke as best he can. He's not going to make it. And Adam's going to walk away with a final kill there. So, another 2 down. The net worth lead growing steadily for the side of XTC with such an aggressive lineup. 12-4, objectives falling left, right, and center. Now, the next one is the Tier 2 center, and possibly bottom is on the menu for the next rotation.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really good use of XTC to use the parts of the map that they are currently in. And if you look at the APG warning, they have one ward down by their fountain on the Dire side. Other than that, they are pretty much sitting in the dark in their own forest. They, that's
a whole lot of load shedding, baby.
There's a whole lot of load shedding. ESCOM hasn't been kind to them on that in that Dire forest in the slightest, as they literally can't see anything. I mean, their sentry doesn't even know that there's an observer ward sitting right above it at the moment. And Bobules is actually going to walk. Is he going to see it? Go, do it. Oh, no. Friend, no?
No?
No? Okay. There we go. Yeah, that's a ward. Yeah, that's a 300 gold for you. There we go. And finally, that does manage to get some vision and get down at least a little bit of counter vision here. But it's just been so defensive. I mean, they've got wards in sentries in their own base and almost no vision whatsoever. Meanwhile, XTC, they just are able to play their game, with that in mind.
Yeah, so take a look at the sentry wards here. They are absolutely panicking as Adastam actually gets taken down by ACG. What the hell happened there?
I actually watched the entire kill. Bobules and phalanx. The support combination threw down everything they had, paired up with max level Sunstrike was actually enough to get Adestam down. A surprising amount of damage actually came out there.
This'll come in handy.
It's actually only a level 1 Skywrath.
Oh,
I thought it was at least level
yep,
2.
Deppy's jumping on in. Doesn't care about the Blade Mail that much. Decides to break the TP with his Yules, but that leaves him without his defensive item. Oh, out goes a nice little Sunstrike again is coming. And ACG walks away with a kill. In comes Skarnet. Instead of just calling it out, he says, just sit down, big boy. And the battle of the off lanes continues with yet another strike for Axe.
I believe Skarnet did say good day, sir, as he swings down that axe to... What a beautiful Sunstrike coming out of ACG, predicting the 4-star movement. And ACG applauding himself. Obviously, he's happy with what he's just done.
He should be.
As well, and he should be, yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, that was a fantastic little piece of work coming out from him, and he's going to be sitting in a good place, and going to be feeling pretty good about it. I mean, he's now sitting second on the net worth chart, so I mean, considering the fairly disastrous early game that he had, he's recovered really nicely.
Yep, good old ACG manages to pull it out the bag. It's not the first time he's had to do this. I recall quite a few matches where he's had an abysmal early game on his Invoker and manages to bring it back out of nothing. This one I feel is slightly the fault of his opponents. There's a little bit they could be doing a little bit better, but still, so far so good. Can't complain.
Yeah, and XCC are going to know that the Rosh is going to be up soon. We already see the Sunstrike landing in the Rosh bit, so APG are going to know that that is up, and they're going to know that that is something that they need to do, and stats. But with Ursa having picked up that Desolator now, Rosh is going to be quick sticks to be gone if they ever decide to actually go for it, which is right now, apparently.
Yep, despite the fact that they know, I'm not sure. Do you think APG has enough in the tank to stop it?
No, they're not in a their mid lane so far pushed out that they're not going to be able to get to this Rosh bit in time. As all of them are just sitting so defensively, ACG is just doing what he can to split push that bottom lane.
Well, that's the cheese as well, which is most delicious on a lot of these heroes. Usually used on heroes which are very tanky, difficult to take down, and have the time to chew it before going down themselves. And no one more tanky than Axe at the moment, other than the Ursa when he's ulted up.
Oh, Deppy trying to get that bottom lane deny, but unfortunately not being able to, and has gone for the...
One of the most fortunate runes here. Keep an eye on this. Adam might find ACG. Did they have True Sight? They do. The gem on Skarnet. ACG. Oh my word, this is so close. Oh, psychically he manages to say, nope, this is suddenly feeling wrong. I'm out of here. Quite a few pings.
His spidey senses were tingling all over, Wilson.
It's too quiet. It's too damn quiet.
The amount of missing heroes was just too damn high. So unfortunately, ACG decided to get the hell out of Dodge. And wow, that was so close to being a massive kill. I mean, that's an easy... I think they're still going to be able to get this T2 regardless. It doesn't look like...
there's not much APG can really do. It's like contesting Rosh at this point. Very difficult when Adastam's starting to get big. Picked up a Desolator, so definitely intending to do a lot of damage to those towers.
Yeah.
That's the other plus side, apart from obviously whacking away at heroes very, very hard. So, ACGs. Beginning things here, nicely done. A good combination, keeping him locked in. It's going to be enough. All he did was show his face, and it was immediately wiped off his skull. And bye-bye Aegis. As easily as they picked it up, they lost it.
I mean, that's problematic.
That is a serious issue.
I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if they give the next Aegis to the Queen of Pain. Just because she's a ranged hero, it can at least stand and hit the thing from afar, if that makes...
Still gonna end up with the same problem, I feel.
It's a slightly better solution to what just happened. It's by no means the perfect situation.
They're gonna try and make a move on Adastam by the looks of it. No, they're not. The defensive blink. I thought ACG was gonna get aggressive. He is eventually, but there's a little trap here in the form of the axe. Goodbye, says Adastam. ACG hits the deck, but a nice little return kill here for O'Malley, who manages to secure the kill on Skarnet from Bobule. So, again, the battle of the off lanes Yet another punch is thrown. Oh dear. Are they going in? They are.
Yeah.
And it looks like Doom Bunny has got nothing left to do. And Deppy goes on in, picks up the kill on for Phalanx. Bob Yules trying to make a hasty escape. All he can do is cry salty, vengeful tears.
Yeah, they want that. They wanted that gem back. That Alistair.
It's my shiny.
Exactly. It was the Axe's shiny. The Axe dropped it. Bob Yules happened to run past and said, "Oh, look, a gem." Stopped mid-team fight to pick up the gem, and then realized he perhaps stayed too long to fiddle around with his items and pick up that
Should
gem.
have just carried on running. Well, let's see what the defense of the high ground for the second time can bring to the field. 16 for 7, 3 still down for the side of XTC. Sorry, for the side of APG. Not sure they should be too damn worried, though. Looks like the call is to back.
Yeah, I think they want to deal some damage to that T3. Maybe see if they can, at most, get out a buyback. That's stretching it a little bit too far. But dealing some half damage to a T3 is not something to be upset about, and they're just going to carry on farming on their merry way.
I feel like Adam was looking to get a little bit more net worth out of this hero. Sitting currently third on the chart. Nothing spectacular in terms of items, but then again, he doesn't exactly need it. That, though, whatever he's got queued up, is absolutely critical. He needs this BKB. He disappeared when he pushed the higher ground earlier because of no BKB. Basically just got spelled down.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the fact that he can, if he has a BKB, he can just sit up on that high ground, not have to cast his BKB and just sit and deal damage to that tower, and then once the Aegis comes back, then cast the BKB and go in for an initiate, or if need be. Although we've been seeing varying trends with the BKB, actually.
Let's see what happens. Adaston climbs on up to the high ground, gets swapped in, and immediately killed before he gets the chance to ulti. That's the end of that. O'Malley, in the meantime, he goes in and keeps people busy in the front line. Skarnet tries to jump in and do what he can, but all he's going to do is give Phalanx not one, but 2 kills in a row. 16 to 9, 31 minutes in. The higher ground still stands, and ACG and his friends are trying desperately to find the answer. QQW doesn't help you just yet. You are still silenced, ACG, and there might be a chance for a turnaround here.
Yeah, that's... What a play from Bob Yules.
I know.
Bob Yules, what a player, man. That Venge swap, also Phalanx having
What a hefty pair that he has on him.
Yeah, Phalanx having picked up that Rod of Atos is actually really huge. That stops Quap from being able to blink. That stops the Ursa. It has such a long casting range that it's a really good item against the Ursa, just because you can...
Combos up nicely with the Mystic Flare. There's a billion reasons to get it, and basically none not to. Ursa is also one of those characters that suffers heavily from getting kited around. What the hell happened there? Here we are chit-chatting about an item, and Deppy's actually going to hit the deck. He does look like he put out as much as he possibly could. It looks like it was just a turnaround, possibly a bait.
Yeah, ACG just starting to style on this Invoker a little bit. I think he's finally got his Blink Dagger, has got all the items he needs, working towards a BKB of his own. So is finally going on this Invoker.
He's up and online.
He's up and online and ready to go as level 20, heading towards that level 25, and feeling pretty good about himself. Sitting still the second on the net worth, but you have the Midas at the end of the day, opposed to Quap, who doesn't have a Midas. So not too bad. Not too bad at all.
Well, here's a terrible question. We did say it earlier. Ursa's the kind of guy who likes to steamroll. Do we feel like he's running out of steam? We're now 33 minutes in. Invoker's online. Others are online. He's still trying desperately to break that high ground. We saw how well that went. Is this the beginning of the end for XTC? I know it's very, very early to tell, but what's the plan B here if Ursa doesn't work out?
Yeah, I definitely don't think they've run out of steam. The Ursa still has plenty of place to grow. Get himself a BKB, get himself a Basher, get him... I'm not sure actually what he would think of for that last item. I had a good thought for minutes, but I've lost it now. In that confusion. But
are they targeted spells? Nah, not really.
No, not particularly. The Bissell I think is going to be huge, but it's APG are getting pretty big now. I mean, Muzzy is getting to the point that he can actually...
Wow, ACG looking for a little bit of nonsense. He does manage to find something.
They find two.
Yep, they've managed to find not one but two, and Adaston has to use his ulti defensively. Goes for the BKB TP combination. He's well out of there. Dota and Die next up on the menu for Muzzy. Gets swapped in by Bob Zules, and that's another shiny on the deck. Now, Bob Zules, you can actually stop and pick this one up if you want.
Did they see the shiny?
Definitely saw the shiny.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. I guess they didn't. I saw pins
didn't, yeah,
coming
they
out. I
didn't.
thought it was
They
this.
They were a little bit confused for a second, but finally finding that gem and...
Oh, Scarnet,
ACG,
do you want
ACG.
this? Scarnet, do you want this? How badly do you want this? Deppy
They
jumps
want it
on
badly.
it. There's the Yules. There is no jump there from Axe. He decides, no, this isn't worth the risk. There's quite a lot of risk attached.
They
as the
found him.
TPs do come in. And ACG going on the offensive. Scarnet out of mana. Cannot go for the Berserker's Call. Cannot increase his armor to resist the damage further. O'Malley going in with a glorious hook. Unfortunately, no detection, so he manages to blink on out Scarnet. As my friend on the side of the table is starting to lose it. And Scarnet takes another little bit of damage. Muzzy going in for the chase. Gotta be careful because there is now mana on Scarnet. Things are getting dangerous. Doom Bunny going for the ulti. The last ditch attempt to say, come and get it, boys. I'm delicious. Leave my axe alone.
What a hilarious set of events.
I know.
Oh, man. I can't believe the Axe managed to get out there.
He did, with a
He
fair
was
amount of help.
conked in, Wilson.
I know, but he was also invis. You know why? Because of Crystal Maiden. Guys, if you want to know why he's alive, kiss this lady's bottom, because she deserves every little bit of applause for keeping him
What
alive.
a player.
What a
Doom Bunny,
player.
what a player. I mean, if you ever doubted his
Died in
support
a corner,
abilities.
but he deserves.
He died in the
deserves
corner
medal.
flaring his ultimates, like any support player should. So I feel like he did his best. He knew that he'd done well, and decided, "Ugh, if you're gonna go out, you may as well just go out in a hailstorm, you know." So that's which is exactly what he did. So beautiful little play coming out of CM to keep that axe alive, and that's a really important hero to actually keep alive. Surprisingly, now we see a pipe of insight on the side of XTC coming up on the axe. A game too late, but not too bad.
Yeah, even, I don't know, it's not that late. I mean, think about his other items. Vanguard maybe was a luxury, though it is quite necessary given the amount of damage coming out. Not just in the form of magic, but also right click. So
The
I think he got it. I think he got it as soon as he could.
Yeah.
That's the right progression. I really have no comment on that. Good stuff. 36 minutes in, that's your third rush of the game. Yet another cheese to munch down. Let's see if Adam's hungry enough to win this.
I mean, Crimson Guard got buffed recently, so going the Vanguard into Crimson is pretty good.
That's for a future build, you know.
Yeah,
And it's great for early game Vanguard. Great
Yeah.
tankage.
Just helps him come that little bit more survival. As we are finally, I mean, is he going to lose this? He does have the BKB this time, and is
Big
working
difference.
towards that basher. But I mean, what at this point he has to decide what items he's actually going to use to siege that high ground. As XTC, it looks like they want to try and push towards this top lane. They have smoked up. They're not going to find anyone here yet. As Adastan just making himself known.
You're pinging that they're there. Maybe don't step up there. Although he does have double damage. Nonetheless, let's see. I think the call is to attack top. The tower is still fairly happy, sitting there. Roses, little tweeting birds. I suppose we're on the wrong side of map for tweeting birds, but, you know, I don't know. What's the equivalent for the Dire?
Just some happy bats.
Happy bats, there we go. This is what our casts have come to. Oh, dearie me, it is starting to get late. 38 minutes in, 16 to 12. Muzzy stepping forward, maybe ill-advisedly. Look at Scarnet, he's ready, he wants it. O'Malley, geez, look at how similarly they play. Look at where he's parked and look at where he's parked. It's like, I got you, buddy. No, I got you, buddy.
They've listened to Hi in that everyone should stay in the trees. Is this a hustle and bustle going on? You've got 3 heroes on the side of XTC currently sitting in the Dire Forest.
The problem is they don't have the vision in
so
lane.
tense.
They just don't have the vision to make the call they need to make. So they look at them. They're basically having a picnic. They're butt-hugging each other in the forest. Not much. Wait. but you see, there's no vision. There's no way for them to know. There's no way for either side to know that there's somebody on the other side of this tree. Damn it, that's annoying.
Oh my gosh, it's so close. Just. Oh. Now they run out.
Now they come out.
Oh. You teams are useless, y'all. You just missed each other by an absolute hair. Oh. They're not useless. They are actually very good.
They're incredibly good, and I'm having one hell of a time casting them. It's a lot of laughter, I'll tell you that much.
Oh man, that is a beautiful little thing that happened.
They're going to watch this replay afterwards, and they're going to go,
oh, I know.
That's so close. Could have easily killed and pushed on.
See, it just goes to show, sometimes the funniest things in Dota can be when absolutely nothing happens.
Yep. When the absence of a note is still part of the music. So, to put it in musical terms, since we are sitting with a accomplished musician, you've been doing trombone for, what, 20 years?
Trombone?
Trombone. No.
Offensive to me. I play French horn.
Something to do. Oh, French horn. There you go. In the Guinness World Book of Records, the most difficult instrument to play, if I'm not mistaken.
That is an entirely 100% correct fact.
But the most difficult hero to play certainly isn't Weaver, and he's going to be leading this charge towards possible certain death. The only benefit they have going for them is that they'll probably catch just one on the side. Dotendyne. Muzzy spots him out. It's good enough. Oh, my word, the hook shot actually missed from O'Malley. That's the first, but on the sidelines, Axe TPs straight into his fate. And that is the end of him. Deppy jumping on in. He's going to catch a cog and nothing else. In the meantime, silenced will be O'Malley. He's going to start backing out. ACG pops
Deppy on the back, though.
KB, Deppy goes on in. He's going to pick up Bob Yules by the looks of it. He goes for a cheeky swap and TP, but it's not going to get him all too far. There's the Sunstrike to basically cover the death of good old Bob Yules, as Dotendyne is going to greet him in the grave. And that should be the end of that.
Yeah, Deppy coming in the back line, managed to get two supports there on the low ground was really good, stopping the Venge and the Skywrath from being able to help out.
He tried doing it earlier and then just got cogged up.
Yeah, but this time O'Malley was on the high side of the fight, so the cog's not there to be able to keep that sort of that zoning part of the fight away, and Deppy did manage to actually get in there and do some work. So they are still not going to be able to get much off of this. I feel like they're running out of time with this Aegis. And
they have to make something happen.
Yeah.
The longer the boys of APG manage to delay this, the better it seems.
But Queen of Pain has actually gone a fairly right-click build now herself. She's got the Orchid, Maelstrom, and an Assault Cuirass. So she's dealing significant amounts of damage.
She is, but is it really going to be enough to push on up onto the high ground? I mean, we're talking maybe a slow siege here. Even so, she's not exactly got the longest range. It's not like a sniper where you can sit at the back and quietly pip away for half an hour because they can't get to you.
She has at least taken the 100 tack range perk, so
a call. That is a call. Muzzy's actually not called up. Scarnet going for a defensive call to try and avoid picking up too much damage. Berserker's call obviously upping the armor by quite a fair amount. So any right-click damage they would have hoped to have done disappears.
And O'Malley actually went for the hook there against the Axe, but unfortunately caught the neutral camp instead, so decided to just farm the neutrals and walk his way back to base. Unfortunately, a little bit of a series of unfortunate events there with APG not being able to get the kill, but Clockwork's actually 1,000 gold from his Ogdens. That could be a huge pickup from them, being able to get more than one hook out in a fight could be absolutely huge.
Winter Wyvern coming online quite nicely as well. Yule Scepter available on him, as well as the Force Staff. That mobility obviously giving him the chance to get on in where he needs to be, get the critical Winter's Curse at just the right moment.
And still, I mean, I wouldn't have minded a Lotus Orb this game, to be honest.
I think we're building a little bit of an obsession, you and I, with Lotus Orb.
Well,
I agree. It's not the worst item, but it's also not the best. It's not like there's a ton of targeted spells that you'd like to throw back at your foes.
I mean, the Skywrath, silencing a Skywrath and stopping his combo in his tracks, I think that alone is probably worth getting the item, plus anything that the Invoker / Venge.
Oh, I see. Yes.
would be a pretty good pickup, but you know, maybe I'm just old-fashioned. I don't know. As, we see
Old-fashioned on a new item. Well, a relatively new item. Certainly newer than Lincoln Sphere, which
That's
I
true.
guess is the alternative.
Yeah, but I mean that's a lot of money compared to Lotus Orb, and we're just gonna see sieging once again. Adestamp doesn't have the Aegis anymore. It has picked up that Basher.
They are actually doing a slow siege with Deppy leading.
Yeah.
Wow.
And this is pretty much what they need to do. He's got that 70% spell lifesteal, so he is going to be able to at least get some regular lifesteal back. Deciding not to go for the new talent, which is the 500 AoE Shadow Strike.
It is working though. Tower sitting at 81 HP. Something's got to break. The bow is bending. Deppy's making very, very damn sure of that. The question is, will he make it?
Oh man, this is so tense. I mean, I feel like APG still have the ability.
Deppy goes on in, he takes the tower. They finally decide to make a move. ACG goes on in, nice counter initiation. Skarnet's actually going to call up onto Skyroth Mage and try to kill him off. He doesn't get the dunk off though. It starts retreating perhaps a little bit early as Muzzy goes on in. Deppy's still getting kills in the back line onto ACG. He's still in a spot of trouble though, so he's going to have to get on out of there. O'Malley. No hook shot to follow up and give chase. And that's the end of the outer tower. Sorry, the inner tower, the tier 3 tower. Now with a naked and exposed Rax. Range and melee still standing strong. But it's certainly not looking rosy for the boys on the side of Dire.
Yeah.
So, Invoker down. Is this defendable?
The Invoker does have a buyback. They're trying to let the buyback come out. The buyback eventually does come out. It looks like we're going to have another fight going in here.
Yep, it looks like the first man down is going to be Phalanx. In the meantime, towards the front lines, looks like Skarnet is trying to take a piece of O'Malley. They want a piece of each other. Oh, the dunk is slightly mistimed, and that's going to let Adastam finish him off. In the meantime, no! Down goes Bob Buells, and I suspect that's going to solidify this push. Not much that can be done from here. O'Malley goes in and gets a cute little deny on the dire bottom Rax. Worth it, absolutely worth it. He dies again to Deppy, but it's so damn worth it.
That's, you know, if you're going to lose your Rax, deny it. Why not? And unfortunately, that is a buyback death. Adestam managing to pick out and get ACG in that fight.
Beautiful little fight continuing here. The fight carries on. Adastam now on a killing spree. He's got that off Muzzy's head, and now he's going to start tearing apart the base of Dire. There's very little that these guys can do. Muzzy's going to have to watch as his towers fall. His dreams die as this is a best of 3, and TXTC are walking away with not one but 2 games if it carries on like this. Phalanx now to join the ranks. He's going to do what he can, and all he can do is get blinked on, and good night, Sweet Prince. GG, finally called by ACG, and that will solidify his position as a loser for the time being. Not for much longer, I suspect, though. That was one hell of a performance.
What a series, man. What a strange series, I would describe this as.
Clowny.
Yeah,
Go back to your word, man. We all know you want to use it.
Word of the day. Word of the day is, I think, for this one.
For this one.
Clowny. Really strange lanes, really odd things that happened.
Yeah.
Strange item choices at points. It just, I'm not quite sure. But as I said, sort of while we were casting, if you look at the boards, once, especially if you look at the item pickups, player items, once they got their blink daggers on the side of XTC, on their axe and on their fuzzy, that's when they started to move forward. And at almost at exactly the same time, a couple of minutes later, once they've got those, Deppy picks up the silence in the form of the orchids. These are 3 huge items that allow them to kill ACG and various heroes on the side of APG
What was the plan?
repeatedly.
What was the plan for APG? Just bear it out until the Ursa dies off later, but then what's your plan B? ACG is not exactly super hard right clicker at this point.
No, I think they needed to be more aggressive on the side of APG. Actually get those kills, try and hinder. I mean, they did good work. They killed Adestam once or twice in the early game, but unfortunately they didn't hinder him enough to stop that blink dagger timing. So I feel like they needed to, and also the fact that ACG didn't have that brilliant early game that he needed to on the Invoker meant that they were a little bit behind in their timing,
Yeah.
and that played a huge role in the continuation of the game. Because a late minus means that ACG came online later. Sure, he did things, but if you're only getting a 22-minute Arcanum Scepter, 20
You're going to be a bit behind. You don't have the power at the same time.
You don't have the power at the same time, and that's where XDC really took advantage of the game.
Yep, and they did it quite nicely. So that's going to wrap it up from myself, Wilson Triple XL, and my dear friend, good old Demonic here. From the both of us, we're going to wish you a good night. But before we do, let's hear what the panel's got to say. Halberd, take it away, baby.
Thanks very much, guys. So yeah, pretty great getting a BO3 that goes all the way to the 3 part of that BO3. Also, there's a caster's privilege. We get to enjoy. We get to root for the team that loses the first game to win the second. So we come to this point now, and of course there's a late finish. So I'm sure we're all eager to wrap up and call it a night. Get ready for the next day. So, gentlemen, do you want to give your closing thoughts on this last matchup?
It's probably the best game of Dota we saw between these two teams. First two were a bit wonky, especially because of the drafts. But I think again, the draft kind of just made APG's life very hard. They were so squishy that as soon as Axe is getting calls on one or two of the heroes, they're dying very quickly. You could see Deppy could also get like super aggressive because he knew that there wasn't much they could do against him. Especially like the only one that could actually really do anything to him is the Skywrath Mage, and that would basically devolve into Skywrath Mage silences him, drops ulti, and then Deppy just uses the Eul's Scept to get out of the problems.
Yeah, it was pretty much the Deppy show for a lot of the time, right? I mean, at the end, they solo kills Invoker. He doesn't even need Axe to call him. Axe calling him is an instant kill on Invoker, but I mean, the fact that he just kills him by himself, it's freaking Deppy show right there.
Yeah.
So.
In the draft, we spoke about how paper thin a lot of these heroes were on the side of APG. Clear textbook case of that. So they jump in, try and make things happen. Never enough damage to actually finish the fight. Deppy jumps in, one Scream of Pain, one Sonic Wave. Suddenly everyone's on the 3rd HP. The cleanup crew just comes in, ends the game. It also didn't really feel like APG had the tools, even if they were winning fights, to actually go high ground thereafter. Like the siege was long and protracted from XTC side, but even if they lost too many fights, I get the sense that they weren't necessarily worried about losing their base that much. So it was just like mostly a drafting win at the end of the day.
Yeah, it definitely felt like XTC knew that like it didn't matter how long the game was going to take, because like as long as they drag it out, they should be fine. There was no real way that APG could realistically win that game once it went past a certain point.
Well, we spoke about like the flaws in APG's draft. So like they didn't have a frontliner. We spoke about that just as the draft ended. I mean, Clockwork, sure, but I mean, Clockwork offlane is not exactly the tankiest hero in the game, right? And if that's your only tank, and you've got 4 heroes trying to hide behind him, I mean, it's just not going to work out well for you.
Yeah.
And as you saw, I mean, it was difficult. Deppy just goes in after like he bypasses Clockwork and the silence. He just goes in, no one's stopping him. He just does whatever he wants.
Yeah. And Weaver's like basically just running in and out the fight. So like, maybe he's getting kills, but he's not actually impacting the fight in any way. Like he's not going to stand there and like kill half of your team before your team can do anything to him. So that's the problem. It's like that's what I said. Weaver, like it seems like a good hero in some games because it can just like utterly dumpster the whole game, and then other times it's just like you see it get a lot of farm, but it's just completely ineffective.
Yeah, this game I think we saw it got some farm, but he just got anytime he got jumped by Axe, guaranteed kill. Nothing you could do about it. So
combo.
yeah, it felt like it's one of those. That's why I was really surprised they actually picked it last into all those heroes, and we saw why Weaver against Axe doesn't really work out for you. Like Adam Sam himself said, this hero, no matter how much farm you get, he just jumps you, calls you with Blade Mail, and you die.
Well, it did seem to be the end of the story was just that. And I guess that's where we can leave it tonight, guys. So thank you for joining us. It's been a fantastic day. We've seen upsets. We saw, of course, XD take down Energy. I don't think we saw that one coming. But obviously, already in day 1, some interesting upsets. And day 2, I'm sure we'll have some more interesting twists to follow. So stick around, or join us rather, at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning for some more matches. And until then, have a good rest, because you're going to need it, because Mega 8 is here to stay, and it's going to be a pretty impressive day tomorrow.